Link to the book's page, then click on PDF Extra 1. When prompted, enter the access code WELLNESS to access the bonus material. Preface to this edition. Since this book was originally published in 1996, the chakra system has come of age in the West. Yoga centers are growing exponentially, teaching asanas and meditations that open the chakras. Theories of energy healing are influencing the practice of both medicine and psychotherapy, creating a hunger for new models. Chakras now appear on t-shirts, candles, and jewelry, in sitcom conversations and articles in Time magazine. The idea that mind and body exist on a spiritual continuum has finally entered the mainstream. The good news is that it makes the chakra system accessible to more people as a template for transformation. The shadow side of this exposure is that, at least in the West, any cultural meme that gets seized by the collective consciousness runs the risk of trivialization, thus diluting its power. At every workshop, lecture, or book signing, people come up to me asking whether I have a simple way to clear their chakras. Few of them understand what a chakra actually is. Fewer still have familiarity with the ancient tantric yoga tradition from which this system originates, and even fewer still are willing to delve into the depths of their own psyches and actually do the work required to make lasting changes in their inner and outer life. While some of the modern techniques of chakra energy work can bring tangible shifts in the way we feel, it is my opinion that these changes are often short-lived if we don't roll up our sleeves and do deeper work on the soul's journey of healing and awakening. It is this challenge that I address in this book. It will teach you an elegant system for understanding your health and imbalances, yet one that is richly complex. You will not find one-size-fits-all formulas that apply equally to all people or all situations. Instead, you will learn universal principles that can be effectively applied with careful consideration and understanding. You will learn, for example, that some of your chakras may be too open, with poor discriminations and filters, while other chakras can get mired in avoidance patterns and remain closed. You will learn how these unconscious defense patterns create excessive and deficient coping strategies that over time throw your system out of balance and alignment, affecting the body's health and your quality of life. You will learn that these vital energy centers open sequentially during crucial stages of childhood and can be unwittingly shut down by well-meaning parents whose own centers were compromised. You will learn about your upward and downward currents of energy, and how each has a different purpose in the liberation and manifestation of your life force. And you will learn about the work required to reclaim the true aliveness that is your birthright. The most frequent comment I've received from my listeners about this book is that they wonder how I could possibly have written so pointedly about their private life and personal issues. This highlights how universal these ancient principles are. Yet, in a rapidly changing world, we need to continually upgrade our operating systems and learn new applications of these universal principles. Few people live in ashrams with leisure for the contemplative life. Instead, most of us live fast-paced lives, full of complex challenges. We meet these challenges through the veil of enormous emotional wounds that compromise our aliveness. We live in a culture in which that compromise is taken for granted. To heal this rift, many of us have been working on ourselves for decades, undergoing the journey to heal ourselves and find our life's purpose, the journey of individuation and awakening. The chakra system is a map for that journey. With this map in hand, your journey can be more direct, more profound, and more deliberate. This system maps onto the body through the human nervous system, maps onto the psyche through developmental stages of childhood, maps onto the spiritual quest through states of consciousness, and transforms the culture through planes of external reality. The chakras are truly a set of portals between the inner and outer worlds. If the outer world is to be transformed, the process must begin within. If the inner world is to be transformed, it must be understood in light of the outer forces that shaped it. These realms are not separate, yet we lack a systematic means of tying them together. The value of the chakra system is that as the inner and outer worlds connect, we become aligned, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. In the Western world, there are somatic therapies that connect mind and body, yet ignore the spiritual aspects of our being. There are spiritually oriented psychologies that connect psyche and spirit, yet ignore the body. And there are disciplines, such as yoga, that connect spirit and body, yet fail to address the wounds of the psyche. Through the lens of the chakra system, this book presents an integration of psychology, spirituality, and physicality within one comprehensive system. It says mind, body, and spirit are equally important facets of every one of us, yet comprise one unified entity. In honoring the full spectrum of human aliveness, this book is a contribution toward the restoration of your wondrously divine potential. With map in hand, may you enjoy the journey. Preface to the first edition. Eastern Body, Western Mind focuses on vital issues in therapy today: addiction, codependence, physical and sexual abuse, family dynamics, character structures, personal empowerment, feminism, male emancipation, sexuality, politics, and spirituality. It integrates techniques from bioenergetics to visualization, depth psychology to spiritual practice. After working in the healing field for over 2 decades, I have seen far too much suffering of the human soul. I have sat with my tissue, drying the tears of people deeply wounded by the horrendous ignorance of emotionally crippled caretakers. People trying to limp their way through a troubled world, filled with others as wounded as themselves. I have seen how the healing process can overwhelm and frighten those engaged in this heroic journey. Yet I have also witnessed the incredible transformations and hopes that this journey brings to its travelers, as well as the transformations of the world around them. It is to this hope of transformation that I dedicate this work. As a guidebook for the journey of awakening, it presents a systematic model for addressing the issues that plague us. It is written for individuals engaged in their own healing process, as well as for therapists, counselors, and body workers who become guides along the way. It is also addressed to parents who want to raise conscious and healthy children, and to those who simply want to wake up and further their own evolution. Eastern Body, Western Mind shows how to use the chakra system as a tool for diagnosis and healing. My primary purpose is to present the system itself as a lens through which we can view the complex problems of the soul's evolution, both individually and collectively. The system is presented through its major components: the individual chakras, examining how they shape and are shaped by human behavior and culture. In presenting this material, I have woven together 3 basic threads of philosophical thought. 1. The Enlightenment philosophies, whose movement is upward and beyond, toward the mental and spiritual realms. They are derived primarily from Eastern cultures and their focus on transcendence. They seek to escape the trials and tribulations of the mundane world by ascending to higher planes of consciousness that transcend suffering. 2. The embodiment philosophies, whose movement is down and in, toward the realms of manifestation, soul, body, and engagement with the world around us. They are reflected in the practice of somatic therapy, bioenergetics, and earth-centered spirituality. Their focus is on immanence, or the presence of the divine within. They seek to end suffering by engaging with the forces that cause it. 3. The integrative philosophies, whose movement is toward integration of opposites, mind and body, heaven and earth, spirit and matter, light and shadow, male and female. For this thread, I have chosen to focus on the depth psychology of Carl Gustav Jung, specifically his understanding of the soul's journey toward individuation. The goal of integrative philosophies is transformation and wholeness. The chakra system is a profound representation of the universe. Each of the 7 levels represents such major areas of human life that they could fill volumes all by themselves. Issues of love and relationship, power and spirituality, emotion and instinct all beg to be examined and understood. Sexuality, for example, is just one aspect of the second chakra, and sexual abuse is just one aspect of sexuality. It cannot be the purpose of this book to detail the complexities of any particular abuse, but to place each one in the context of a larger system in which they can be understood energetically and spiritually. From this context, you can orient your healing process. I have wanted the book to be as user-friendly as possible. In today's fast-paced world, I know that many people do not have the time to listen to a book of this size. Therefore, the text is divided by numerous subtitles and reference charts to make the information easily accessible. You can listen to the parts that are pertinent to you and skim the rest. Some sections are more clinically oriented, using language specific to psychotherapy, while others are directed toward a general audience. This work is definitely a Western approach to the chakras. It places modern psychosocial issues within a spiritual context, based on the esoteric interpretations of the chakras that can be found in Eastern texts. Rather than presenting an otherworldly discipline borrowed from the cultures of the East, I have created a down-to-earth, practical application for contemporary members of Western civilization. Yet the inevitable result is a blending of East and West. The chakra system describes the energetic structure through which we organize our life force. By understanding this internal arrangement, we can understand our defenses and needs and learn how to restore balance. The chakra system is every bit as valid as any psychological theory, and I feel far more versatile, one that is capable of spanning mind, body, and spirit. I invite you to explore it with me, and thereby deepen your own healing process. Note, the personal stories related here are combinations of real people. Sometimes several people's stories overlap to make the best illustrations. All names and specific details have been changed to protect anonymity. I give deep thanks to my clients, students, and friends who have risked themselves in the service of transformation and taught me so much about this material. Introduction. Sacred Centers of the Self. Discovering the Rainbow Bridge. You may grind their souls in the self-same mill. You may bind them heart and brow. But the poet will follow the rainbow still, and his brother will follow the plow. John Boyle O'Reilly. You are about to go on a journey through the many dimensions of your own self. This journey will take you through a transformation of consciousness, across a vital bridge, connecting spirit and matter, heaven and earth, mind and body. As you transform yourself, you transform the world. This journey is a colorful one, as life itself is colorful. It offers an alternative to the drab, gray mentality of the modern era, where color is limited to the realm of children. By contrast, too many grown-ups live in dark, tailored suits, riding gray subways and highways through black and white realities of grim choices and limited options. Reclaiming the multidimensional diversity of the human experience is the task of this journey, no less than a quest for our wholeness and the renewal of our collective spirit. The 7 colors of the rainbow represent an alternative to our binary black and white consciousness, offering us a world of multiple opportunities. The rainbow expresses the diversity of light as it moves from source to manifestation. Its 7 colors represent 7 vibratory modalities of human existence, related to the 7 chakras of Indian yogic tradition, energy centers that exist within each one of us. Yoga philosophy teaches us that the serpent goddess, Kundalini, represents the evolutionary life force within each person. She awakens from her slumber in the earth to dance her way through each chakra, re-establishing the rainbow as a metaphysical bridge between matter and consciousness. Through this dance of transformation, the rainbow becomes the axis mundi, the central axis of the world that runs through the vertical core of each one of us. On our journey through life, the chakras are the wheels along this axis that take the vehicle of the self along our evolutionary quest. Across the rainbow bridge, to reclaim our divine nature once again. This rainbow bridge can also span the cultures of East and West, as each has something to learn from the other. The treasures of the East bring Westerners a vast spiritual wealth. The elaborate practices of yoga, the abundance of Buddhist and Hindu scriptures, and the rich imagery of Eastern deities bring Westerners new dimensions of spiritual experience. Yet despite this spiritual wealth, there is a predominance of material poverty in many of the Eastern countries, especially in India, where yoga and the chakra system originated. By comparison, most Westerners live among material wealth, but spiritual poverty. Greed and violence dominate our news. Fear and emptiness plague our youth, and mindless materialism consumes the world's resources. I believe it is possible to have both material abundance and spiritual wealth. We can embrace all the chakras at once, at last achieving some kind of personal and cultural balance. Crossing the rainbow bridge is a mythic metaphor for the evolution of consciousness. To reclaim a myth is to put our personal work into a larger context, a context which deepens the meaning of our individual struggle. To restore the rainbow bridge is to reconnect to our own divinity, anchoring it in the world around us and healing the rifts that so plague our world. Mythologically, the rainbow has always been a sign of hope, a connection between heaven and earth, a sign of harmony and peace. It was once believed that deities, spirits, and mortals passed along its bands of color, both during life and after, protecting the indivisibility of sky and earth. In Norse mythology, the rainbow bridge connected humans to the gods and provided the link to Valhalla, the celestial palace where the gods had their own dwelling. The rainbow, as archetypal symbol, appears in many mythologies throughout the world. In Hindu mythology, the goddess Maya created the world out of 7 rainbow-hued veils. In Egyptian mythology, it was the 7 stoles of Isis. In Christianity, the 7 veils of Salome. For the Babylonians, it was Ishtar's rainbow-jeweled necklace, and for the Greeks, the winged Iris, who carried the gods' messages to humans on earth. From Celtic myth, the pot of gold at the rainbow's end represents a kind of holy grail, the lost vessel of spiritual renewal and fulfillment. Carl Jung referred to gold as the symbolic end product of inner alchemical transformation. Passage through the chakras is an alchemical process of increasing refinement that unites light and shadow, male and female, spirit and matter, all in the crucible of the body and psyche. The pot of gold is indeed the elusive philosopher's stone that lures us into the heroic journey of transformation. In the Turkish language, the word for rainbow literally means bridge. Ancient myths tell us that as doomsday approaches, the rainbow bridge will be broken down, severing forever the connection between heaven and earth. As we face an uncertain future in the dawning of a new millennium, perhaps doomsday can be averted by reestablishing the rainbow bridge once again through the medium of our own consciousness. Thus, the journey becomes a sacred quest, one that restores hope and connection, renewing ourselves and preserving the world. The soul is greater than the hum of its parts. Douglas Hofstadter. Wheels that heal. Whether the symbol of the circle appears in a primitive sun worship or modern religion, in myths or in dreams, in the mandalas drawn by Tibetan monks, in the ground plan of cities, or in the spherical concepts of early astronomers, it always points to the single most vital aspect of life, its ultimate wholeness. C.G. Jung. The chakra system is a 7-leveled philosophical model of the universe. Chakras have come to the West through the tradition and practice of yoga. Yoga, which means yoke, is a discipline designed to yoke together the individual with the divine, using mental and physical practices that join our mundane and spiritual lives. This goal is achieved by passing through steps of ever-expanding states of consciousness. The chakras represent these steps. A chakra is a center of organization that receives, assimilates, and expresses life force energy. The word chakra literally translates as wheel or disc, and refers to a spinning sphere of bioenergetic activity emanating from the major nerve ganglia, branching forward from the spinal column. There are 7 of these wheels stacked in a column of energy that spans from the base of the spine to the top of the head. Refer to figure 0.1 in the bonus PDF. There are also minor chakras in the hands, feet, fingertips, and shoulders. Literally, any vortex of activity could be called a chakra. It is the 7 major chakras that correlate with basic states of consciousness, and it is these that we will examine in this book. The chakra system originated in India more than 4,000 years ago. Chakras were referred to in the ancient literature of the Vedas, the later Upanishads, the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, and most thoroughly in the 16th century by an Indian yogi in a text called the Sat Chakra Nirupana. In the 1920s, chakras were brought to the West by Arthur Avalon with his book, The Serpent Power. Today, they are a popular concept linking areas of the body and psyche with associated metaphysical realms. Chakras are not physical entities in and of themselves. Like feelings or ideas, they cannot be held like a physical object. Yet they have a strong effect upon the body as they express the embodiment of spiritual energy on the physical plane. Chakra patterns are programmed deep in the core of the mind-body interface and have a strong relationship with our physical functioning. Just as the emotions can and do affect our breathing, heart rate, and metabolism, the activities in the various chakras influence our glandular processes, body shape, chronic physical ailments, thoughts, and behavior. By using techniques such as yoga, breathing, bioenergetics, physical exercises, meditation, and visualization, we can, in turn, influence our chakras, our health, and our lives. This is one of the essential values of this system, that it maps onto both the body and the mind, and can be accessed through either. Thus, the chakras are said to have a location, even though they do not exist in the physical sense. Figure 0.1 in the bonus PDF shows the relative locations of the 7 major chakras. These locations may vary slightly from person to person, but remain consistent in their overall relationship to one another. While they cannot be seen or held as material entities, the chakras are evident in the shape of our physical bodies, the patterns manifested in our lives, and the way we think, feel, and handle situations that life presents us. Just as we see the wind through movement of the leaves and branches, the chakras can be seen by what we create around us. Based on their location in the body, the chakras have become associated with various states of consciousness, archetypal elements, and philosophical constructs. The lower chakras, for example, which are physically closer to the earth, are related to the more practical matters of our lives: survival, movement, action. They are ruled by physical and social law. The upper chakras represent mental realms and work on a symbolic level through words, images, and concepts. Each of the 7 chakras has also come to represent a major area of human psychological health, which can be briefly summarized as follows. 1. Survival. 2. Sexuality. 3. Power. 4. Love. 5. Communication. 6. Intuition. And 7. Consciousness itself. Refer to figure 0.2 in the bonus PDF. Metaphorically, the chakras relate to the following archetypal elements. 1. Earth. 2. Water. 3. Fire. 4. Air. 5. Sound. 6. Light. And 7. Thought. This is my own interpretation. Classic texts only list the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. These elements, in turn, represent the universal principles of gravitation, polarity, combustion, equilibrium, vibration, luminescence, and consciousness itself, respectively. Refer to figure 0.2 in the bonus PDF. Understanding these formative principles and the essence of the associated elements give us a key to understanding the unique nature of each chakra. Earth is solid and dense. Water is formless and fluid. Fire is radiating and transforming. Air is soft and spacious. Sound is rhythmic pulsation. Light is illuminating, while thought is the medium of consciousness. Meditating on the elements gives us a profound sense of the distinct flavor of each chakra. Together, the chakras describe a kind of Jacob's ladder connecting the polarities of heaven and earth, mind and body, spirit and matter. These polarities exist on a continuum, with the chakras as incremental steps that are embodied within all life processes. Each step upward moves from a heavy, well-defined vibrational state to a higher, subtler, and freer form. Each step downward brings us into form and solidity. As there are 7 levels to the chakras, and 7 colors in the rainbow, the slowest vibration of visible light, red, is associated with the base chakra, and the fastest and shortest, violet, with the crown. Each of the other colors, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, represent the steps between. As we learn to open and heal the chakras within us, we become the rainbow bridge, the living link between heaven and earth. Each of the chakras' principles and attributes will be discussed in the following chapters. The table of correspondences, found in figure 0.3 in the bonus PDF, groups some of the basic information for you. The human biocomputer. The word chakra literally means disc. How fitting that in modern times, discs are the common storage unit of programmed information. We can use this analogy and think of chakras as floppy disks that contain vital programs. We have a survival program that tells us when we need to eat, how many hours to sleep, and when to put on a sweater. It contains details such as how much money we think we need, what we are willing to do for that money, and what constitutes a threat to our survival, and what makes us feel secure. Likewise, we have programs for sexuality, power, love, and communication. In this analogy, the 7th chakra can be thought of as the operating system. It represents how we organize and interpret all our other programs. In the computer world, technology is advancing so rapidly that programs written 10 years ago are sorely out of date today. So, too, with many of the programs we were given as children. For example, old-fashioned gender roles are incompatible with egalitarian relationships, and new models are evolving from the struggles of modern couples. An alcoholic follows a program for recovery, and programs are necessary to achieve weight loss or gain academic degrees. We all function by sets of programs, which may or may not be conscious. The challenge before us is to find the appropriate program and get the bugs out. In this analogy, the body is the hardware, our programming is the software, and the self is the user. However, we did not write all of these programs, and some of their language is so archaic it is unintelligible. It is a heroic challenge indeed to identify our programs and rewrite them all while continuing to live our lives. Yet this is the task of healing. It becomes even more difficult when we realize that each of our personal programs is our lives. If we can learn this on an individual level, perhaps we can apply the same methods to our culture and environment. There is another important aspect to this analogy that we often take for granted, namely, the basic energy that makes it all work. The most elaborate computer with megabytes of software is useless without electricity. What activates any and all of our programs is the energy we pour into the system. Intricate internal flowcharts decide which areas to energize and when. Hunger centers are activated when the stomach is empty, and sexual centers awaken with certain stimuli. In order to understand a human being, we have to examine the flow of energy through the system. We can think of this energy as excitement, charge, attention, awareness, or simply the life force. Some spiritual systems describe it as chi, ki, or prana. Our understanding of the chakras comes from a pattern analysis of energy flowing through a person's body, behavior, and environment. Sally's pattern might be to ignore her body and live entirely in her head. George's pattern might be to push people away whenever they get close, while simultaneously talking too much in an attempt to keep them engaged. Jane might move from one job to another, never staying long enough to get a promotion, and might carry a poor self-image because of her lack of success. These patterns can be seen as expressions of the way chakra programs run our human biocomputers. It is quite common to have a perfectly good program and not know how to activate it. People with weight problems often know exactly what they should and should not eat, or how they should exercise. Yet getting such programs activated is another question entirely. Activation requires a charge of energy moving through the psychic currents of the body. In order to run any of our programs, we have to activate our energy currents. Refer to figure 0.4 in the bonus PDF. Human bodies are taller than they are wide, so our major energy pathways run vertically, while subtler currents run in other directions. This leaves us with two essential poles: the earth-centered pole, which we contact through our bodies, and the pole of consciousness, which we experience through our minds. Between these poles runs a dynamic flow of energy that we experience as our life force. When energetic contact is made through the body, it is called grounding. Grounding comes from the solid contact we make with the earth, especially through our feet and legs. It is rooted in sensation, feeling, action, and the solidity of the material world. Grounding provides a connection that makes us feel safe, alive, centered in ourselves, and rooted in our environment. Consciousness, on the other hand, comes through that elusive entity we call the mind. It is our inner understanding, our memory, our dreams and beliefs. It also organizes our sensate information. When consciousness is detached from the body, it is wide and vague, dreamy and empty, but capable of great journeys. When it is connected to our body, then we have a dynamic energy flow through our entire being. In this way, the spiritual realm becomes embodied, making it tangible and effective. In effect, we have plugged in the system, just as we plug in our radio, so we can tune into various frequencies. The chakras then become like channels, receiving and broadcasting at different frequencies. Soul and spirit are expressions of these polarities. In my use of these terms, I see soul as tending to coalesce toward the body, leaning toward form, attachment, and feeling, whereas spirit tends to move toward freedom and expanded consciousness. Soul is the individual expression of spirit, and spirit is the universal expression of soul. They each connect and are enhanced by the other. This discussion is picked up again in the Chakra 7 chapter. In our spirituality, we reach for consciousness, awareness, and the highest values. In our soulfulness, we endure the most pleasurable and exhausting of human experiences and emotions. These two directions make up the fundamental pulse of human life, and to an extent, they have an attraction for each other. Thomas More. Liberation and manifestation. Liberation is the path of transcendence. Manifestation is the path of immanence. Both lead to the same place, the divine. The 7 vortices of the chakras are created by the combination of these two active principles, consciousness and matter. We can think of the flow of consciousness as entering through the crown chakra and moving downward through the body. Since the chakras represent elements that become increasingly dense as they descend, from thought down to earth, I call this downward flow of energy the current of manifestation. When we take thoughts and turn them into visualizations, then words, and finally into form, we are engaged in the process of manifesting. Only through embodiment can consciousness manifest. This means that the energy current must be run through the body/hardware to activate the necessary programs. The upward current, moving from dense earth to ethereal consciousness, is the current of liberation. As we move incrementally upward through the chakras, we become less restricted. Water is less defined than earth. Thoughts are less specific than words or pictures. Historically, the chakras were thought of as a path to liberation, a path where one is freed from the restrictions of the material world. It is a basic premise in this work that a human being needs a balance between both of these currents in order to be whole. If we cannot liberate, we cannot change, grow, or expand. We become like automatons, unconsciously stuck in monotonous routines, our consciousness lulled to sleep from boredom. By contrast, without the current of manifestation, we become aimless and empty, dreamers flying into vast realms, but unable to land, full of ideas, but unable to make commitments or completions. When we combine both currents, we have the mating of cosmic polarities known as the Hieros Gamos, or sacred marriage. This union of opposites creates limitless possibilities. It is the metaphoric source of conception, a word that implies both the birth of an idea and the beginning of life. Unfortunately, both currents are affected by negative experiences. Physical pain, childhood traumas, social programming, and oppressive environments or activities all cut us off from our ground and hints from the liberating current that originates at the base. Our culture, so proud of its mind over matter philosophy, cuts us off from our bodily experience and from the earth itself. In this severance, our sexuality is negated, our senses assaulted, our environment abused, and our power manipulated. Our ground is our form, and without it, we lose our individuality. For the archetype, as Jung conceived it, is a precondition and coexistent of life itself. Its manifestations not only reach upward to the spiritual heights of religion, art, and metaphysics, but also down into the dark realms of organic and inorganic matter. At the other end of the pole, misinformation, and indoctrination invalidate our consciousness. The child who is told he did not see what he just saw, or could not have felt what he was feeling, learns to doubt his own awareness. Instincts and memories may become disconnected from the body. This can produce phobias and compulsive activity, where behavior does not necessarily match the intentions of the conscious mind. Fortunately, information and experience are stored in both physical and mental states. When one side is cut off, the other side can often be accessed. Our bodies can recover memories our minds have forgotten, as when incest memories appear to people during bodywork or sexual activity. Bringing consciousness into our ground activates various memories and experiences that reveal the lies and misunderstandings blocked from memory and deadening our consciousness. Likewise, sensation can return to the body when attention is focused on certain mental material, the elements of a dream, characters in a novel, or images in a picture. Often when a client or friend talks about a vital issue, they will experience a streaming of energy in their body as a part previously deadened comes to life. Both lead to profound insight. Integration of mind, body, and energy makes healing possible. It is not enough to merely understand without action, or to merely move energy without understanding. It is the integration of these two currents that creates the changes we seek in our lives. Taking and giving are the common principles of all life. Both are essential factors in open systems, in connection with the world, and in one's personal evolution. If they are out of balance, the system becomes either overwhelmed or empty, and can no longer function. Reception and expression. There are also two horizontal currents flowing into and out of each chakra: the current of reception and the current of expression. We mix our two vertical currents together in order to express ourselves at different chakra levels. For example, the speech I express through my throat chakra is a mixture of my thoughts, my will, and my breath. My love is a mixture of feelings and understanding. Likewise, what we receive through these horizontal currents enters the system and travels up and down between the chakras. For instance, an insight that I receive may release something in my body or change my thinking. When a chakra is blocked, reception and expression become distorted. If we think of the chakras as analogous to holes in a flute, then you can see how we need to be able to open and close each one in order to play a full range. How to make this a reality is the subject of this book. Chakra blockage. A block develops from equal and opposing forces, meeting on a particular plane. We cannot merely eliminate one or the other force. They must be integrated. We have all experienced times when the free flow of our energy seems blocked. Habitual blocks may fall into categories that relate to chakra function. For instance, if communication is difficult for us, we have a block in the 5th chakra. If we live in fear and submission, we could say our power chakra is blocked. If our physical health or personal finances are in constant crisis, then we have a block in the 1st chakra. What blocks a chakra? Childhood traumas, cultural conditioning, limited belief systems, restrictive or exhausting habits, physical and emotional injuries, or even just lack of attention all contribute to chakra blockage. Difficulties abound in life, and for each one, we develop a coping strategy. When difficulties persist, these coping strategies become chronic patterns, anchored in the body and psyche as defense structures. Eventually, these defenses create holding patterns in our musculature that restrict the free flow of energy, even when real threats cease to exist. This chronic tension is known as body armor. It affects our posture, breathing, metabolism, and our emotional states, as well as our perceptions, interpretations, and belief systems. Obviously, since the body-mind system is so affected, we see manifestations in our relationships, work, creativity, and belief systems, all of which tend to perpetuate the pattern. Like a rock in a stream bed that collects sticks and leaves, a block of any significant degree gains severity over time. What begins as a small fear grows into a full-blown phobia, severely limiting one's freedom. Habitual anger may alienate a person from his or her friends, and that isolation may produce depression or more anger. Clinging in relationships creates abandonment, which increases one's tendency to hold on. Furthermore, any block in a specific chakra affects the flow of our 4 basic currents. We may be unable to get our liberating current off the ground, finding ourselves continually thrown back to survival issues. Or we may be unable to fully ground our manifesting current and remain lost in a flood of ideas, unable to make connections in the real world. If we are unable to receive a particular kind of energy, like love or new information, then the chakra atrophies and becomes further limited in its functioning. If we are unable to express energy, we stagnate and become a closed system. In any of these cases, we are incomplete or unbalanced in our experience of life. For this reason, it is important to recognize the blocks we carry, find ways to understand their source and meaning, and develop tools to heal them. Unblocking a chakra requires addressing the problem on multiple levels. 1. Understand the dynamics of that particular chakra. This means knowing the chakra system well enough to understand both the nature of each chakra and its function in the system as a whole. This way, we know what the chakra is trying to accomplish and how it behaves in its optimal functioning. 2. Examine the personal history related to that chakra's issues. Each chakra has a developmental stage, with traumas and abuses that affect its functioning. Understanding your programming from each particular stage gives vital information about the nature of the block. 3. Apply exercises and techniques. As the chakras are physically embodied, there are specific physical exercises designed to open particular parts of the body. There are also meditations, real-world tasks, and visualization techniques to help influence change in a chakra. 4. Balance excess and deficiency. If a chakra is blocked by chronic holding, we learn to let go. If it is blocked by perpetual avoidance, we learn to focus on that area in both our bodies and our lives. Not all blocks are the same, however, even in the same chakra. Different blocks require different kinds of healing. The following discussion makes an important distinction between 2 basic kinds of chakra imbalances. The chapters ahead look closely at what causes blocks in specific areas and analyzes the nature of their different manifestations. Without entering and leaving, there is no development. Without ascending and descending, no transformation, absorption and storing. Neqing. Excess and deficiency. So many of life's problems stem from too much or too little of something. We spend our lives searching for balance. The way an individual copes with stress, negative experiences, or trauma usually falls into one of 2 categories: increasing one's energy and attention in order to fight the stress, or decreasing it in order to withdraw from the situation. This results in an excessive or deficient coping strategy. You can tell which way a person has decided to go by looking at their body and examining their habits. Is their body well toned to the point of chronic tension? Do they worry every point excessively? Are they compulsive about details? Overly organized? If so, they are generally overbound or excessive. By contrast, If their pattern is to withdraw from situations, to be vague, unreliable, or overly changeable, with a body that is undertoned, loose, or pasty, then they are likely to be underbound or deficient. The somatic therapist Stanley Kellerman describes it this way. In an overbound response, the membranes of the structure thicken or stiffen in such a way that the environment cannot be penetrated either from outside in or inside out. Underbounded structures involve membranes that become unglued. There is porosity in which the world invades the person, or he leaks out into the world. We can also view this as a pattern of avoidance or overcompensation. Avoidance leads to chakra deficiency, and overcompensation leads to chakra excess. A bully who compensates for insecurity by dominating others exhibits an excessive third chakra. A frightened person who talks constantly would have an excessive fifth chakra. A densely overweight person may have an excessive first chakra, using body weight to feel protected and grounded. Excessive chakras overcompensate for loss or damage by focusing excessively on that issue, usually in a dysfunctional way that fails to heal the loss. An avoidant response in a particular area occurs when one does not have enough development to fully function on that level, so they avoid situations that might engage that area. Someone who has had early physical trauma may withdraw from their body and have trouble dealing with the physical world. A person who feels powerless will make every effort to avoid conflict. Someone who grew up in isolation and neglect may not have learned how to create relationships and will close down their heart chakra and withdraw socially. An excessive chakra is too cluttered to be functionally useful. Like a traffic jam, the chakra is blocked by overcrowding, and the energy becomes dense and stagnant. A deficient chakra restricts energy and remains cramped, empty, and useless. As we develop through life, we are likely to become excessive in some areas and deficient in others. If a person is deficient in their first chakra, it is likely they will be excessive in their upper chakras. If they are excessively attached to power over others, they will have trouble in relationships. It is even possible to exhibit both deficient and excessive patterns in the same chakra. For example, someone who is highly emotional but sexually frigid exhibits both excessive and deficiency in the second chakra. Excessive and deficient chakras do, however, have some things in common. They are both the result of coping strategies designed to deal with stress, trauma, or unpleasant circumstances. They both restrict the flow of energy through the system and block the complete expression of both the liberating and manifesting currents. Eventually, they both result in dysfunctional behavior and health problems. Healing these imbalances is theoretically very simple. An excessive chakra needs to discharge energy, and a deficient chakra needs to receive energy. However, it is difficult to open a chakra which has been closed for 40 years, or to get an excessive person to let go. In addition, there are many subtleties that create exceptions to the above rule. For instance, if someone talks too much as a way of discharging, it may not help to encourage them to talk more. Instead, they need to strengthen an underlying deficiency, such as poor grounding or emotional numbness. In this way, an excessive chakra can feed a deficient one. Someone who is a strong visualizer can use the same strength to imagine and create a healthier body. In strengthening a deficient chakra, it may also be necessary to create support by strengthening a chakra below it. Our sense of power, third chakra, increases when we are grounded, first chakra. Good relationships, chakra 4, require emotional sensitivity, chakra 2. These subtleties emerge as one works with the system over time. The beauty of the chakra system lies in its multidimensionality. These imbalances can be approached verbally through discussion, physically through work with the body and movement, spiritually through meditation, emotionally through exploration of feelings, visually through images, orally through sounds, and actualize through outer world tasks that strengthen certain areas of our lives. Character armor. Character provides a meeting place for psyche and soma. Character represents a practice of self-care, an ongoing, hasty, rigid solution imposed over our instability to maintain an intact sense of self. John Conger. Character is the shell that energy leaves behind. As such, it provides a house, but the shell, as we grow, becomes too small. John Conger. As excess and deficiency become part of our chronic holding patterns, they can become character armor. This bioenergetic term describes types of coping strategies and their chronic holding patterns locked in the posture and tissues of the body. Character armor typically develops from difficulties experienced during developmental stages of life. Our ways of coping become defenses that get hardwired into the system as it develops, beyond conscious awareness. They are not what we decide to do, but rather are like default programs that run automatically. Character structure describes overall patterns of armoring in the body. Alexander Lowen describes 6 basic character structures, each with distinctive characteristics, based on the pioneering work of Wilhelm Reich. Most people exhibit at least one of these 6 patterns, with shades and overtones of the other structures. For instance, we may work through one layer of a character structure, only to find another one underneath. Or sometimes a structure becomes activated by life situations, such as loss of a loved one activating our oral issues, or the demands of graduate school activating our need to achieve. Understanding character armor is very useful in working with the interface between body and mind, and correlates directly with the distribution of energy through the chakras. Lowen has given the 6 character structures specific names, some of which make them seem quite pathological. I believe that these character structures are common to us all, and for this reason, I prefer to use names that are less demeaning. They are described briefly, using both names, with more detailed discussion in their appropriate chapters. The schizoid/creative. Lowen named this structure schizoid because of its characteristic split between mind and body that results from first chakra alienation. People with this structure are highly creative and intelligent, with upper chakras that are overdeveloped. Their issues center around the right to exist, so this structure is discussed in the first chakra chapter. The oral/lover. The oral structure is discussed in the second chakra chapter, as it results from deprivation in the nurturing/nourishment stage of dependency related to chakras 1 and 2. Since oral types are strongly oriented toward emotional merging and giving, they are also referred to as lovers. The masochist/endurer. The masochist structure is fixated at chakra 3 with energy bound at the will. Robbed of their autonomy, masochists tend to hold everything inside in a conflicting pattern of pleasing and resisting, turning their blocked energy inward against the self. They are strong and loyal, and can endure difficulty well, so they are more positively referred to as the endurer structure. The rigid/achiever. Wounded at the heart by lack of approval, this type tends to focus their energy on achievement. They are highly functional, but often afraid of relationships, commitment, and feelings of intimacy. The achiever structure is discussed in the chapter on chakra 4. The hysteric. This structure is a variation on the rigid/achiever, and tends to occur more often in women who have more cultural permission to be emotional. The wounds and patterns are similar to the achiever, but where the emotions are initially held back, they later erupt with an intensity that gives this structure its name. The psychopath/challenger defender. The psychopathic structure is also developmentally related to the third chakra, but the result is excessive rather than deficient. This type is oriented toward power over and is also called the challenger-defender, as they defend the meek and challenge the strong. Since their holding pattern brings energy upward in the body, especially to the neck and shoulders, I discuss the challenger in the 5th chakra chapter. You can see pictures of the different body types in figure 0.5 in the bonus PDF. A chart of their characteristics appears in figure 0.6 in the bonus PDF for easy reference. Other charts in the bonus PDF have more detailed discussions that show their relationship to the excess and deficiency patterns of all 7 chakras. The 7 rights. The quickest way to minimize the divine within is to interfere with its basic rights. Each one of the chakras reflect a basic inalienable right, as listed here and in figure 0.7, found in the bonus PDF. Loss of these rights blocks the chakra. Reclaiming these rights is a necessary part of healing the chakra. Chakra 1. The right to be here. Define solidity in the 1st chakra. We must have an instinctual sense of our right to exist. In my workshops, I find that a large majority of people have trouble with this right, as basic as it may seem. Without the right to be here, few other rights can be reclaimed. Do we have the right to take up space? Do we have the right to establish individuality? Do we have the right to take care of ourselves? The right to be here is the foundation of our survival and security. A corollary to this right is the right to have, especially to have what we need to survive. I may have grasped my right to be here, but still have trouble allowing myself to have such things as time to myself, pleasure, money, possessions, love, or praise. Not being able to have something is like owning a bookcase without shelves. If there is no place in the system in which to store things, and no effective process for obtaining them, then we find ourselves in a constant state of deprivation, even when help is offered. An unwanted child doubts his or her right to be here, and may have difficulty obtaining necessities later in life. When we are denied food, clothing, shelter, warmth, medical care, or a healthy environment, our right to have has been curtailed. Consequently, we may question that right many times in life. The right to have underlies the ability to contain, hold, keep, and manifest all aspects of a healthy 1st chakra. Chakra 2. The right to feel. A culture that frowns upon emotional expression, or considers sensitivity a weakness, infringes upon our basic right to feel. You have no right to be angry. How can you express your emotions like that? You should be ashamed of yourself. Boys don't cry. These kinds of injunctions infringe upon our right to feel. Feeling is the way we obtain important information about our well-being. When the right to feel is impaired, we become out of touch with ourselves, numb and disconnected. A corollary of this is the right to want. Since if we cannot feel, it is very difficult to know what we want. Our right to enjoy healthy sexuality is intimately connected with our right to feel. Chakra 3. The right to act. Cultures with narrowly defined behavior patterns impair the right to act through fear of punishment and the enforcement of blind obedience. Most people follow in the footsteps of others, afraid to innovate, afraid to be free. When the right to act is restricted, will and spontaneity go with it, and our vitality decreases. This does not imply that the 3rd chakra profits by senseless or whimsical acts, but that we do need freedom to develop our inner authority. A corollary to this is the right to be free. Chakra 4. The right to love and be loved. In a family, this can be damaged by any dysfunction in the parent's ability to love and care for the child. Culturally, the damage appears in judgmental attitudes toward men loving men and women loving women. The right to love is further damaged by racial strife, cultural prejudice, war, or anything that forces enmity between groups, as well as by poor self-esteem, broken will, and inability to feel or communicate. As the central chakra is a system of 7, the right to love is harmed when any of the other rights are lost or damaged. Chakra 5. The right to speak and hear truth. This right is damaged when we are not allowed to speak truthfully in our family. Don't talk to me like that, young man. We don't discuss that subject in this family. This includes not being heard when we do speak, keeping family secrets, and not being spoken to honestly. When our parents, culture, or government lie to us, there is abuse of this right. Learning clear communication is essential to reclaiming this right. Chakra 6. The right to see. This right is damaged when we are told that what we perceive is not real, when things are deliberately hidden or denied, such as parental drinking, or when the breadth of our vision is discounted. When children see things that are beyond the scope of their understanding, or when angry or frightening scenes occur frequently, children diminish their own ability to see. This may affect both physical vision and subtler psychic perceptions. Chakra 7. The right to know. This includes the right to accurate information, the right to truth, the right to knowledge, and the right to simply know what's going on. Certainly, education is an important part of knowledge. Equally important are one's spiritual rights. The right to connect with the divine in whatever way we find most appropriate. To force on another a spiritual dogma infringes upon our 7th chakra, personal and spiritual rights. To deny information and education is to close down the natural questing of the 7th chakra. The 7 identities. Identity is constantly changing and expanding manifestation of spirit. Without it, our power is too diffuse, but if we cling to it, we become limited. If our rights remain intact, or if we have managed to reclaim them, then we have a good chance at embracing our 7 basic chakra identities, each of which builds upon the one below in an ever-expanding pattern of larger systems. Before listing the identities, it is worthwhile to reflect on the concept of identity itself, for it is a slippery but important concept in both psychology and spirituality. Identity gives us meaning. We are constantly in search of meaning, for it tells us how to operate. But identifying rain clouds, we know to roll up the windows in the car. If we are ill or out of sorts, we want to identify the cause. Each of the chakras is associated with a particular identity that emerges developmentally as we mature through life. Each identity contains within it the identities of the previous stages. Expanding our sense of identity is one of the keys to expanding our mode of consciousness from one chakra to the next. The identities can be seen as metaphoric layers of clothing, as ways to cover the essential soul underneath. It is not a problem to have clothing. We need different outfits for different occasions, from jeans to tuxedos to sexy lingerie. It is a problem if we think the clothing is who we actually are, and never remove it. When we are so immersed in these identities that we confuse them with the underlying self, then we've gotten stuck at a particular level. We have confused the clothing for the body itself, unwilling to remove it, scared to expose the nakedness underneath. If, on the other hand, we cannot identify at all with the level, then we know we have some work to do there. Job hunting in dirty jeans, or gardening in formal wear is inappropriate. If that is all we can do, we are severely limited. The chakra identities, refer to figure 0.8 in the bonus PDF, can be positive or negative, liberating or imprisoning. They are simultaneously real and false. They are real in that they are real parts, yet they are false because they are not the whole. Chakra 1. Our first identity level is known as the physical identity and its job is self-preservation. Here we learn to identify with the body. When my body is hungry, I am hungry. When it hurts, I hurt. The body cloaks the invisible soul and reveals its shape and expression. When we identify with the body, we identify with the soul's expression in physical form, as well as its physical qualities of male, female, young, old, fat, thin, healthy, or sick. Physical identification is necessary for dealing with the physical world. If I don't realize that I cannot lift 100 pounds of paper in a carton, I can seriously hurt my back. If I don't recognize when I'm hungry or need to rest, I can seriously compromise my health over time. To go without this identity is to be dissociated from the body and disconnected from the physical world. Chakra 2. Beneath the surface of the body churn the emotions. The emotions are the clothing of our feelings. When we experience a strong emotion, we feel our aliveness and often identify with the feeling involved. Even our language makes this identification. I am hungry. I am scared. Other languages say, I have fear or anger. This is the identity that says, I feel, therefore I am, and whatever I feel is what I am. Some people identify their main sense of self in this way. The second chakra, then, is our emotional identity, and its job is self-gratification. Emotion emerges from our physical identity, and yet brings in an added dimension. We have to feel our bodies in order to feel our emotions and learn to interpret their messages. Emotional identity expands the experience of the body and gives it dimension and texture, connecting us to the flow of the world. Chakra 3. In the third chakra, we identify with our will, behavior, and our actions. This is where we realize that we are a separate entity with the power to choose our own actions and consequences. This is the ego identity, oriented towards self-definition. This type of identification says, I am what I do. When we do something right, or achieve something difficult, we feel good about ourselves. When we make mistakes or fail, then we think we're bad. We think that what we do is a statement of who we are. Ego identity emerges from physical and emotional identity and can be thought of as the inner executive, as it executes our intentions. This is the identity most often in charge. But we have to remember, it is only a middle manager. Chakra 4. In the fourth chakra, we create a social identity, also known as the persona. The persona is the personality created to interact with others. It is the part of ourselves that the ego allows to rise above the surface, separated off from the shadow. Our social identity may be the compulsive helper, the seductive lover, the pleaser, or the entertainer. In our families, we may take on the role of the lost child, the hero, the good girl, or the rebel. Initially, our self-concept is based on how others react to us, whether we are popular or an outcast, admired or criticized, loved or rejected, identifying ourselves primarily through our relationships. As we mature, the identity shifts to include how we perceive our role of service to others, or how we have learned to give and embrace a world beyond our ego-oriented self. This becomes our basis for self-acceptance. The social identity has the ego at its base, yet continually expands beyond the realm of self-centered needs to embrace an awareness of others. As I transcend my ego identity to care more about others, my social identity emerges. Yet, how I present myself to others depends a great deal on underlying ego strength. Chakra 5. The fifth chakra is the center of our creative identity. Here we identify with our self-expression, what we say and produce. Initially, we identify with our word through the commitments we make, I have committed myself in marriage, and by that commitment, I am a wife. I have given my word to write a book, and in that commitment, I am a writer. In this identity, we take responsibility for what we say by embodying it in our actions. Through our creativity, we identify ourselves as artists, teachers, entrepreneurs, politicians, mothers or fathers. We may also identify with our mistakes and failures. The creativity identity expands outward through its ability to contribute and give back to the larger system. As this level matures, we begin to identify with larger possibilities and reach for inspiration from the great works of civilization, from the inspiring acts of heroes and saints, poets and painters. As we expand into the creative flux of the world around us, we identify with our path. Our path is the realization of our personal contribution to the larger system. Ideally, the path leads to an ever-expanding growth of consciousness and an eventual transcendence of the personal self into the transpersonal self. Its foundation is a healthy ego, self-confidence, and a sense of compassion for others. Chakra 6. In the sixth chakra, we expand into our archetypal identity, transforming the individual I into something transpersonal. Our personal story is now seen as an event in a larger story. If we suffered from poor mothering because our mothers were not supported, we carry a piece of the archetypal story of the degradation of the mother goddess, the loss of the archetypal mother. The power that our mothers lacked was the same power that has been stripped from women over millennia, stripped from the archetype itself. Those who suffered from distant fathers carry a piece of the larger story of industrial revolution, of disempowered men removed from their families, and the distant father-god archetype. We enlarge our understanding of self as we find our own life themes reflected in fairy tales, mythology, movies, and news stories. We experience self-reflection in the larger system. We realize we are players in a much larger drama, riding the waves of the cultural tide's ebb and flow. As we mature at this level, we consciously embrace the evolution of the archetypal symbols that speak to us. If we take on a crusade for the preservation of the ancient forests, we are doing more than just saving trees. We contribute to a larger archetypal cause. Chakra 7. In the crown chakra, we come to the final and largest identity, our universal identity. The more our consciousness expands, the larger our identity can become. As we realize the magnificent scope of the cosmos, we have the opportunity to transcend our smaller, more limited world and identify with the entire universe. This is a common theme in mystical experiences, where the identification with the smaller ego states gives way to recognition of a unitary identity with all of life, indeed of all creation. In Eastern philosophy, this is the basis of true self-knowledge, the knowledge of divinity within. The chakra levels move from exclusively individual identities, as unique and singular as our bodies, toward a universal commonality. At the outer extreme of the crown chakra, individuality is transcended and absorbed in the larger field of the divine. This is expressed by the Buddhist maxim, "Thou art that." The purpose of the crown chakra, meditation, and indeed, of most spiritual disciplines, is to break through the bonding with the smaller identities and to achieve realization of the universal identity. This does not deny the reality of the smaller identities. It just means that we see them as part of a unified and integrated whole. Each identity is primary when our developmental process is centered there. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we must consolidate our identities on the lower levels before we can sustain the larger identities, even though we may catch glimpses of them from time to time, quite out of order. As we experience the higher, more inclusive identities, our lower identities slide into appropriate perspective, no less important, yet taking their place as pieces supporting a much larger, more powerful whole. The most basic hypothesis about the human psyche is that of a pattern of wholeness that can only be described symbolically. Edward Whitmont. Demons of the chakras. The unconscious is not just evil by nature. It is also the source of the highest good, not only dark but also light, not only bestial, semi-human, and demonic, but superhuman, spiritual, and, in the classical sense of the word, divine. C.G. Jung. Each of the chakras has what I have come to call a specific demon that interferes with its health and undermines its identity. I use the word demon not to denote some kind of evil creature, but as a way of naming the counterforce that seemingly opposes the natural activity of the chakra. The reason I say seemingly is that demons arise to teach us something. A counterforce usually results in strengthening whatever it opposes. The presence of the demon keeps the chakra from doing its job, but that challenge also forces us to bring more awareness to that job, so eventually we can do it better. When unacknowledged, the demons keep us from moving forward. They fixate our energy at a particular chakra level, short-circuiting our activities and expression, blocking resolution. If we acknowledge the demon and explore its reason for being there, we gain a deeper understanding of ourselves. To acknowledge that we have fear, for example, enables us to face that fear and to understand its origins, eventually making us more confident. To acknowledge grief enables healing and allows the heart to lighten. The demons are discussed in detail in each of their respective chakras. What follows is a brief description of each to give you an overall idea of their range. Refer to figure 0.9 in the bonus PDF. The demon of chakra 1 is fear. Fear arises when something threatens our survival. It prevents us from feeling secure, focused, and calm. It creates hypervigilance, which forces energy into the upper chakras. The demon of chakra 2 is guilt. Guilt undermines the natural flow of emotional and sexual energy through the body and inhibits us from reaching out, diminishing emotional and sexual connections with others. Chakra 3 has shame as its demon. Shame undermines self-esteem, personal power, spontaneous activity, and joy. Shame collapses the third chakra and turns its radiating energy inward against the self. Grief is the demon of the heart chakra. Grief counteracts the heart's lightness and expansion and makes it feel heavy and closed. Grief results from hurts to the heart. Lies are the demonic antithesis to the communication of truth in the fifth chakra. Lies twist our relationship to the outside world through distorted information. Illusion is the demon of chakra 6. Illusion fixates the attention and keeps us from seeing accurately. And finally, attachment is the demon of the 7th chakra. Attachment is the small focus of attention that obscures realization and unity with cosmic consciousness. Developmental stages. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. William Shakespeare. Development of the skills and concepts related to each chakra occur progressively in life, each completed stage supporting the healthy awakening of the next chakra. Although we function through all of our chakras most of the time, there are specific developmental stages in which the various chakra skills are learned and incorporated into the personality. Typically, the chakras evolve sequentially, from bottom to top, along with our chronological age. Refer to figure 0.10 in the bonus PDF. It is sometimes necessary for the next chakra phase to begin in order for the one below it to complete. Therefore, there is some overlap between the development of one chakra and the next. There is also, of course, variation from person to person, a discrepancy which gets broader in the upper chakras. The first complete round of chakra development takes roughly 20 years, with the whole cycle starting over again on a more complex level when the child leaves home and begins his or her adult life. Descriptions of the stages listed here are necessarily brief, with more detail given in subsequent chapters. This is meant to outline the unfolding developmental process. These stages can be compared with other developmental models, as shown in Figure 0.11 in the bonus PDF. Chakra 1. Mid-pregnancy to 12 months after birth, peaking at 4 to 5 months. If there is anything we wish to change in the child, we should first examine and see whether it is not something that could better be changed in ourselves. C.G. Jung. The first chakra relates to the formation of the physical body and takes place during prenatal development and infancy. In this stage, body growth is most rapid and is therefore the main focus of the life force. The infant's developmental task is to learn how to operate the body, how to suck, eat, digest, grasp, sit, crawl, stand, walk, and manipulate objects, in general. To deal with the physical world and the challenging force of gravity. These tasks are incredibly demanding and occupy the bulk of consciousness throughout the first year. Consciousness in the infant is focused internally, with little awareness of the outside world. The baby lives in a fused symbiosis with the mother, not yet realizing a separate sense of self. Until the child moves under his own steam, even minimal independence is impossible. Discovery and mastery of motor functions is the first step toward this independence. Awareness in this stage focuses mainly on survival and physical comfort. When these needs are properly met, it anchors the spirit into the physical body, and the child feels welcomed into the world. Erik Erikson, in his 8 stages of psychosocial development, defines the struggle of this age as one of trust versus mistrust. Successful progress through this stage gives us a sense of hope and affirms our right to be here and our right to have. This stage builds the foundation of security and groundedness that enables self-preservation and forms the physical identity. Chakra 2. 6 months to 2 years, peaking at 12 to 18 months. The second chakra, which is typified by duality, sensation, feeling, and mobility, comes into conscious attention at about 6 months, when visual acuity allows the child to focus on outside objects and gain a wider visual perspective. A noticeable state of alertness occurs when the child sits up and for the first time becomes aware of things out of immediate range. As the child learns to crawl and walk, she develops the ability to move away from her mother and experience brief episodes of independence. Called hatching by Margaret Mahler, the infant is just beginning to discover that she is a separate self, hatching from the egg-like symbiosis of Chakra 1, and she is still very dependent upon the mother. This discovery is simultaneously frightening and exciting, and therefore fraught with ambivalence as she plunges into a world of diversity and choices. Although Erikson's first stage of trust versus mistrust extends into this period, I would give this stage a separate name, characterized by the conflict of separation versus attachment. As the child explores, she experiences her first distinctions as binary choices, good and bad, pleasure and pain, closeness and distance, self and other. In this stage, these distinctions are felt rather than understood. At this point, the child is all need, sensation, and desire. Needs want to be satisfied. Sensation gives way to desire. Needs and desires mark the motivation for locomotion, seeing something and moving toward it, merging with it, and incorporating it, most often through the mouth. As language is not yet developed, the prime means of communication is through emotion, which, hopefully, is responded to in a caring and meaningful way. This stage focuses on the formation of an emotional identity, which is mainly interested in self-gratification. Chakra 3, 18 months to approximately 4 years. Chakra 3 begins with the period of attempted autonomy that occurs with the terrible twos, also known as the willful stage. The child has now successfully hatched from the mother and is secure enough in this separateness to want to experiment with his own volition. What was only powerless wishing in the second chakra now becomes an active will, with some small hope of success. The development of language allows the child to conceive of time in terms of cause and effect. This realization makes it possible to begin controlling impulses and delaying gratification. If I eat my vegetables, I will get dessert. Here the unconscious, instinctual states of the lower 2 chakras start to come under conscious control, signaling the emergence of the conscious self and the awakening of the ego. The child at this stage is naturally self-centered and wishes to establish a sense of personhood, power, and the ability to self-create and self-define. He is aware of himself as a separate entity and is now focused on power dynamics through exploration and development of his personal will. The important achievement here is a sense of autonomy and will, balanced harmoniously with the will of others. Breaking the child's will is extremely damaging, as is allowing the child an excessive sense of control without setting limits. Erikson refers to this stage as autonomy versus shame and doubt. Healthy resolution brings about power and will. This is the formation of a personal ego identity, mainly focused on self-definition. The strength of our ego boundaries is the result of each properly resolved developmental crisis. John Bradshaw. Chakra 4, 4 to 7 years. Chakra 4 develops as one leaves the stubborn egocentricity of the 3rd chakra and begins to show interest in relationships outside of the primary ones with mother and father. This does not mean that the heart has not already been open, as any parent of a toddler will attest. In earlier phases, the heart is open but not intelligent, being unconscious of its loving. As Chakra 4 awakens, loving becomes more conscious, meaning that behaviors are consciously adapted to gain or express love. The autonomy developed in Chakra 3 forms a foundation for relationships with others. Relationships within the family provide the child's first model of how to form her own relationships. The child now internalizes these family relationships and begins to have playmates her own age. The nature of any of these relationships greatly affects the child's self-esteem, and for this reason, rejection or loss can be particularly damaging at this stage. The world of the family is the social foundation for entering the larger world of school or daycare. Conceptual thinking makes it possible to perceive the world as a complex set of relationships, and learning these relationships is the dominant task at hand. Why does the fire make it warm? Why does Susie's mommy drive a different car? Why does Daddy have a beard and you don't? Learning how things relate to each other is the main focus of consciousness at this stage. This stage heralds the formation of our relationship programs and our social identity. The successful formation of a healthy social identity rests on self-acceptance, which simultaneously allows for the acceptance of others. Erikson called this stage initiative versus guilt, with resolution bringing about direction and purpose, essential to the next level above. Chakra 5, 7 to 12 years. This is the stage of creative expression. Once the social identity is developed, and one understands basic relationships between self and world, a period of personal creativity unfolds. If preceding stages have gone well, then the child has a solid sense of self and is filled up energetically and emotionally. Now there is a desire to move that energy forward into creativity, into the act of giving something back, of making one's own offering to the world. The ability to make this offer and be appreciated for it is essential for maintaining ego strength. The child's thinking now operates on a more symbolic level, allowing creativity and more abstract thinking. Piaget's concrete operations. Erikson called this stage industry versus inferiority, where resolution results in a sense of competence. There is a period of expansion, experimentation, and creativity. For this reason, it is important to support the child's natural curiosity and creativity. It is also important to model healthy forms of communication. This is the formation of a creative identity, with the important property of self-expression. Chakra 6. Adolescence. The awakening of this chakra requires an ability to recognize patterns and apply them to life decisions. This is the emergence of Piaget's formal operations stage, where imagination helps the child develop his symbolic conception of the world. For adolescents, it marks a period of re-examining their social identity, this time making it a more conscious choice, whereas the fourth chakra's social identity is largely created in unconscious reaction to family dynamics. There may be a dawning interest in spiritual matters, mythology, or symbolism, whether through music, lyrics, popular movie icons, or the latest fashion at school. When allowed to mature, this leads to the formation of archetypal identity, whose interest is self-reflection. Erikson named the conflict of adolescence as identity versus role confusion. Chakra 7. Early adulthood and beyond. The seventh chakra is related to the pursuit of knowledge, the formation of a worldview, and the awakening of spiritual pursuits. Each new piece of information is filtered through the developing worldview, a constantly changing structure, forming the basis of all future behavior. The seventh chakra is largely concerned with the search for meaning, asking questions about the nature of life, the universe, and the self within. This leads to the formation of a universal identity, which is found at the core of the awakened self through self-knowledge. Interactive development, the chakra system as a whole. It is important to note the role of both ascending and descending energy currents as development takes place. Borrowing some from Ken Wilber's developmental psychology, we can see how the descent of consciousness from the crown couples with the organization of raw energy from below and stimulates the ability to move on to the next stage. Refer to figure 0.12 in the bonus PDF. Having an awareness, chakra 7, of the body, chakra 1, allows us to differentiate from the body, and in so doing, to be able to operate on it, and hence operate on the physical world. The dawning of images, chakra 6, allows us to perceive a world outside of ourselves, and gives rise to a sense of otherness and the desire to move and explore, chakra 2. The development of language skills, chakra 5, allows us to exert our will, chakra 3, as we say yes, no, I will, or I won't. Language interaction gives us concepts to go with our movements, feelings, or actions, and thus the conceptual world of relationships, characteristic of chakra 4, is born. Difficulties occurring during any of these crucial stages can affect the chakra that is developing at that time, as well as the chakras that follow. For example, one's sense of power is positively affected by the security of getting survival needs properly met. Ease of the heart is supported by the nurturance of touch in the first and second chakra stages, and our ability to communicate is supported by a balanced ego and a sense of love and acceptance. Adult development. The process of individuation. Individuation means becoming a single, homogeneous being, and insofar as individuality embraces our innermost, last, and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self, or self-realization. C.G. Jung. Chakra development during childhood is relatively unconscious. Adult development, by contrast, is largely conscious. We have to want to develop, or it may not happen at all. For many people, adult chakra development never occurs as they remain in dependency and powerlessness and never break from their programmed instinctual patterns. They may never have spiritual cravings and may never discover the potential of their higher selves. As the process of awakening is often fraught with challenge and difficulty, who is to say whether they are better or worse off? But for those who are unsatisfied with the script given them, who long for something greater, here is a description of the second round of personal evolution through the chakras. Once the child leaves home and begins to live independently, early adulthood, the chakra stages begin again. The second round is not as clearly defined, as there is much more potential for variation in the developmental order. Some people have children before they develop a job skill. Others go to school for years and years. Some begin with spirituality and have a family later, or never have a family at all. Some spend a short time establishing an economic base, a relationship, or a mode of creative expression, while others spend their whole life at any one of these tasks. What follows is a general guideline, and could perhaps be seen as optimal rather than actual. For this reason, ages are not listed. Chakra 1. The first issue to solve is one of survival. Getting a place to live, learning to care for yourself, and finding a means of independent income. The time spent on this stage clearly varies from person to person. For some, it is a lifelong struggle. Successful completion marks basic independence and self-sufficiency. Chakra 2. Once this is accomplished, or simultaneously, one forms sexual relationships. That is not to say that sexuality has not been occurring for many years, but awareness of other now becomes more acute, and the need for partnership may become primary. Satisfaction of emotional needs is the underlying drive, usually projected on the partner. Emotional frustration may awaken unconscious patterns from the shadow, which may sabotage early relationships, often with misunderstandings, blaming, and emotional turmoil. This is even more acute when the adult senses of personal will and responsibility have not yet awakened. Chakra 3. In adults, the individuation process liberates us from having to conform to the expectations of parents, friends, or culture, and allows us to become a true individual operating under our own power and will. Here we move from dependency, powerlessness, and obedience to the creation of our own path and future. This may or may not awaken in one's life. It is often triggered by meaningless jobs, or the enslavement of relationships in which we are defined by the needs and expectations of the other person. Here begins the task of making our own way in the world, developing a personal career, building skills to meet challenges, and controlling our destiny. This may be a time of political involvement, of seeking affinity with others who are fighting their own powerlessness, whether through political affinity groups, recovery groups, or spiritual groups. The misaligned third chakra seeks power over others. The awakened third chakra seeks power with others. Chakra 4. The focus on relationships eventually matures into true empathy and altruism, and the maintenance of lasting partnerships. Relationships that have gotten past the hormone stage usually require a serious reevaluation of one's behavior toward others. Sometimes the loss of a previous relationship causes us to examine the nature of all our relationships, including our family of origin. If there are children, there is an emphasis on family dynamics. Relationships with colleagues, co-workers, friends, and community add to the complexity of this midlife stage. We may also examine ourselves in terms of our relationship to the world around us. What role have we been playing? What role do we want to play? What do we seek from relationships? What parts of ourselves have been repressed and need to be reclaimed? Jung marked the fourth chakra as the midlife beginning of individuation, focused initially on the balance between inner masculine and feminine, or animus and anima. Chakra 5. Once again, creative and personal expression come into play. This is the stage where one makes their personal contribution to the community. It may mean creating a business, writing a book or thesis, building one's own house, or seriously pursuing an artistic hobby. This creative expression helps coalesce issues experienced in the previous stages. With most people, it occurs around midlife. With more creative personalities, it happens much sooner and may precede or dominate other activities. It may also be a period of marking our contribution through public service. Chakra 6. This stage involves the reflection and study of patterns through exploration of mythology, religion, and philosophy. There may be a period of searching in the form of travel or renewed study of inner paths. This is an introverted stage of taking in from outside, having satisfied one's extroverted urges and wanting further inner development. For those who begin in introversion, it may be time to communicate what has been learned to the outside world. This is also a time of spiritual interest and development, if such has not already occurred. Such searching intensifies when children are grown, and the adult has more time and freedom for contemplation and spiritual practice. Chakra 7. This is the time of wisdom, spiritual understanding, knowledge, and teaching. Now we bring together information gathered throughout life and pass it on to others. For some, this means leaving the mundane world for a spiritual pursuit, while for others, it is a time of teaching and sharing, a time to develop mastery. Again, it must be stressed that these developmental stages, especially the second cycle, are not the same for everyone, nor are they experienced in the same order. Adult development is often arrested by unresolved childhood conflicts. If you find that you have not gotten very far on some of these levels, then this book is for you. It will help you find where you might have gotten stuck and explain how to proceed on the path of liberation toward wholeness. In the following chapters, the preceding principles are applied to each chakra in detail. It must be remembered, however, that this is a model, rather than a rigid dogma. Individual people are very complex, and, in order to be valid, one's whole chakra pattern must be examined. Whenever I teach my workshops, I always get a host of questions along the lines of, "My friend has or does so-and-so. What chakra is that?" It is seldom that simple. Linking specific symptoms to specific chakras is not enough. For instance, a timid person, deficient third chakra, may be suffering from poor grounding, deficient first chakra, tumultuous feeling states, excessive second chakra, or any number of other possibilities. What is important is to first understand the complete system, and then to examine each person as a whole, using reason, intelligence, competence, and compassion. Only then will the assessment be complete. Chakra 1. Reclaiming the temple of the body. First chakra at a glance. Element, earth. Name, Muladhara, root. Purpose, foundation. Issues, roots. Grounding, nourishment. Trust, health, home, family, prosperity, appropriate boundaries. Color, red. Location, base of spine, coccygeal plexus. Identity, physical. Orientation, self-preservation. Demon, fear. Developmental stage, second trimester to 12 months. Developmental tasks, physical growth, motor skills, object permanence. Basic rights, to be here and have. Balanced characteristics, good health, vitality, well-grounded, comfortable in body, sense of trust in the world, feeling of safety and security, ability to relax and be still, stability, prosperity, right livelihood. Traumas and abuses, birth trauma, abandonment, physical neglect, poor physical bonding with mother, malnourishment, feeding difficulties, major illness or surgery, physical abuse or violent environment, enema abuse, inherited traumas, parents' survival fears, like Holocaust survivors, war veterans, poverty conditions. Deficiency, disconnection from body, notably underweight, fearful, anxious, restless, can't settle, poor focus and discipline, financial difficulty, poor boundaries, chronic disorganization. Excess, obesity, overeating, hoarding, material fixation, greed, sluggish, lazy, tired, fear of change, addiction to security, rigid boundaries. Physical malfunctions, disorders of the bowel, anus, large intestine, disorders of solid parts of the body, bones, teeth, issues with legs, feet, knees, base of spine, buttocks, eating disorders, frequent illness, can be deficient and/or excessive. Healing practices, reconnect with body, physical activity, aerobics, weights, running, dance, lots of touch, massage, bioenergetic grounding, hatha yoga, look at earliest childhood, relationship to mother, reclaim right to be here. Affirmations. It is safe for me to be here. The earth supports me and meets my needs. I love my body and trust its wisdom. I am immersed in abundance. I'm here and I'm real. Shades of red. When Mary walked into my office, the pain in her body was palpable, yet she was unaware of it. She walked stiffly and nervously, her eyes darting about frantically, hyper-vigilant for her own safety. She spoke rapidly as if with great fear, and the urgency of her words revealed a deep suffering that in 46 years had never been relieved. Her body was constricted, thin and wiry, and her history revealed a number of self-destructive tendencies, including anorexic starvation in an attempt to annihilate her body and live entirely in her mind. She was now developing numbness in her extremities. Her hands, cut off from the waters of her soul, flitted nervously of their own accord, like fish on a line. She could not tell if she was hungry or sleepy, warm or cold. Disconnected from her body, it is no surprise that she felt disconnected from life itself. This woman was clearly an individual, yet her suffering had common roots with many clients I've seen over the years. She had tried other therapists, who stayed entirely in the realm of conversation, and none could touch the severe separation of mind and body from which she suffered. Her plight is the plight of many, in varying degrees of severity. Separated from the experience of our bodies, we are separated from our aliveness, from the experience of the natural world, and from our most basic inner truth. This division creates a dissociative state. Disconnected from our body, our actions become compulsive, no longer ruled by consciousness or rooted in feelings, but fueled by an unconscious urge to bridge the gap between mind and body at whatever cost. To lose our connection with the body is to become spiritually homeless. Without an anchor, we float aimlessly, battered by the winds and waves of life. Disconnection from the body is a cultural epidemic. Of all the losses rupturing the human soul today, this alienation may be the most alarming because it separates us from the very roots of existence. With jobs that are degrading, routines that are automatic, and environments that annihilate our senses, we lose the joy that arises from the dynamic connection with the only living presence we are guaranteed to have for the whole of our lives, our body. Mind severed from body, culture from planet. To lose our ground is to lose our home. Dissociation produces dangerously disconnected actions. Senseless killings and drive-by shootings, where another's body is seen as lifeless and meaningless, a thing of one's own, pervade our newscasts, met with morbid fascination by anonymous viewers, Women annihilate or silicone their curves to meet the cultural norm of model figures plastered on billboards and magazines. Men pound their flesh into submission to build a sense of power, often numbing their sensations and feeling. Many people fall into addictions, numbing their aliveness with food, drugs, or compulsive activities. Children are beaten, molested, and marshaled into obedience, driven from their own young bodies before they even learn to understand them, driven by disembodied adults who know not what they annihilate. We are taught to control the body by way of the mind, which is considered far superior. But the body has an intelligence whose mysteries the mind has yet to fathom. We read in books how to eat, how to make love, how much sleep to get, and impose these practices on the body rather than listening from within. Without the body as a unifying figure of existence, we become fragmented. We repress our aliveness and become machine-like, easily manipulated. We lose our testing ground for truth. Devaluation of the body is further perpetrated by many religious attitudes. Some religions describe the body as the root of all evil, while others tell us that it is merely an illusion or, at best, simply insignificant. Medical practices treat the body mechanically, as a set of disconnected parts divorced from the spirit that dwells within. Standard training for psychotherapists completely ignores the role of the body in mental health. Conspicuous in their absence are requirements in anatomy, nutrition, allergies, movement, yoga, neuromuscular alignment, bioenergetic character structures, or even simple massage. The use of therapeutic touch or physical contact in any form is often strictly forbidden. So great is the fear of sexual contamination. Universities educate our minds at the costs of our bodies, where we sit completely still for days, months, and years, training ourselves for sit-down jobs that continue to ignore the body's needs. Is it any wonder that we equally ignore our physical surroundings, damaging the body of the earth in order to perpetuate our dissociated survival? Perhaps the increasing problem of homelessness is a metaphor for our own cultural homelessness, for the body is indeed the home for the spirit. Our healthcare crisis extends far beyond the issue of insurance coverage. It is a crisis of connection with the biological reality of our existence. Degradation of our physical reality is a cultural epidemic for which there is no simple cure, no pill to take, no miraculous healing, nor can we necessarily ease the pain that comes when the numbness wears off and we awaken to the constriction and abuse we have previously accepted. Only by recovering the body can we begin to heal the world itself. For as mind is to body, so culture is to planet. Healing the split between mind and body is a necessary step in the healing of us all. It heals our home, our foundation, and the base upon which all else is built. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the first chakra. The body, foundation, survival, roots, grounding, nourishment, trust, health, home, family, prosperity. The foundation of the temple. All foundations rest upon the earth, the universal ground for all that we do. To connect with the body is to connect with the earth, to be grounded in the biological reality of existence. Our bodies are the home of our spirit. Situated at the base of the spine, the first chakra is the foundation for the entire chakra system. It is here we build the foundation for the temple of the body, the anchor for the rainbow bridge. Without a strong, rooted foundation, little else can be accomplished. We must have soil firm enough to provide stability, yet yielding enough to be penetrated by roots. The anchoring of this temple digs deep into the earth, for its Sanskrit name, Muladhara, means root support. The foundation contains the temple's energy by defining its scope, edges, and boundaries. It defines a place as a basic context of all that happens to us. It gives us a ground, a home, an anchor point for our experience. The foundation largely determines the shape of the structure above, determining what it can hold, how high it can build, what kind of stresses it can withstand. Thus, damage to this chakra is reflected in each and every chakra above. To build a strong foundation is to gain solidity. Solidity allows us to be firm and make boundaries. Solidity has consistency, repetition, accountability. Our bodies are the solid form of our existence. They have definable boundaries. To be solid is to face what is in front of us without flinching, to remain anchored in truth in the face of opposition, and to remain calm and secure. Survival. Survival is the first challenge to being alive, the original instigator of feeling, action, creativity, and awareness. Without assuring survival, nothing is possible. By attending to survival, everything is possible. The underlying element of consciousness that forms this foundation is the instinct to survive. The instinct is archaic, fundamental, and unavoidable, and runs the baseline maintenance program of our physical existence. When satisfied, it retreats to a drone-like subroutine, allowing our consciousness to engage in other activities. When threatened, it dominates all other functions of consciousness. Where are your thoughts when you are suddenly chased by a mugger, spinning into a car accident, or facing a life-threatening illness? At these times, all available psychic energy is routed to survival, and little is available for anything else. When survival threats are frequent occurrences, as they are for someone raised amid violence or severe poverty, then consciousness becomes fixated at this level. This keeps the body in a state of hyperstimulated readiness, flooded with stress hormones that promote the instinctual fight-or-flight response. One may feel restless, tense, and unable to sleep deeply, which may lead to frequent health problems over time. This is common in post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, a condition where stress reactions continue to occur long after the trauma is over. One of my clients grew up in a Guatemalan war zone. After 15 years in a safer environment, his muscles were still constantly tensed and ready to run. He had insomnia and a serious jaw-clenching problem. He was fearful and jumpy and had trouble concentrating and difficulty manifesting prosperity. He was a highly creative, intelligent, sensitive man whose body was breaking down in his early 30s because he could never relax. He could neither satisfy nor escape the demands of his first chakra. When the first chakra is damaged, we are plagued with issues of survival, including health, money, housing, or job problems. We may find that a basic feeling of safety and security seems to elude us no matter what we do, even when there are no real threats to our survival. The survival instincts lie at the base of the collective unconscious, as inherited tendencies and preferences that have developed in the human psyche over the course of evolution. These instincts form the natural impulses of the body to defend itself and to connect with the environment. When these natural instincts are denied, we have a rupture between our waking consciousness and the very core of our being. We become disembodied and disconnected from our environment. By reclaiming the first chakra, we can live harmoniously with our basic survival instincts without being unconsciously ruled by them. The demon of fear. Scared is what happened when the sacred gets scrambled. When survival is threatened, we feel afraid. Fear heightens our awareness and floods the body with natural chemicals, such as adrenaline, to energize it for action. Fear brings our attention into the here and now to address the threat, but focuses the attention outward and upward to the chakras of perception and mental activity. We become hypervigilant, restless, anxious. We can't settle, relax, or let down. It's as if we are jumping right out of our skin. When we live in an environment of danger or deprivation, we experience fear. If danger was a frequent presence growing up, then fear pervades our baseline program for survival. The sense of fear brings a feeling of safety, as paradoxical as that might sound. We feel safe only because we are hypervigilant and become even more uncomfortable when we try to relax. The nervous system and the adrenal glands remain overworked. In this state of hyperarousal, our triggers are more sensitive and more likely to react in extremes. Our foundation is literally shaky, and concentration may be difficult. As a result, the body is in a constant state of stress, which becomes normal. This may eventually create high blood pressure, heart trouble, stomach troubles, immune system depletion, weak adrenal glands, insomnia, or chronic fatigue. Fear engages our survival instincts by getting us ready to respond. But if it becomes constant, we lose our ability to respond appropriately. Ideally, fear wakes us up from the sleepy, hypnagogic state of merging and trust, characteristic of the infant. When the threat cannot be overcome, we adapt to the fear and form ourselves around a basic contraction and shakiness. This is contrary to the healthy state of the first chakra, which is associated with safety, security, and solidity. To work through fear is to learn to relax and feel the subtle energies of the body, to have pleasure and expand our attention to a wider vista. To combat fear is to strengthen the first chakra. To live with fear is to weaken it. In order to fully ground into a solid foundation capable of supporting the rest of our activities, the demon of fear must be overcome. This means, first of all, that the fear must be understood. Where did it come from? How did it serve you? Understanding is not enough, however, because the fear response is still lodged in the body. The next step is to release and integrate the instinctual responses to the fear. Does it make you want to run and hide? Does it make you angry and activated, or paralyzed and confused? Allowing the body to express those responses helps complete the gestalt of the response to the original trauma. In its completion, the cycle of fear can be broken and a healthier pattern created. Finally, one must develop the strength and resources to effectively meet similar threats in the future. This may include such things as building self-esteem, learning martial arts, or improving communication skills. Although fear is the demon of the first chakra, it is also a sacred adversary, a presence that has much to teach us. Fear exists as an ally of self-preservation, teaching us of our own importance and the need to take care of ourselves. Only when we acknowledge this demon as an ally can it be truly mastered. Ernest Holmes, who founded the science of mind philosophy, describes both fear and faith as having similar qualities. Fear is a belief that something awful might happen, while faith is a belief that something good will happen. Although the results are different, the causes are the same. Both are beliefs that govern our behavior and influence the way we feel. If we can replace unreasonable fear with reasonable faith, then we have a natural antidote to our first chakra demon. This external fear is never to leave us for as long as we live with it. It operates as a transpersonal stimulus for the development of consciousness, with which to oppose what is feared. Without this fear, there would be no psychological development. Edward Whitmont. Reclaiming our roots. The Sanskrit name for the base chakra, Muladhara, means root support. This chakra roots us into our bodies, the physical world, and the earth. A plant cannot survive without roots, and neither can the psyche of a human being. Our roots represent where we come from, the earth, womb, our ancestors and family, and our personal history. We cannot simultaneously deny our past and maintain our roots. In order to create a solid foundation, we have to sort out the roots of our childhood. For better or worse, these roots nourished and sustained us in our most formative stages. Where the ground was inhospitable, we need to transplant our psyche to more fertile soil. This involves paying attention to the environments we live in and the ground we create around us. The Muladhara chakra corresponds to the element earth, which is the ground for our roots. As stated in the introduction, human life is dependent upon a supply of energy. Our roots can be seen as the way our system plugs into the larger system of the planet, which is our source, the origin of the liberating current from which all things grow up. The elements needed for physical survival come from the earth in various forms: the food we eat, the things we touch and see, the water we drink, the air we breathe, and the sounds we hear. We push against the earth in order to stand or move, and we rest upon the earth, nurtured by gravity, when we choose to be still. For most of us, our roots are unconscious influences on our behavior, linked to elements from our past. To bring Muladhara to consciousness is to bring awareness to our roots, to uncover the past, to examine it, to delve into it. Everything that grows above branches out into infinity, growing more complex. Going down to our roots brings us into a singular simplicity and anchors us into the commonality of the collective unconscious. It brings us home to the earth. Just as the groundedness of a tree routes the flow of sap from earth to leaves and from leaves to earth, so does our groundedness channel the flow of excitement from ourselves to the environment and from the environment to ourselves. Stanley Kellerman. Grounding. A healthy first chakra allows a person to be energetically grounded, a concept that is critical to understanding basic aliveness and well-being. Grounding orients us in time and space and connects us to the environment. Being grounded gives us a source of strength through connection to our body and environment. Physically, this happens through the legs and feet, through which excitement is passed up into the body and excess is discharged downward into the ground. This means we can stand on our own 2 feet and move forward in life. Only by drawing energy up from the base can we create the liberating current that flows to the crown. Grounding brings consciousness into the body and is essential for forming healthy boundaries. We feel more awake and alive when the downward current of consciousness connects with the body and meets the edges and boundaries of physical reality. Many people who consider themselves spiritual have greatly improved their lives when they learn to send their energy downward as well as upward. We are typically taught that spirituality is only found in the non-physical realms. Yet to truly experience our body's aliveness is to experience a profoundly spiritual state, achieved by embracing our natural tendencies, rather than denying them through ascetic practices. The mighty oak was once a little nut that stood its ground. When we are grounded, we can be present, focused, dynamic. Our attention is concentrated in the here and now, bringing a dynamic intensity to the way we present ourselves. Our experience is direct, sensate, immediate. We are confident yet contained, connected with our own source of support. Without grounding, we are unstable. We lose our center, fly off the handle, get swept off our feet, or daydream in the fantasy world. We lose our ability to contain, which is the ability to have and to hold. If we cannot contain, we cannot hold our boundaries and build up inner power. Thus, we cannot mature. Boundaries allow the hermetic seal necessary for transformation. Without boundaries, natural excitement gets dissipated and diluted and becomes ineffectual. When we lose our ground, our attention wanders and we appear vague and insubstantial. The healthy establishment of one's ground is essential work of the first chakra and the foundation for any further growth. Here lies the basic rights of the first chakra: the right to be here, and to the right to have what we need in order to survive. To be grounded is to be connected to our emotional, electrical currents, to the waves of our needs and images, and the rhythms of actions which comprise our physical psychic processes, the rhythms of the human and natural ground. Stanley Kellerman. Nourishment. The need for nourishment forces us to remain open as a system, in constant interaction with our environment. Nourishment is our most basic form of support for the body's survival. Our past history determines how we support and nourish ourselves. Without support, we fall. Without nourishment, we collapse. Persons who embody a sense of physical collapse are revealing a lack of support in their life, and their bodies show a corresponding sense of defeat. They may question their right to be here, have difficulty nourishing themselves, or suffer from abandonment issues. Eating disorders are often manifestations of first chakra issues of nourishment. My friend Connie turned to food whenever she felt lonely, trying to make solidity out of her feelings of emptiness. Mary, whom we met earlier, so questioned her right to be here that she literally doubted her right to feed herself and frequently went days without eating. Reclaiming our right to be here, learning to ground, and attending to our need for nourishment are all first chakra necessities. Manifestation and prosperity. The characteristics of good grounding, connection with our bodies and the physical world, self-nourishment, and self-preservation contribute to the ability to manifest prosperity. I'm not talking about being rich here. I am talking about meeting basic survival needs in ways that offer security, stability, and enough freedom to expand beyond survival consciousness. This means being able to keep the rent or mortgage paid, keeping the car in good repair, keeping our homes relatively clean and running smoothly, and putting regular meals on the table. This is about being able to handle the basic demands of the earth plane, the requirements of living in a physical body. In order to meet these survival needs, we must be able to deal with our immediate physical environment, to extract from it what we need for our personal or familia preservation. This is the testing ground of our first chakra abilities. It gives us a means for our own independence, enabling us to stand on our own 2 feet, to stand in our own ground. Only by standing in our own ground can we determine our future. The first chakra is the most specific and limited level in the system. A limitation is a boundary, separating something from what is around it in order to define it. A boundary creates a necessary limitation that allows us to have something whole, something specific. In order to manifest, we must be able to accept limitation. We have to be able to focus on what we want, to be specific about it. We have to be able to stick with it long enough for manifestation to occur. I have to be able to sit in my chair for months on end to manifest this book. It may be necessary to stick with long periods of schooling or training to manifest a good job skill. To become proficient at something, we have to practice it over and over again, limiting ourselves to that specific activity until we master it. I have known many highly intelligent and talented people, especially in the New Age and counterculture circles, who could not manifest prosperity. What I have also noticed in this group is an unrealistic attachment to freedom, an unwillingness to accept limitation long enough to manifest their basic needs. As a result, they do not have freedom at all, but enslavement to a first chakra level of consciousness. As a freedom-loving Sagittarian, I spent the decade of my 20s in this state. I was free from the restrictions of a boring job, but I also was too poor to do anything with my freedom. It was not until I accepted limits with grace that I manifested any prosperity for myself. Manifestation requires an acceptance of limitation. A boundary allows us to contain, and thus collect and build. When we cooperate with first chakra limitations, our energy builds up and naturally expands to other levels. When we rebel against these limitations, we are kept in survival mode and are unable to get our liberating current up off the ground. The essential paradox here is that we must accept limitation in order to transcend it. This theme applies to all the chakras. We must consolidate each level in order to move on. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the first chakra at a glance. Age, womb to 12 months. Tasks, physical growth, motor development, bonding. Needs and issues, trust, nourishment, safety, right to be here. A game of pretend. The task at this time is to help the child come fully into her body, develop a sense of trust in her caretakers, and a sense of safety about the world around her. Stanley Kilman. Our family determines how we find our ground, how we form our territory. If we do not have plenty of touching and holding, we may never be sure of ourselves emotionally, of the ground we stand on, since we cannot trust others to hold us. People who are not held enough have a fear of falling and hold themselves stiffly away from the earth. Stanley Kilman. Allow yourself, for a moment, to enter the experience of the newborn infant. You have just left the warm and dark womb where everything was provided for you, and emerge now into dazzling light and cold. You open your eyes and see blurred images. Hearing sounds louder than you have ever before heard. You are scared and hungry. Some basic instinct draws your mouth to a breast, and you suck your first juices of life. Warm milk flowing into your empty belly. You relax, temporarily feeling safe. You have begun your lifelong journey with the most difficult task of all, getting born. For the first several months of your life, you can't do anything for yourself. You understand nothing and have almost no control over your body or surroundings. You can't speak the language, so you can neither communicate nor understand anything said around you, yet your life depends on getting your needs met. Though you gradually master simple tasks, this is your basic state during the first year of life. The meeting of your needs is beyond your control, yet you need everything. There is a frightening feeling that was not present in the womb. Things are not provided automatically, as they were in the womb. There are periods of hunger, cold, discomfort, and pain. Whether these needs are miraculously met creates your psychological foundation for relating to the world. Trust or mistrust. Because you do not understand the mechanism for getting your needs met, crying is automatic and unintentional at this stage. The issue of trust versus mistrust becomes a basic experience of your very self. This is your first vague sense of whether or not you are glad to be here. Trust or mistrust is the basic element of your first chakra program, which is a foundation for all the other programs that follow. Trust enables your body to unfold from its cramped position, allows security and calm, and encourages connection, bonding, and exploration. With trust, the survival instinct is satisfied, and there is a sense of emotional well-being. If you are confident that the world is a friendly place, you have the sense that you will live. Without trust, your survival feels constantly threatened, and because there is nothing you can do to meet the threat, the anxiety is unbearable. The substance of survival, feeding, holding, warmth, and physical comfort, must come from outside you. This is provided by your roots, meaning your parents, family, and caretakers. The degree to which parents succeed at this task depends a great deal on the kind of support they received as infants and children, and what kind of support system they have for themselves while you are young. Are grandparents helpful and supportive? Is there adequate money for the family to take care of needs? Does the mother have to work? Does she eat well while pregnant and nursing? All of these affect your first chakra development. In the first few months of life, your nervous system responds instinctually. Signals come from within your body, hunger, cold, discomfort, and are communicated spontaneously through movement or crying. Your consciousness is not developed enough to block any flow of energy. You are utterly open, as you have not yet learned to filter out anything unwanted. Your infant body is literally flooded with aliveness or charge. It is from this state that you form your first chakra and the very beginnings of self. Environment as self. Human life begins in a state of pre-egoic embedment. The neonatal condition is one of immersion in the dynamic ground, prior to the articulation of any sense of individuated selfhood. In the sense of original embedment, the neonate is, in effect, in a womb outside the womb. He is in a state of psychic gestation antecedent to the delivery and development of the ego. Michael Washburn. For the developing fetus, the uterus is the first experience of body, the first home and environment, and the ground of being from which life emerges. For this reason, this environment has an important and often overlooked influence on first chakra development. The mother's nutritional balance and her emotional states during pregnancy play a role in the texture of the child's personal ground. When the womb is tight, the infant learns to contract her own body. When the mother is afraid or tense, chemicals flow through the uterine environment, stimulating a level of heightened energy that becomes a normal baseline state for the fetus inside. If the mother uses substances like tobacco, alcohol, or drugs, the child inside uses them too. Birth is the gateway into life and the beginning of individuality. It is the first step in our lifelong journey and has a marked effect on how we feel about that journey. Yet the infant is not aware of the individuality for quite some time. For the first 5 to 6 months, she remains in a state of fused identity and has no concept of a separate self. The mother's body, voice, touch, and general presence are all part of a unified, undifferentiated whole experience of life. The state of both mother and environment become, literally, the first experience of self. If the mother is warm and attentive, the environment comfortable and supportive, then this is how we experience ourselves. The charge flowing through us is warm, exciting, and positive. If the mother is cold and cruel, and the environment is painful, then our first experiences of life and of self have a negative charge. This programming provides a basic building block of all further development and is why first chakra issues show up in all the chakras that follow. If reflexive body gestures and sounds, such as crying, produce relief in the form of food, warmth, and comfort, then the continuity between inside and outside remains unbroken, and the fused state continues until there is enough awareness and motor development to begin separating. If the child is unable to get her needs met, then she develops growing distrust of the outer world, a disassociation from the inner world, and a feeling of helplessness and inadequacy at the core of her being. The need for the inner and outer worlds to remain consistent is extreme in the young child for many years to come, but especially during a period when there is no distinction. If our instinctual impulses do not get us the things we need in order to survive, we learn to distrust or ignore them, and simultaneously perceive the world as hostile. To distrust our basic instincts is to put ourselves at odds with the deep core of our physical being. It puts us at odds with our ground and the natural world. Erickson named this first struggle of life trust versus mistrust, and described its healthy resolution as a feeling of hope. Hope is the enduring belief in the attainability of primal wishes. Hope gives us confidence, enthusiasm, positive thinking, and excitement about life. It is the essential essence needed to thrive and move forward. The developmental tasks at this stage center around learning to operate the body as the basic vehicle of life. Awareness, coming down from the 7th chakra, is initially focused on the body itself as the child discovers her hands, feet, fingers, and toes. She learns through instinct to suck, grasp, roll over, sit up, creep, crawl, and walk. The child also learns to make contact with the physical world by grasping and moving objects, learning to handle a bottle or cup, using the sides of the crib to pull herself upright. She eventually learns that objects continue to exist even when she cannot see them. The first chakra program is pre-verbal, preconceptual, reflexive, and instinctual. Piaget called it the sensory-motor period, where awareness is sensory and the task is motor development. At about 6 months, an amazing change takes place. The child sits up and becomes vertical on her own for the first time. The chakras are now stacked up on each other, and the energy begins to flow upward. Parents often notice an increased brightness and presence in the child. Sitting up expands the field of visual perception, and consequently the size of the world, marking the beginning of the second chakra. Other first chakra developments continue, however, such as increasing body weight, developing motor coordination, and strengthening the legs in preparation for walking. Soon the child creeps, crawls, and walks, standing at last on her own 2 feet with some degree of vertical independence. The fundamental building blocks of the individual life have been created, and the child is ready to explore the world through her senses and movement, opening the exciting realm of Chakra 2. Traumas and abuses. Anything that threatens survival, such as birth trauma, abandonment, neglect, serious illness, malnourishment, extreme poverty, or physical abuse, impacts the first chakra. The younger a child is when such things occur, the more likely these threats will undermine first chakra formation. A smooth first year of life creates a solid foundation that can better withstand or recover from difficulties later on. When a young infant faces danger or neglect, it forces him to fall back on himself, an independence which is developmentally impossible. Instead, the child falls into an intolerable pit of fear and helplessness, the experience of having no ground. When this happens, the downward current of energy is blocked. Instead, the life force moves toward the upper chakras, which feel safer. The upward movement then becomes habitual, depleting the lower chakras and sending the system out of balance. As the parent was to the child, so the mind is to the body. Birth and infancy are beyond the conscious memory of most people, yet, as primary experiences, they indirectly pervade every aspect of our being. Recovery from these traumas is a distinctly non-intellectual process. It requires returning to the messages and movements of the body, immersing ourselves in our physicality, and reconnecting to core impulses. The following is a closer look at some of the unfortunate events that damage first chakra functioning during its crucial formative stages. Birth trauma. The period immediately following birth is the most impressive part of life outside the mother's body. What a baby encounters is what he feels the nature of life to be. Jean Liedloff. Birth is our first survival experience. Separation from the mother after birth is a deplorable medical custom that is fundamentally traumatic to the infant. It is no wonder that a culture practicing such a custom leaves people so out of touch with their ground that we find ourselves suicidally damaging the earth, our collective ground. Consciousness and culture change much more rapidly than the evolution of the physical body. Only in the last century have babies been born into a technological environment, compared to millions of years of moving from the womb into an equally organic experience of contact with the mother, quiet, darkness, and containment. Technological birth, in which the infant is pulled out into bright lights, spanked, and separated from the mother, is such a shock to our ancient nervous systems that the experience is an assault to our neurological sense of ground. Those first moments communicate that something is terribly wrong, even though a newborn is not conscious of such a formulation. Male infants are even further traumatized by circumcision without anesthesia. Fortunately, hospitals are becoming more aware of the need for continuity from the womb to mother and breast. Breastfeeding is making a comeback, and postnatal contact is finally recognized as crucial to mother-child bonding. In the meantime, we have several generations that endured ground-wrenching birth experiences. For most of us, reclamation of our body and ground must be a conscious act instead of a literal birthright. Birth traumas can set up further difficulties and weaknesses. The child of a horrible birth is more likely to cry, be needy, and have health problems. The crying may in turn inhibit parent-child bonding, causing stress in the new parents, which leads them to further neglect or abuse. When the ground is properly laid in, and the child is well received, nurtured, and cared for, then he is relatively calm and more likely to receive the positive regard and support of others in those important first few months. Incubator babies are deprived of the mother's touching and suckling. Seeing loving faces through glass without being touched is disembodying. Adults who are incubator babies may have a tendency to view their lives as surreal and put up with distant relationships without knowing how to bring them closer. There is a vague sense that something is missing from life, but they are unable to grasp what it is. Isolation feels normal and is therefore too easily accepted. They are missing the experience of safety and bonding, and therefore of solid contact with their own body. Abandonment. Abandonment, whether physical or emotional, directly impacts our survival. A child that is not touched enough experiences a kind of abandonment, even when other care is provided. Physical nurturing is so essential that children in institutions deprived of touch often die from a disease called marasmus, a Greek word for wasting away. They simply do not have enough energy to form themselves from food alone. In the 1920s, studies revealed a death rate for institutionalized babies of 90 to 100%. The few that did survive were the ones graced by brief periods in foster homes. Abandonment can be subtle or blatant. Any time a young child is separated from his birth parent, he feels somewhat abandoned. Short periods of separation are normal and do not cause lasting harm. Longer periods, such as lengthy hospital stays, divorces, or long trips out of town, create profound insecurity. It is important to take time for extra attention and assurance after such separations. Even when a child is adopted, there is still an abandonment by a birth parent. Adoptive parents need to make up for the child's separation anxiety by providing consistent love and security, more than natural children would need. Abandonment threatens our survival. It makes us feel unwanted, and we doubt our right to be here. It elicits fear, which may inhibit appropriate responses to common situations. For instance, if we fear abandonment as adults, we may be afraid to speak up in our relationships about the things we dislike, for fear of being abandoned again. Or we may accept abandonment too readily and interpret the slightest criticism or mood change from our partner as a signal that we are unwanted. The emptiness of abandonment may be re-experienced every time it happens in adulthood, where the loss of a loved one leaves us feeling like we're falling apart. The body itself may reflect this collapse, with the muscles chronically undercharged, the legs weak, and the upper back hunched over as if the spine cannot quite hold itself upright. Abandonment during the formative years often results in an excessive first chakra, one that overcompensates by clinging to security, food, loved ones, or routines. Janet was unhappy with her job, but was terrified to lose it for fear of never finding anything else. Mariana's relationship was unfulfilling, but she was convinced she would be alone forever if she left it. Marvin had plenty of money in the bank, but could never spend it. Each one clung to the security of what they had, essentially putting their energy in a holding pattern that provided false security. Without basic trust, they all feared change. Abandonment by others also creates a tendency to abandon oneself. Cindy, for example, abandons whatever task she is doing at the slightest interruption. Sam takes poor care of his body, forgetting to eat or bathe. Sarah abandons her own opinion when she meets disagreement and adopts the other's opinion. Nathan abandons his projects before he completes them, dropping out of school and leaving tasks unfinished at work and home. Abandonment undermines the trust needed to develop a sense of security, hope, and confidence. It undermines our very foundation of self. Neglect. Neglect is a subtler form of abandonment. Neglect is often intermittent, counteracting the first chakra's basic job of stabilizing the entire system. If the neglect is mild enough that we still survive, we grow up with a buried memory of helplessness that lacks a connection to anything concrete. This instability leads to a mistrust of others, causing a further alienation from those who might give support. Neglect also results in shame, which heavily impacts the third chakra senses of self-esteem and personal power, as well as the fourth chakra right to be loved. Like abandonment, neglect is often echoed in the way we treat ourselves. Feeding difficulties. Malnourishment or hostile eating situations, such as Dad's outburst of anger during dinner, affect our ability to nourish ourselves, an essential first chakra function. Whether or not a child is breastfed, the emotional state of the mother while feeding, and inherited attitudes about food all impact this vital survival function. I have had more than one female client who was not allowed to eat until her brothers were fed. Another told me of having to sit at the table for 4 hours until she ate a cold plate of eggs. Some children live in constant hunger, while others are overfed foods of poor quality, forced to eat when not hungry, or manipulated by parents through food. Adults who had these types of experiences as children have a hard time interpreting true hunger messages. They may have food allergies, avoidance or addiction to food. This can appear as trust issues, eating disorders, digestive difficulties, or simply as the stagnant energy that results from being a closed system, unable to incorporate new input. Since nourishment comes in many forms, food, friends, or intellectual and creative stimulation, this issue may translate to many other areas of life. Enemas. No form of abuse is more binding than physical violence. The victim bonds to the abuser out of terror for his or her life. The more one is beaten, the more one's self-worth diminishes. The more one thinks they are lowly and flawed as a human being, the more one's choices diminish. One becomes bonded to violence. John Bradshaw. Another first chakra trauma, more popular a generation ago, is the trauma of enemas. Repeated use of enemas is tantamount to sexual abuse. Only the abuse is to the first chakra, rather than the second chakra of sexuality, though in some cases it may have sexual overtones. This invasion of the area most closely related to the root chakra destroys the trust so crucial at this stage, and literally fractures one's sense of solidity. Difficulty with boundaries is guaranteed, creating either impenetrable walls or non-existent boundaries. The first chakra, right to have, is denied, as the child's only solid creation is taken away against their will at a time out of sync with the body. In reaction, energy is pulled upward toward the head, resulting in either an inability to hold and contain or an excessive need to do so, as well as a damaged sense of autonomy, a third chakra issue. This does not mean, however, that any use of enemas is abusive. There are times when it may be necessary for health reasons. It becomes abusive when it is used excessively, unnecessarily, as an instrument of power or punishment to the child, or as a perverse sexual sublimation on the part of the parent. Physical abuse. Physical abuse causes pain and teaches children to dissociate from their bodily sensations. The anxiety from the abuse produces stress hormones, and this heightened state may become addictive, producing a need to create crises throughout life in order to feel alive and overcome the numbness of dissociation. Crisis puts us repeatedly in a state of survival. Bodily dissociation may make one accident-prone, where edges, boundaries, and dangers are not noticed. These minor injuries bring one home to the familiar experience of pain. Coping strategies for dealing with physical abuse can impact any and all of the chakras, with difficulties in surrendering to feelings, chakra 2, power dynamics and self-esteem, chakra 3, relationships, chakra 4, communication, chakra 5, clear seeing, chakra 6, and clear thinking, chakra 7. As physical abuse literally harms the body, it will always show up in first chakra issues in some way. It marks a profound betrayal of trust, as the child is always ill-matched for protecting himself. Physical abuse may create excessive or deficient coping strategies, either separating consciousness from the body or creating an obsession with the body as a thing. Combinations of both dissociation and obsession are common, such as numbness of feeling coupled with fastidious dieting. Physical abuse has a fragmenting effect on the nervous system and a similar effect on the natural flow of experience. In some cases, the body is physically damaged by cuts, wounds, or broken bones. Does it not follow that the more subtle energy fields become broken and fragmented as well? This makes it hard to mend the shattered sense of stability, trust, safety, and well-being. As physical abuse usually comes from someone within the home, daily life becomes dangerous. Fear is then a constant companion, a way of relating to the world, and as such, becomes a touchstone for the experience of aliveness. This may cause one to create future crisis situations, where the familiar sense of stress is used to stimulate that sense of aliveness. Accidents, surgeries, illnesses. James came from a relatively normal home without any of the apparent abuses that so often plague my clients. Yet his history showed an unbelievable series of freak accidents. At age 4, he was hit by a car and broke his leg. The next year, he fell and fractured his skull. Another year, he had acute appendicitis. At 15, the jack on a car gave way while he was underneath, nearly killing him. When I saw him at age 19, he had just been attacked by a mugger while delivering pizza at his evening job. James was an intelligent and likable guy who had trouble sitting still, concentrating, or sticking with anything. Though he was otherwise intact, he had a traumatized nervous system from his many accidents. Surgeries, severe illnesses, or accidental physical injuries can have traumatic effects on the body and nervous system. Even surgery necessary for survival can traumatize the body and psyche of the child going through the experience. We do not usually think of car accidents as having long-term emotional effects, but many people report unconscious fears, difficulty sleeping, changes in eating habits, prolonged nervousness, and difficulty concentrating long after their physical injuries have healed. Effects from these events can be harder to decipher, as they may have been dismissed as insignificant. Still, they leave their mark in the body, usually as post-traumatic stress symptoms that exhibit an energetic fragmentation unrelated to current events. The tendency to fragment may resemble the energetic process of the schizoid structure, without its other physical or emotional characteristics. It is as if the impact of the accidents sent the spirit out of the body, and it has not quite found its way back in. Just as a cup that breaks and is re-glued may have tiny leaks in it, the auric field does not always seal completely, and there may be difficulty with containment, focus, grounding, and other first chakra issues. Inherited trauma. Lucy was born 2 years after her sister died in the crib. Lucy's parents doted on her and gave consistent attention to her every need. What fueled this care, however, was her parents' fear that she too might die suddenly. Lucy absorbed this fear unconsciously and had frequent health problems and insecurities throughout her life. Hannah had an underlying sense of fear and insecurity that seemed unrelated to any trauma or abuse. It manifested as an excessive clinging to security and hoarding of possessions. Her parents had fled to this country during World War II under great duress and danger. Her mother was traumatized by the experience, even though it was rarely mentioned among the family. Hannah could remember her mother waking up with nightmares and coming to her for comfort. Her mother was fanatical about locking doors and maintaining provisions for emergencies, and lived with a sense of fear about Hannah's future. Inadvertently, she passed her fear onto her daughter. It is possible to inherit first chakra issues from our parents without any direct abuse to ourselves. Parents with war trauma, poverty issues, racial persecution, those who are Holocaust survivors, who have lost a previous child, or have unresolved survival issues of any kind, including the ability to be fully in their own bodies, might unconsciously pass their fears on to their children. This will most likely result in attitudes and beliefs about the world's danger, rather than physical manifestations. Still, this can contaminate the underlying ground of being with an unidentifiable layer of fear and distrust that eventually becomes part of the bodily experience. Poor boundaries. We can interfere with embodiment by not permitting boundaries to form, or by not permitting boundaries to unform. Either way, we can discourage our future, our self-forming. Stanley Killiman. Without awareness of bodily feeling and attitude, a person becomes split into a disembodied spirit and a disenchanted body. Alexander Lowen. Boundaries can be a mystery to those who have been deprived of nurturing, continuity, and safety. A client of mine who had grown up in an orphanage could not comprehend the purpose or need for any boundaries at all. His pain of separation and desire to merge were so intense that the whole concept of boundaries was loathsome to him. As a result, he repeatedly invaded others' boundaries and eventually wound up in jail with charges of child molesting. When our own boundaries are not functioning, the world will provide them for us. Others will reject us. Police will jail us. Illness will confine us. We will pair up with people who have overly rigid boundaries and who will continually throw us back on ourselves. However, if lower chakra needs have been properly met, then we are not afraid to set appropriate boundaries. We have the ability to say, enough food, enough drink, or enough of this non-productive relationship. We can withdraw, secure in the knowledge that our own roots will support us. We are not dependent on others. If our needs are not satisfied in the first chakra, then we are afraid to set limits, still seeking at any cost the merging and contact that we were denied, never experiencing the satisfaction of enough. When a person is not allowed to have their own ground, but must serve the survival needs of the family, then boundaries do not form. This is the background of the codependent who may have had to care for mommy in her illness, daddy in his drunkenness, or the younger siblings while the parents worked. When these duties become necessary for survival, then survival is equated with no boundaries. The child grows up with a pragmatic contradiction because in today's world, survival most definitely requires boundaries. Upper chakra dominance. Experiences that threaten survival intensify the upward movement of energy in the body. When the body is neither safe nor comfortable, the child redirects her attention away from the unpleasant experience and cuts off bodily sensations. The downward, grounding current is inhibited as much as possible, directing most of the energy to the head. Such a person may be physically numb and fail to notice that she needs to eat or rest, both of which are first chakra maintenance programs. As a result, she may contract frequent illnesses, listening to the body only when it is yelling too loud to be ignored. She may not read emotions clearly, since emotions have bodily sensations, and consequently be unaware of her needs. A person with an accelerated upward current is hypervigilant to messages outside of herself, as if constantly searching for ways to connect with her caretaker or constantly watching for danger. This is the hallmark of a deficient first chakra. The body is deadened, and the consciousness is elevated, creating a profound mind-body split. An adult with damaged ground is usually plagued by a terrible sense that something is wrong, but cannot identify what it is. Ground is so basic and structured so young that it literally becomes background. We are seldom aware that our ground is infertile soil, muddy landslide, or impenetrable rock. Like a fish who does not know it is in water, our ground is often invisible to us. As a result, a therapist working with this problem may feel confused about the issue and be led away from it, just as the client's own energy has led them away from their ground. The sessions may be highly intellectual, jumping from topic to topic, or contain lies and omissions that cover up the true problem. Learning to develop the downward current of the body, and literally building a ground just as one would build a foundation, brick by brick, is what is needed for the top-down structure in which the upper chakras dominate. Objectifying the body. The neurotic ego dominates the body. The schizoid ego denies it, while the schizophrenic ego disassociates from it. Alexander Lowen. One of my clients constantly referred to her body as this thing she dragged around with her. Another worried about her figure to the point of obsession, trying to make it look just like the models. Another, who was a dancer, said, "I get so mad at my body when it doesn't perform the way it's supposed to." The body can be an alien entity to the person whose first chakra is damaged, seen as a static thing rather than a living statement of the soul. Alienation from the body results in objectifying the body, which means seeing it as an object, like a puppet master sees his puppet. Women in this culture often regard their body as a thing, even if they suffered no abuses as children. As Susan Kano writes in Making Peace with Food, it is only through extensive and continual conditioning that an intelligent human being comes to see herself as an ornament, whose first priority is the attainment of a slender body, rather than as a complete human being who has a myriad of other concerns and unlimited potential. As we objectify ourselves and each other, we come to see the body as a thing to be controlled and maintained, rather than as a living, dynamic statement of who we are. Other chakra imbalances. When the first chakra is damaged, it reflects in each of the other chakras. Sexuality is affected, as it is an experience of the body, of the senses, and of contact and connection. One's sense of personal power is affected because we cannot fight or defend ourselves without ground to stand on. Without roots bringing energy and nourishment up from the earth, we are weak. Relationships are adversely affected by the lack of boundaries and a persistent insecurity that needs constant reassurance. Communication may be blocked by fear, or become excessive and disconnected from feeling. The upper chakras are more likely to be intensified with an elaborate and creative imagination and a dedication to the intellect as a defense against feeling. In extremes, such intensification can cause confusion, vagueness, or a feeling of going crazy. The answer lies not in curtailing consciousness, but in grounding and embodying that consciousness. Character structure. The schizoid, creative and intelligent. The schizoid defense is an emergency mechanism for coping with a danger to life and sanity. In this struggle, all mental faculties are engaged in the fight for survival. Survival depends upon the absolute control and mastery of the body by the mind. Alexander Lowen. The schizoid character structure is also called the creative because of its high degree of intelligence, creativity, and interest in spiritual matters. This structure develops early in life, even in the womb, where a child may be conceived by a fearful, angry, or unwilling mother whose emotions are transmitted to the child. This structure can also be seen as the unwanted child. Refer to Figure 1.1 in the bonus PDF. If the mother is fearful or resistant to being pregnant, her muscles will contract, and the womb will be tight around the fetus. The growing child does not get a sense of freedom, safety, or being wanted. She contracts her own being, even as she is physically growing at a rate faster than any other time. Contraction becomes a normal way of being, an energetic statement of withdrawal from life. If the mother has pulled away from her own body, she will have difficulty transmitting a healthy sense of ground to her child. She may not touch the infant enough, which is the basic affirmation of the child's existence. Since the body is not affirmed, the creative character questions her right to be here, the first of our 7 rights. Creative types do not feel they have the right to take up space or attend to their physical needs. They tend to deny their own bodies, ignoring signals of hunger, thirst, or fatigue. This can also happen when a mother is overtired, ill, or burdened with too many children, even if her children are wanted. Without proper support, the mother cannot give the important grounding that her child needs during the first year of life. Mary, whom we met earlier in the chapter, had a schizoid/creative character structure. She was tall, thin, and wiry. Her eyes were wide open, as if frozen in a startled position. She was nervous, shaky, and highly energized, even prone to manic attacks. She slept and ate very little, and had been diagnosed at one time as anorexic. When asked to draw a picture of her body, which was a difficult exercise for her, she drew a rope coiled tightly around her torso, like a boa constrictor. Her torso moved very little and was collapsed at the chest. She was especially blocked at the throat, which she constantly cleared as she spoke. Her speech was hurried and frightened, yet she did a lot of writing that revealed her highly sensitive and intelligent mind. She was capable of great insights and perceptions and missed very little of what went on around her. Her upper chakras were highly developed, while her lower chakras had very little energy. She was out of touch with her body. She had not had a sexual partner for many years. She felt powerless in most areas of her life. She lived alone, spent much time alone, and had acquaintances but no close friends. Mary's energetic process was fragmented. She preferred to stay in the realm of conversation, where she felt safe, and jumped from topic to topic. She told me she felt she had not participated in her own life, and as she began to heal, she at first scattered her energy through too many activities, afraid to invest in any one thing. Since her body was constricted, she had difficulty handling too much charge or excitement. If this occurred, she would become confused by the upward current of energy overcharging the upper chakras and flooding her with too much information without a way to sort it out. The limiting and grounding aspects of the lower chakras were not available to her, as she basically lived in fear. I gave Mary assignments in self-care, oriented toward basics like eating and sleeping. I recommended that she get a massage each week, take walks frequently, and indulge in pleasurable things like long hot baths. As she was unable to experience her body as a whole, single organism, we worked to reclaim it piece by piece. I used the asset of her creativity in drawing and had her engage in movement that expressed what she drew. This gave her a feel for the connection between her body and her body image. I helped her experience and adjust her boundaries, moving them from the withdrawn space deep within her to something she could place around her for a feeling of safety. I helped her break the habit of constriction by pushing against me while I held a pillow, energetically pushing out from within. I was careful to avoid overcharging, as her body could not handle it. Instead, we worked with grounding exercises and gentle, safe physical exploration. Gradually, Mary learned to pay attention to her body. In an ongoing therapy group, she slowly learned to trust more people and open up to them. She learned to value herself and reclaim her right to be here. She began getting involved in activities that brought personal satisfaction. Her process of recovery went through many turns and stages, but once begun, she could no longer continue the self-denial that had been her pattern for over 40 years. She was now participating in her own life. Excess and deficiency. Determining excess and deficiency within the chakra in question is a necessary assessment to make before using most of the exercises. An excessive chakra will benefit most from relaxing or discharging exercises, while a deficient chakra will benefit from stimulating or charging exercises. Charge is a bioenergetic word for the body's basic excitement. We feel charge when we are angry, excited, sexually aroused, scared, in love, or any of a number of intense emotional states. We feel charge whenever our survival is threatened, when we get a profound spiritual connection, when we watch an exciting movie, or when we are creating a work of art. Charge can be felt as intensity, enthusiasm, or heightened awareness. Issues from our childhood hold a lot of charge, some positive and some negative. For children of alcoholics or divorced parents, holidays are often charged with anxiety. We become hypersensitive to issues that have a lot of charge, and we may overreact or compulsively avoid such situations. Positive experiences hold charge too. We may get a charge of energy from seeing an old friend, getting a promotion, or remembering a good vacation. Charge can be invoked through grounding exercises, increased breathing, fantasy, visualization, or talking about charged material. Dream images may hold a lot of charge, and this charge may spontaneously arise in the body as one discusses his dream. Truth also has a charge, especially when it has been previously hidden, as if a gate opens in the body. Increasing charge increases one's awareness of the body by increasing its aliveness. If a person is depressed, or his body seems weak or unformed, increasing the charge can give him a sense of well-being, and is a fairly safe process. Depression is basically a state of undercharge, a lack of excitement or enthusiasm. Not all charge is pleasurable, however. When a body is rigidly compressed, as it is in the schizoid/creative structure, increased charge may be felt as anxiety. Chronic muscular tension is designed to defend against charge, as a way of avoiding or dispelling unwanted feelings. In this case, one must be careful not to overcharge or load the body with more energy than it has the capacity to safely handle. When one is overcharged, he may feel anxious, restless, scared, or out of control. Excess charge of this type is experienced as stress. Refer to Figure 1.2 in the bonus PDF. Deficiency. A deficient first chakra is contracted, vacant, weak, sloppy, or unformed. This is usually recognizable by simply looking at the body. Contraction pulls inward, as if the person were trying to make himself as small as possible. He may sit cross-legged and hunched over, with arms pulled inward across his body, making tight, small movements. In assessing contraction, it is important to see if you can determine its center. A person may be contracting his energy upward into his head, backward into his solar plexus or heart area, or occasionally downward into his ground. If the contraction pulls away from the ground, the first chakra becomes empty and vacant, and the person may be totally out of touch with feeling in this area. If a person's energy is very disorganized, the first chakra will be weak and disappear at the slightest challenge. It may appear to be grounded at times and not at others. The person may shift his position constantly, as if fidgeting, or move from foot to foot while standing. There is a restlessness to the energy in general, often with difficulty concentrating. There is also a kind of deficiency that may appear in either a thin body or with a large, overweight one, which would seem like an excess, where the body is very loose and unformed. Since the first chakra is about solidity, the unformed body has a hard time solidifying itself or holding its shape, ground, or basic structure. There is poor muscle tone, circulation, color, and boundary formation. This is a state that is undernourished and undercharged. A person with a deficient first chakra does not recognize the body's importance. Grooming and hygiene may be poor. Dressing may be sloppy. Details about life are not important, whereas fantasies, dreams, knowledge, and spirituality are very important, balanced by upper chakra dominance. Deficient first chakra types need to discover their ground. They respond well to working while standing and using exercises that charge the body. They need encouragement to form themselves and maintain that form, which can be strengthened through challenge. Boundary exercises are very useful. Excess. An excessive first chakra feels heavy. It has solidity, but with a sluggish and massive feeling. The body is more likely to be large and dense, with excess weight distributed especially around the hips, thighs, and buttocks. The weight itself is solid and thick, rather than loose and flabby. If there is no weight problem, You may find that the muscles are hard and rigid. The body is quite solidly formed and seems resistant to change. The person may not move his body very often in the session, whereas the deficient may shift constantly, and the eyes are defensive, with the head held steady. He may complain about being stiff, sluggish, bored, afraid of change, or unable to get off the ground. There may be a hardness about the person's character. He likes routine, security, and possessions, and may be driven toward financial achievement. He may appear cynical about spiritual subjects, preferring the concrete. His appearance may be meticulous, well-dressed, and well-groomed. Movements, when they occur, may be repetitive or compulsive. His boundaries are overformed, more like brick walls. He complains about being stuck. Excessive first chakra types need to discharge, let go, and shift from excessive stability to movement and flow. Since energy is fixated at the base of the spine, movement is needed to distribute the energy more effectively and leave the first chakra in better balance. Physical movements such as dancing, walking, swimming, or simply stretching are usually successful with the excessive first chakra because the physical realm is one that is familiar and comfortable. Yoga is especially recommended as it allows for peaceful relaxation and subtle movement of energy within. Balance. A balanced first chakra is solidly grounded, yet dynamically alive. There is both flexibility and consistency, an ease with both expansion and contraction. There is a sense of form without rigidity, a feeling of bodily comfort, and a healthy distribution of energy throughout. This gives a sense of inner security, good self-care, an affirmed right to be here, and a strong sense of presence. I am often asked if a chakra can be simultaneously excessive and deficient. This actually happens quite frequently, where some coping strategies overcompensate while other aspects are avoided. This is an attempt to balance the energy within a chakra, rather than throughout the system as a whole. A chakra balanced within itself is less likely to affect other chakras in the system than a chakra that manifests one-sided patterns. We integrate by bringing the extremes back toward a common center, anchored in the physical body. For example, overeating is often an attempt to ground the body. By increasing the function that is underdeveloped, in this case, appropriate grounding, we create a possibility for the compensating function to decrease. Assessing your history. Uncovering developmental life experiences can also shed light on a given chakra structure. What is known about one's birth, breastfeeding, or early infancy? What else was going on in the family at that time? Were there any major illnesses, surgeries, or hardships? What kind of bonding and nurturing came from the mother? How did the mother relate to her own body? Were there any threats to one's survival, or the survival of family members? And how were these factors addressed? Using common sense, these questions usually reveal excessive and deficient strategies. Neglect and rejection usually result in deficiency, where not enough energy comes into the system to form a solid foundation. Stressful situations, smothering, or numerous challenges are more likely to result in excess. The ground needs to hold on for dear life in order to survive and therefore overcompensates. It is possible, however, that the same situation can produce equal and opposite reactions in two different people. Physical abuse may send one person completely out of touch with her body, while another becomes overly focused on it. Persistent problems are examples of the processes in place. My health is a constant problem. I can't seem to get going. I'm afraid all the time. My finances are always deplorable. These can usually be sorted into problems of excess or deficiency. Restoring the lotus. Healing the first chakra. The following is an outline of suggestions, techniques, and interventions for addressing first chakra imbalances. I want to stress that each technique should be used with discretion and in combination with your own therapeutic style. No two people are alike, and the space here is not adequate for elaborate diagnosis. To heal our relationship to our bodies is to heal our relationship with the earth. To regain our ground is to regain our aliveness and the foundation of all that follows. It is first important to determine the state of a person's connection with their body, the ground beneath them, and the environment around them. The shape and form of the body and the characteristic style of connection with the outside world are where we find clues. Careful observation of the way a person walks, talks, moves, breathes, sits, and looks out from behind their eyes tells us about the underlying patterns. Here we are looking at the body's statement of inner process, such as contraction, expansion, conflict, freezing, collapse, activation, deadening, or dissociation. Notice that these are energetic statements rather than emotional states, even though they are caused and often accompanied by emotions, such as fear resulting in contraction, helplessness and collapse, excitement or anger and activation. These states will change according to what is going on at the moment. Describing a past trauma may bring activation into some parts of the body. In first chakra work, however, the energetic statement made by the body is more important than the emotion itself. Keeping the person in touch with bodily sensations, rather than focusing on the emotions, helps provide containment for difficult, traumatic material. The person can focus on what her body is doing without getting lost in the feelings, which are more characteristic of the second chakra. This is done through constant reference to and mirroring of the physical processes that are experienced during the session. When you feel scared, what does your body do? What happens in your belly or your breathing? A person can learn to gain some relief from painful emotions simply by changing their physical expression, without tumbling down the labyrinth of historical content and emotional soup. A simple grounding suggestion can also bring greater strength and calm, such as, what happens when you put your feet back down on the floor and press your weight into them? What happens when you stand up? Drawing the body. I find it useful to have clients draw their own body on a large piece of newsprint with an assortment of colored crayons. The instructions given are to draw what your body feels like without trying to make a realistic picture of it. A pencil-thin anorexic may draw her body as a puffy balloon if that is the way she experiences it. A rigid person may draw dark squares and hard angles. A fearful, contracted person may draw a very tiny body, using only a quarter of the page, where an overly expanded person may need several sheets of paper. An underformed collapsed person may draw ethereal swirls with no concrete form at all. The beauty of this exercise is that it shows graphically, without intellectualization, what is going on energetically. The client can look at her own picture and see forms that normally remain unconscious. After first asking the client to talk about her drawing, the therapist can then ask questions and point out overlooked aspects such as, what does this heavy black line going through your middle section represent to you? I notice your drawing looks very fluid, but has no boundaries. Does this fit your life? It seems you are afraid to take up space. You draw the body as if it were very fat, but you are actually very thin. Sometimes whole parts of the body get left out. How does the client relate to these parts? One person left out her head because she ran out of room on the page and was afraid to ask for another piece of paper. Does she often lose her head out of fear of asking for what she needs? Another person used 3 sheets of very large paper, 24 by 36 inches, but made only a very few pale marks. Her energy was too diffuse. If possible, have the client stand before a full-length mirror and hold her drawing in front of her torso. This has the effect of giving a kind of X-ray vision into the internal schema of the energetic structure. How does she feel about this person? What conclusions would she draw if she saw only the picture? What are the areas that most need attention and healing? If there is no mirror in the office, give this as a home assignment. As people grow and change, they can make these pictures periodically, providing a graphic representation of their progress. Body dialogue. If you're in a live body, No one can tell you how to experience the world, and no one can tell you what truth is, because you experience it for yourself. The body does not lie. Stanley Kelman. The first step out of dissociation is to reestablish communication with the body. This exercise gives voice to various parts of the body and allows the mind to dialogue with these parts and learn about their experience. I usually begin by having the person lay down in a relaxed, comfortable position while I sit beside her with a pad and pencil, ready to write down everything that is said. I first ask her to pretend that her body is a corporation and that she is a visiting consultant, sent to interview the workers about how they each feel about their job and their position in the company. Each body part is a member of the corporation, and I ask her to work her way from the feet to the face. After I name a part of the body, the client begins with, "I am my feet and I," and then completes the sentence with their emotional experience. "I am my feet, and I feel like the weight of the world is on me. I am my belly and I feel afraid. I am my head and I run the show." Sometimes one part of the body may wish to tell a whole story, linking several statements. Other times, it may not be able to find its voice, or it may feel numb. When the whole body has had a chance to speak, I then read back what I have written, omitting the actual body parts. I feel the weight of the world is on me. I feel afraid. I am running the show. I feel numb, tense. The client then gets a chance to see how the body is expressing her life experience. Following this exercise, which usually comprises a whole session, one can then go back and have dialogue with the parts that seem most significant. So you, chest, feel constricted and empty. What would make you feel fuller? So stomach, you feel like you have to be big to get noticed. How does it feel being big and full? How does it feel when you're empty? The stomach might answer, "It feels scary when I'm empty, but I feel numb when I'm full." Then the question might be, "What do you feel scared of?" The dialogue can occur between the client and herself, or between the therapist and the client. The goal is to develop a relationship through communication and acknowledgement, a relationship that can lead to action and change. Affirm the physical. The body ego, owing to its direct openness to the dynamic ground, is energized throughout the power of the ground. The body ego's entire physical being is electrically charged, which means that any of its bodily limbs, parts, or zones, upon being caressed or manipulated, can become a seat of somatic ecstasy. Michael Washburn. The first chakra represents our physical reality. When it is damaged, our relationship to the physical world is damaged. Therefore, in case of both excess and deficiency, healing occurs through creating a new relationship with the physical, with our bodies, the earth, and our surroundings. This can be an act of reunion or an exploration of a marvelous mystery. For the schizoid structure with the deficient first chakra, touch and nurturing are crucial for developing a relationship with the body that is affirming and pleasurable. Regular massage and physical exercise are indispensable. Massage helps break down contracted body armor, while simultaneously providing a nurturing and pleasurable experience. Exercise actually pumps energy through the body and develops strength, promoting a sense of connection and pride. As stated earlier, it is important to continually refer the client to his bodily experience. What happens in your belly when you talk about this incident? Can you feel the change in your breathing whenever you speak about your mother? If the client reports that he feels nervous or scared or angry, encourage him to anchor those feelings in the body by asking him to describe their physical sensations. What do you feel in your body when you're nervous? The answer might be, "I get butterflies in my stomach, my breath gets shallower, I tighten my shoulders." Every feeling has a physical sensation. Once the physical response is clarified, the feeling can be deepened by exaggerating that response, or lessened by creating an equal and opposite response. One might say, tighten your shoulders and constrict your breath even more. Intensifying the feeling can help bring it from the unconscious into conscious awareness, where it can be reclaimed, examined, or expressed. This is especially crucial when working with body numbness, where the physical sensations have to be exaggerated in order to be noticed. A negative feeling can be lessened by instructing the client in an opposite movement. For example, Joni, who was physically abused as a child, has an unconscious response to painful material, which is to draw her legs up into her body and bring her knees close to her chest. When asked to exaggerate this, she curls into a ball as if to hide. As she does this, she feels intense fear, which she recognizes as a frequent feeling from childhood. To encourage her to uncurl, I ask her to deepen her breathing, put her feet on the ground, and then push down into her feet. This encourages an opposite reaction that creates an entirely different feeling. This gives Joni a sense of her ground and a place from which to affirm a new way of being in her body. Sometimes, changing body movements in this way evokes a cathartic release, which may or may not be advisable, depending on the level of trauma. One needs to proceed carefully. If the trauma is severe, activating a release may overwhelm the system, especially if the grounding is weak. If grounding has been adequately developed during previous sessions, with a strong sense of trust in the therapeutic relationship, then gentle release may bring relief by discharging the feelings held in the body armor and allowing new feeling to enter. In order for Joni to maintain this grounded position and feel comfortable with it, she needs to reorganize her usual way of handling things. It is not as easy to retreat energetically when the feet are planted firmly on the floor. To support the new structure, she must instead confront, say no, get angry, or defend. This response needs to be encouraged, but from a bodily position that supports it in small, manageable steps. The emotional and physical structures are interdependent. Change in the physical structure helps support a new emotional response, and change in emotional expression helps support new physical postures. Both sides must be worked simultaneously, but emotions are more appropriate to the realm of the second chakra, so we will focus here on the physical. Work on the feet. We connect to our ground through our feet and legs. Working on the feet can imply two things: working directly with the feet themselves, as in foot massage, flexing and arching, kicking, or pushing with the feet. See my book, The Sevenfold Journey, for more physical exercises. Or working while standing on the feet, literally getting on one's own 2 feet. As I begin grounding work with the feet, I ask the client to remove his shoes and socks and stand on a tennis ball or a footsie roller to open up the muscles in the feet. The client stands on one foot while pressing the other into the tennis ball, applying enough weight to loosen tension. A footsie roller is a wooden dowel with ridges sold at many natural food stores or health spas. The footsie roller is harder than the tennis ball, but penetrates more deeply. Sometimes I have the client walk across a plain wooden dowel, about the size of a closet bar, moving his feet 1 inch at a time. This last exercise can be quite painful to the feet if there is a lot of blocked energy, so I only use it when working on more advanced stages of grounding. Unfortunately, most psychotherapy occurs as a verbal dialogue, sitting in a chair, and is essentially non-physical. This is clearly not the best approach for someone who wants to work on lower chakra issues, especially if their cognitive faculties are overdeveloped as a defense. In this kind of situation, there are still some simple things that can be done to support grounding. At the very minimum, one can teach a client to keep his feet on the ground, preferably with shoes off. This helps him maintain a deeper energetic connection to his body and a greater presence in the session. This is essential for people who have grounding problems, which, in reality, is most of the population. Asking the client to occasionally press into his feet reaffirms and strengthens the grounding connection, and is especially useful when dealing with fear and nervousness. Pressing into the feet helps push energy through the body where it can be released. The client can be asked to continually monitor his bodily experience, as explained earlier. Exercises that involve drawing the body or speaking for body parts as if they were subpersonalities and assigning body supportive homework are essential adjuncts to working with the first chakra. Once the feet have been opened up, I ask the person to stand and experience them in a whole new way. I ask him to feel his feet holding up the body's weight and to feel the texture of the floor beneath. Most are astonished at how much more awareness they have of their feet and immediately feel a bit more grounded. Doing psychological work while standing increases the body's energy, allows greater assertiveness, overcomes passivity, and supports independence. The mere act of standing is an assertion of autonomy. Standing takes one out of the baby stage and allows the adult to emerge. Standing establishes a ground and literally manifests the metaphor to take a stand. Many of our expressions reflect this important energetic concept: to put one's foot down, to have a leg to stand on, to refuse to stand for something, to withstand, and finally, to understand. Having a client stand on his feet embodies any and all of these concepts. In this case, the stand he takes is for himself. Careful attention is also paid to the way in which he stands. Is the pelvis tipped forward or held back? Are the knees flexible or locked? Does the belly hang forward or the chest collapse? These are all indications of the client's holding pattern and should be noted and worked with over time. It helps to explore both conscious and unconscious body postures. Conscious body posture is the one we have when we are watched. We hold in our stomach, lift our shoulders and chest, and straighten our spine. Unconscious body posture is the one that happens without thinking. We may slump, tighten, or stand habitually on one leg. How does the client feel when trying to ground? Does it make him feel jittery or secure? Is there a focus of tension that occurs in the body, or does the body relax? Does it require much concentration, or does it come naturally? Do the eyes express excitement, fear, or sadness? These are the things to ask about and observe, or to offer as feedback to the client. Your eyes are suddenly showing fear. Is that what you're feeling? Next, direct that identification to the body. So, what sensation in your body lets you know you're afraid, and when did this sensation start to occur? Other questions or statements might include: what do you experience in this position? Your pelvis is pulled backward. What happens if you allow it to move forward? It seems you have a need to lock your knees. What happens when you bend them? These statements are not designed to be analytical, as much as to invite deeper experience. Look for breaks in the flow of energy, places that are held stiffly, or parts that move awkwardly. Then focus and exaggerate these unconscious processes until they become conscious. Locking the knees is a way to throw the body into passive weight, where we withdraw energetically while still giving the outer appearance of being present. Passive weight can also be thought of as dead weight. Locking the knees cuts down on the energetic connection between the legs and the ground and deadens bodily sensations. When the knees are locked, the belly pushes forward, the chest collapses, the head falls downward, and the breathing lessens. This is the posture of defeat, and defeat is allegorical to falling. Therefore, we lock our knees to remain standing. The posture of alertness, by contrast, holds the knees slightly bent and keeps the center of gravity low, much like the stance used by martial artists. It is not so much the meaning of life that we seek, but our aliveness. When we have that, the meaning of life is obvious. Grounding exercise. To increase the sense of dynamic contact with the ground, I ask the client to place his feet shoulder-width apart, with toes slightly inward and knees slightly bent. Sometimes I tell him to push into his feet as if trying to part the floorboards, increasing leg solidity. A person cannot easily be pushed off their ground when holding a position like this. Asking him to maintain this position while the therapist pushes slightly on the sternum requires him to dig his feet into the floor, which increases the energy in the legs. Once the basic position is established, I then ask him to bend and straighten his knees several times slowly, inhaling while bending and exhaling while straightening, and pushing them into the floor. The knees should not straighten all the way. If this exercise is done correctly, a mild trembling in the legs will begin. With some people, this takes only seconds. with others several minutes. The trembling is a sign that new energy is coming into the legs and feet. If the exercise is continued, this energy will gradually increase and the trembling will become stronger. As it does, it can be used to enliven parts of the body that are deadened and move through blocks, or it can be pressed upward to the rest of the body. Every time we push against something solid, we increase energy flow in our body. Increased contact with the ground builds up charge. One must be careful to observe how the client deals with the increased charge. If anxiety arises, which it often does, it must be either processed or curtailed. It can be curtailed by slowing down or stopping the exercise, kicking the legs into the air in front, or sitting in a chair with the head lowered. It can be processed by working with the material it illuminates. Sally, for example, got very anxious during her first grounding experience. This was observable through her eyes and breathing, and through elucidating frequent descriptions of her experience. "I'm getting very uncomfortable," she said. "Fine, let's hold the position right there and see what the discomfort is about. What are the sensations in your body?" "I'm getting a tingling in my hands and lips." This is not an uncommon response to charge. "Okay, pay attention to your hands. What do they want to do? What is their impulse?" "I don't know, I can't tell. I feel confused." I could see the arms trembling, as if locked in place. Try reaching forward with your arms, reaching out in front of you. Sally reached out in front, and the charge ran up her torso and outer hands. She began to sob. The sense of anxiety changed, and she was suddenly immersed in the memory of wanting to reach for her mother when her mother was not there. She was able to express her feelings of sadness and her inhibition around reaching out. I allowed her to grab my hands and feel a solid contact with someone. The end result was a feeling of calm. In this case, anxiety arose from the confusion she felt about her instinctual, core response to needing someone when they were not there, a response that had been shut off for lack of satisfaction. In other cases, it may not be resolved so simply. My rule is to take the person as far as she can handle, and only push when I feel confident there is a possibility of some resolution within the session. I determine this by intense observation and constant dialogue that keeps me in touch with both her physical and emotional states. As a person begins to resolve the issues brought to light by the exercises, the grounding gains solidity. She is literally resolving that which has stood between herself and her ground. As this occurs, problems with jobs, housing, and physical ailments, all first chakra issues, begin to resolve. Regressive techniques. Since the first stages of life are preambulatory, not all first chakra work can be done while standing. If there are traumas that occurred in the earliest stages of childhood, it may be necessary to use postures that simulate these earlier stages. Rebirthing techniques are done while laying down, and use certain kinds of breathing to trigger memories of the womb and birth experience. Holotropic breath work, created by Stanislav Grof, is a technique that releases deep tensions held in the body. These are not techniques that can be adequately described here, but one might want to refer a client to a trained rebirther or holotropic breath worker for a few sessions to access material from these early stages. These methods are very powerful, however, and should not be used lightly with a client who has serious trauma or with one whose history you do not yet know well. When doing work with early childhood stages, I have the client lie down on his back, on a fold-out futon, keeping the knees bent so that the feet are flat against the foam. I then facilitate relaxation and encourage deeper breathing, watching closely for signs of energetic changes or blocks. The following exercise, pushing the feet, pushes energy down into the legs. I ask the client to raise his legs into the air and wave them around, much as an infant might. I also encourage him to make abstract sounds as he breathes, easy for some and difficult for others. The sounds help the client to surrender to the movement of energy, but are not a focus at this time. I then ask him to push outward with his feet with the toes flexed back toward the body. As the client pushes into his heels, the legs will soon begin to vibrate, just as they would in the standing position, and I encourage them to surrender to this trembling and to continue breathing fully. After building up the charge, I ask the client to kick his legs rapidly in order to discharge, with knees bent for the younger stages, knees straight for a more mature assertion. Sound is encouraged here, and if the arms seem energized, he can also strike the mat with his hands or fists. The kicking lasts until the client is tired, usually a minute or so, and is followed by rest. This is an expressive charge-discharge cycle that pushes out but does not encourage the act of taking in. It will open up the energy and get it flowing, but does not teach the client to contain. It is good for a basic anger release and breaking up rigidity, but is not advised for issues of abandonment, lacking of nurturing, or neglect, which are softer and quieter experiences. Note, many of these exercises have what I call an afterflow. This means that the energetic flow in the body is more likely to occur immediately after the exercise than during it. Therefore, it is crucially important for the client to take a few moments of quiet to really feel the streaming of energy in his body before moving on to something else. For tenderer emotions, I allow the client to begin by lying down and work with the hands and lips. I gently massage the shoulder and back muscles and ask the client to reach forward with his hands as if reaching for a person. I also encourage the suckling response by asking him to push his lips outward, especially good for the oral/lover structure. It rekindles the oral experience, and through renegotiation of past memories, can help satisfy the endless oral cravings. It is important to end with the client getting slowly to his feet, feeling the ability to support himself in an active and adult way. Some of these techniques have profound boundary implications and should not be used before establishing clear boundaries and a sense of safety and trust between practitioner and client. The practitioner must stay aware of transference and counter-transference issues. I always completely describe the exercise ahead of time and ask the client if he feels comfortable with it before beginning, assuring him that we can stop at any time. I do not even suggest such exercises to a client who has just begun therapy, or to one who, in my assessment, is not good at saying no, such as sexual abuse survivors and clients with an extreme need to please. As with any therapeutic technique, caution and discretion are imperative. Conclusion. Without the healthy functioning of the first chakra, we are hopelessly trapped on a mundane level of existence, forever avoiding and forever dealing with the same issue, a need to solidify the ground level from which all else grows. It is my belief that if a person's ground is not somewhat intact, all other work is less effective. If the ground is intact, subsequent work proceeds in a more coherent fashion and strengthens the ground. Grounding is a slow and cumulative process. It is where we begin, yet it is always changing as a result of what we build above it. One can never work on grounding too much. Our culture, so very removed from the ground of the planet, and with values that hold the body and the physical world in such low esteem, continually separates us from our ground. Regardless of childhood development, there is always work to be done to overcome the cultural programming that weakens our first chakra connection. Reclaiming the sacred temple of our bodies, our right to be here, and our right to have what we need in order to survive, can be a joyous reunion with the very ground of our own being, and a solid beginning to the exciting journey of recovery through the chakras. Chakra 2. Swimming in the waters of difference. Second chakra at a glance. Element, water. Name, Svadhisthana, sweetness. Purpose, movement and connection. Issues, movement, sensation, emotions, sexuality, desire, need, pleasure. Color, orange. Location, lower abdomen, sacral plexus. Identity, emotion. Orientation, self-gratification. Demon, guilt. Developmental stage, 6 months to 2 years. developmental tasks, sensate exploration of the world, locomotion, basic rights, to feel and have pleasure, balanced characteristics, graceful movement, emotional intelligence, ability to experience pleasure, nurturance of self and others, ability to change, healthy boundaries. Traumas and abuses. Sexual abuse, covert or overt, emotional abuse, volatile situations, neglect, coldness, rejection, denial of child's feeling states, lack of mirroring, enmeshment, emotional manipulation, overuse of playpen or restricting normal movement, religious or moral severity, anti-pleasure, physical abuse, alcoholic families, inherited issues, parents who have not worked out their own issues around sexuality, untreated incest cases. Deficiency. Rigidity in body and attitudes, frigidity, fear of sex, poor social skills, denial of pleasure, excessive boundaries, fear of change, lack of desire, passion, excitement. Excess. Sexual acting out, sexual addiction, pleasure addiction, excessively strong emotions, ruled by emotions, hysteria, bipolar mood swings, crisis junkies, oversensitive, poor boundaries, invasion of others, seductive manipulation, emotional dependency, obsessive attachment. Physical malfunctions. Disorders of reproductive organs, spleen, urinary system, menstrual difficulties, sexual dysfunction, impotence, premature ejaculation, frigidity, non-orgasmic, low back pain, knee trouble, lack of flexibility, deadened senses, loss of appetite for food, sex, life. Healing practices, movement therapy, emotional release or containment as appropriate, inner child work, boundary work, 12-step programs for addictions, assign healthy pleasures, develop sensate intelligence. Affirmations. I deserve pleasure in my life. I absorb information from my feelings. I embrace and celebrate my sexuality. My sexuality is sacred. I move easily and effortlessly. Life is pleasurable. Shades of orange. Lose your mind and come to your senses. Fritz Perls. I seldom find a client or even a friend without sexuality issues. Too little, too much, afraid, addicted, ashamed, deprived, or compulsive. The cries of sexual wounding echo through many lives, bringing pain and frustration, anger and fear, all to an experience meant for pleasure. Collectively, these wounds reverberate through our culture in struggles over a vast range of sexual issues: birth control, abortion, gay rights, nudity, fidelity, celibacy, child molestation, rape, and pornography. In a binding paradox, sexuality is simultaneously rejected and magnified. This wounding takes its toll. Emotional numbness is the approved ideal for public behavior. Emotional reactions are frowned upon as a sign of losing control. The function of feeling, in the Jungian sense, is considered an inferior function in our culture, associated with the inferior status of women. Passion, an essential motivating force for vitality, power, and creativity, is suppressed, viewed as a petulant child needing to be controlled by our will. Without passion and pleasure, our lives blur into senseless sameness, our feelings dulled behind the daily subroutines of expected behavior. The second chakra, center of sensation and feeling, emotion and pleasure, intimacy and connection, movement and change, is instead turned and twisted, squashed and squandered, further severing the perceptual cognition of the mind from the sensate ground of the body. Without touch, we become literally out of touch. Dulled in our senses, behavior becomes senseless instead of sensible. In recovering the second chakra, we reclaim our right to feel. We also reclaim passion and pleasure, neediness and vulnerability, and our sensate connection to both inner and outer reality. We free the flow of dynamic energy that is essential for growth, change, and transformation, and release the armor that separates us. We can then reclaim the intimacy that we long for, ending our fragmented isolation. Sexuality and spirituality have long had a conflicted relationship. Many people see them as polarized rivals for consciousness, that to pursue one is to deny the other. Such philosophies tell us that to become spiritual, we need to overcome desire, to renounce sexuality, to rise above our feelings. Other practices, such as Tantra, see sexuality and spirituality as an indivisible whole, each one enhancing the other. To deny the qualities of the second chakra is to deny an essential piece of our wholeness, a piece that has an important part to play in the expansion and awakening of consciousness. To make it more or less important than the other chakras is to unbalance the whole system. Let us honor the second chakra as an exciting and necessary part of our journey, and in that honoring, free ourselves to both enjoy it and embrace the realms beyond it. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the second chakra: change, movement, flow, sensation, pleasure, emotion, need, desire, the shadow, guilt, duality, sexuality. Diving in the waters. The myth of going underwater, of being drowned and born again, the myth of baptism, is a daring leap into non-being with the prospect of achieving new being. Rollo May. As we enter the second chakra, we encounter the watery realm of emotions and sexuality. Where we have worked for grounding and stability in the first chakra, we now cultivate feelings and movement. Where we have been concerned with survival and structure, we now focus on sexuality and pleasure. Our associated element has shifted from earth to water, from solid to liquid. In this transmutation, we encounter change. Through consistency, consciousness finds meaning. Through change, it finds stimulation and expansion. Emotional fulfillment comes from balancing the emotional flow and emotional containment within the sensate and structural forms of the body. If we think of the body as a vessel for the soul and spirit, then the element of earth in Chakra 1 provides support and containment for the fluid essence of Chakra 2, much like a cup holds water. Without appropriate containment, water flows out and the cup runs dry. With excessive containment, however, water cannot flow at all and becomes stagnant and dull. Ideally, we want to have a cup that is capable of filling, holding, and emptying. The task of the first chakra was to build this container. In the second chakra, we look to its contents. Letting go to movement. In the first chakra, we learned to ground, stabilize, and focus. Now, in the second chakra, our challenge is just the opposite: to let go, to flow and move, to feel and to yield. Movement and change stimulate consciousness. They stir the watery essence of feelings that flow through the body. The universe exists only through a constant dance of consistency and change. Through consistency, consciousness finds meaning. Through change, it finds stimulation and expansion. To find consistency within change is to embrace the unfolding flow. On the physical plane, movement literally gets us up off our butts. where we rise from the anchor of chakra 1 and expand outward. Through movement, we extend our field of perception, increasing our sensory input. By moving the body, we build muscle tissue, increase circulation, stimulate nerve endings, and generally enhance the body's flexibility and aliveness. The flow of pleasure and excitation through the nervous system bathes the organism in sensation and awareness. Movement has its own pleasure. By paying attention to the way we move, we can uncover previously buried issues and feelings. In the first chakra, the structural forms of the body gave us clues to unconscious process. In the second chakra, we observe the way these forms move and make contact. Sensation. The senses are the gateway between the internal and the external world. Sight, sound, touch, taste, and hearing give us a constantly changing inner matrix of the world around us. The senses are the data input of our overall system. They allow us to connect and give meaning to our experience. Through our senses, we differentiate between pleasure and pain. We expand our contract, move forward or backward, react or inact. When there is pain or emptiness, our senses shut down. The complex combination of sensation and feeling gives us the emotional texture of experience. Senses, as the language of feeling, form the basis of our values. How we perceive something and how we feel about it determine our values. Without a sensual connection to what is around us, we lose our sense of values and distinctions. Pleasure. Just as logic leads the mind, desire guides the soul. Thomas More. What do you do after completing a hard day of work? Most people try to relax and turn toward pleasure of some kind. Once an organism has taken care of its survival needs, the next thing on the agenda is usually pleasure. It is biologically natural to move toward pleasure and away from pain. Pain makes us contract, withdraw, or shut down, whereas pleasure invites us to extend, expand, and tune into our senses. If our overall purpose in the second chakra is to stimulate movement, then pleasure is the most inviting way to accomplish this. As children, pleasure comes to us through touching and closeness, play and stimulation, and validation of our emotional experience. Children take pleasure in being alive and reaching out with that aliveness to encounter the world. To be met with love and encouragement in that reaching is to meet life as a pleasurable experience. Unfortunately, not all children have this luxury. My client Jennifer came from a home where pleasure was frowned upon as an indulgent waste of time and energy. Her mother was an overburdened single parent of 5 children who had to sacrifice pleasure simply to survive. There was never enough time or money for those little extras that bring pleasure to life. As the eldest, Jennifer was expected to shoulder adult responsibilities. Time spent with her friends was seen as taking away from her job with the family. She was not allowed to pursue her own pleasures. She grew up to feel she had no right to indulgences of her own, while her mother was working so hard just to survive. To this day, even though she has a well-paying job, she can only let herself buy clothes at the thrift store, rarely takes a vacation, and allows herself little time for sexual pleasure. Life to her is grim, and she looks older than her years. For Oliver, pleasure came with manipulative strings attached. Oliver was given treats of pleasure, such as cookies, extra time watching TV, or snuggles with Mom, only when he behaved according to his mother's needs. When he was sad, angry, or needy himself, these treats were denied. While this may seem like a common use of reward and punishment, Oliver now has trouble feeling his anger and expressing his needs for fear that his wife will deny him affection, or that some unseen punishment will fall from the sky and take away everything he values. In fact, Oliver has trouble figuring out what he wants at all, because long ago he learned to deny his wants. Oliver feels guilty about having pleasure in his life. always wondering if he deserves it. For Samantha, pleasure was provided in a healthy atmosphere. She was loved and touched without being invaded. Her body was respected and cared for. Her parents took pleasure in her curiosity and delight, and there was a spirit of fun in the household. She has a healthy sense of pleasure. She tunes into her body and can tell when she has had enough. She is positive and enthusiastic about life. How was pleasure regarded in your family? Was it frowned upon or indulged in? Did your family take time for vacations, laugh together, and play? Was there a predominant message that hard work and self-sacrifice were necessary for survival, or the means to spiritual fortitude? Were work and play, self-discipline and pleasure, brought into balance? How do these attitudes reflect in your own orientation toward pleasure? Pleasure invites us to pay attention to our senses, to live fully in the present, to enjoy the experience of being alive. Pleasure invites us to relax, which dispels stress. Pleasure makes us more receptive to new ideas, more enthusiastic about new tasks or demands. Through pleasure, we extend our awareness throughout the intricate network of nerve endings that constantly connect to the inner and outer worlds through the medium of consciousness. Pleasure invites us to integrate something, while pain pushes us to separate and disown. If someone or something is pleasurable to me, I am more likely to want to explore it further, move toward it, make it part of my life. If something is not pleasurable, as in a job that we dread, there is a tendency to avoid or deny it. Our culture equates maturity with the ability to deny pleasure. We are often told to put our pleasures away as we grow older, to sit still, work hard, deny or control our feelings. Pleasures we once knew become regulated by guilt, held inside by rigidity in the body and rigidity in our thinking. What becomes rigid also becomes brittle and fragile. Because of its fragility, a rigid system needs to be strongly defended, and that defense results in a closed state. When we are constricted, the flow of the life force is limited. When we let go and flow freely, we can literally carry more charge or excitement in the body. Getting the energy to move through the body is one of the major purposes of the second chakra. Pleasure is a primal means of inviting that flow. When pleasure is denied, an essential part of our second chakra program never gets installed. This creates a person who is missing a vital ingredient to wholeness, but does not know what it is, how to find it, or even that it is missing. The result is rigidity in the body and disconnection from the outer world. We filter experience through the realm of feeling. When pleasure is denied, we disown our right to it. We feel guilty for wanting it, ashamed of having it. Then all feelings are subject to question. The child no longer has the screen of his own feelings to filter incoming stimulation, and consequently loses the discriminating capacity of healthy boundaries. The result is excessive defenses, or the inability to protect oneself at all. Boundary issues are then prevalent in each of the lower three chakras. When primary, healthy pleasures are denied, secondary pleasures take over, such as the pleasure of drinking, drugs, avoiding responsibility, sexually acting out, or overeating. Since secondary pleasures cannot really satisfy our longing for primary pleasures, our lack of satisfaction makes us crave more, forming a basis for addictions. There is a ravenous hunger to feel good, a hunger that is never truly satisfied. Healthy pleasure brings satisfaction. Addictive pleasure brings a craving for more. Emotions. Emotion is the chief source of all becoming conscious. There can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotion. C.G. Jung. Emotions are instinctual reactions to sensory data. If the senses bring in raw information, Feelings are the unconscious reaction to this information, and emotions are the way we organize our feelings. Without consciousness, emotions govern our reactions. We may get angry, fall in or out of love, feel depressed or afraid. But these emotions generally arise from the depths of our psyche quite of their own accord. We may choose the way we respond to these emotions, but the feelings have a life of their own. I believe that ultimately, emotions have a spiritual function as the language of the soul. This language is spoken through the body. We can think of sensations as the words, feelings as the sentences, and emotions as the paragraphs. These building blocks are the primary levels of our experience through which our story unfolds, giving us meaning. Meaning integrates our felt sense of experiencing the world. Most therapies focus strongly on emotions. Pervasive feelings of fear, frustration, shame, or anxiety initiate the quest for change and the beginnings of transformation. If we run from these emotions, something that is culturally supported, we run from the very gateway to our transformation. Once on our quest, emotions help unravel the story of our soul's journey. Feelings emerge from the unconscious, from the instinctual core of the body, and move up from the lower chakras to interconsciousness. We react in certain ways, but we do not always know why. Feelings captivate our consciousness, fixating our attention until we unravel their mystery. Feelings are the key to buried memories, to events that have a significance our conscious mind may have denied. Initially, emotions are subconscious organizations of impulses to move away from harm and toward pleasure. It is difficult to feel emotions without some kind of movement. It's hard to hold still when we're angry or excited. Nervousness makes us shake. Sadness can leave us heaving in long, shaking sighs. We control emotion by freezing our body movement. We stiffen our jaw, tighten our neck and belly, inhibit our breathing, and generally contract. Feeling the emotion at a later time is usually accompanied by some kind of movement, a release of the held tension that allows us to open and expand once again. Anger is released through hitting or kicking, fear through shaking, yearning through reaching, sadness through sobbing. Just as releasing emotions frees the body, the converse is also true. We can free emotions by consciously moving the body. Reaching out may trigger buried longing and sadness. Hitting a pillow may access deeper levels of anger. The way we hold our body tells us a lot about what kind of emotions are stored beneath our awareness. Encouraging movement where the body is frozen helps to free the emotions and restore aliveness and motility. Need. Needs are necessities. They are not idle longings. I need to put gas in my car in order for it to run. I need to have training to do a particular job. My child needs love if he is to become emotionally balanced. These are requirements for healthy functioning. Needs are the basic requirement of the system, necessary for it to run. They are the non-negotiable bottom line. As children, we are often shamed for our needs. Our parents may have been unable to meet them, or may have had unmet needs of their own. As a result, we were taught that they were not necessities, and we learned to disown them. One woman I worked with could never let herself eat until she was absolutely starving, could not fill her gas tank until she was close to empty, and could not take the next breath until she had held her exhale empty for several moments. She saw her needs as dismissible desires, something she should overcome. She felt guilty for having them and tried to keep them hidden. As a result, she kept herself deprived and depleted, unable to fill her basic needs and move on to other things. When we reclaim our needs, we take responsibility for our own fulfillment. Desire. You are what your deep driving desire is. As your desire is, so is your will. As your will, so is your deed. As your deed is, so is your destiny. Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad 4.4.5. Desire is a spiritual/emotional impulse that inspires us to move to something greater, to embrace change. If we do not desire anything, the senses shut down. We lose our aliveness. We have no impetus to move forward. The object of desire may not be necessary, but the feeling of desire is the soul's longing to move forward. Desire is often frowned upon by spiritual disciplines. We are taught that desires are a trap, a distraction from our true path, bound to lead us astray. We are told that desires lead to frustration and suffering, and that only by denying them can we truly find God, enlightenment, or peace. But finding God is also a desire, a longing, and a need. Without desire, we are unable to put forth enough effort to attain what is difficult. Without desire, we have no energy, inspiration, or seed for the will. Desire may lead to frustration, but that frustration gives us powerful lessons for growth. Desire is not the trap, but the fuel for the action. It is the object of our desires that often gets confused. When we understand the deeper needs behind our desires, we are more able to satisfy ourselves at the core level. Desire is a combination of sensation and feeling. Desire is the fuel for the will, which is related to chakra 3. It is the seed of passion and enthusiasm, essential for developing energy and power. It is the essential thrusting forward that leads us to action. Only by staying in touch with our feelings can we truly know our soul's desire. Only by knowing our deepest desires can our will have clarity. Otherwise, the unacknowledged desires sabotage the will by fighting against it. This brings us to the shadow. The shadow. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. C.G. Jung. Repression will always call forth a compensatory counteractivity of the unconscious, which will, through the back door, force upon us the very thing we are trying to repress. Edward Whitmont. Unhealthy guilt is an autoimmune disease of the soul that causes us to literally reject our own worth as human beings. Joan Borysenko. Since the second chakra produces the first major change of consciousness, the first experience of opposites, and represents literally the number 2, it is associated with duality and polarity. Thus, one of the tasks of second chakra adult development is to integrate previously polarized or one-sided aspects of our personality into an indivisible whole. This is an essential step in our alchemical quest, the reclaiming of the shadow, and the integration of such polarities as masculine and feminine, mind and body, inner and outer experience. As it is with Jung's individuation process, we often have to move downward into the unconscious to pick up lost remnants of the lower chakras in order to become whole. In the second chakra, our work is to reclaim the shadow. The shadow represents repressed instinctual energies that are locked away in the realm of the unconscious. They do not die or cease to function, but they are no longer part of conscious awareness, no longer directly expressed through our conscious activity. Consequently, they are enacted unconsciously, sometimes with great force. We may think we never get angry, but enact a passive stubbornness that infuriates others. We may deny our own neediness, but subtly manipulate ourselves into the center of attention. Keeping the shadow in chains requires a great deal of energy and robs the whole of its grace and power. Furthermore, it doesn't work. The shadow chases us in our dreams. It sabotages our work and relationships. It energizes compulsive activities. When the shadow is repressed, we are cut off from our wholeness and from our ground. As the instinctual energies are a large part of the child's psyche, we are also removed from the innocence and spontaneity of the inner child. When the shadow remains unacknowledged, it is projected onto others. Like a hidden shape over which we shine our inflated light, the shadow is seen parading shamelessly in the behavior of those around us, while we remain righteously virtuous. Maria, who repressed her sexuality, saw every man as trying to get sexual favors from her. Sandy's foster mother, a benevolent leader in her church community, was punishing and controlling at home, constantly accusing Sandy of immoral activity. When we become polarized, we are like a magnet, drawing toward us the opposite pole. We invariably attract those who embody our rejected shadow, as mates, bosses, co-workers, neighbors, or children, who insinuate themselves into our lives through relationships we cannot easily escape. If we have rejected our personal power, our boss will be a tyrant. If we are an ever-giving codependent, we will marry someone cold and withholding. If we are quiet and considerate, our neighbor or roommate will be noisy and inconsiderate. Shadow qualities are met with intense criticism and judgment as they are projected onto others. The presence of this judgment is our clue to the shadow as a rejected self. If sexuality is a rejected self, then overt sexuality in others will produce a highly charged negative reaction, much like what we see in some religious sects fixated on the sexual behavior of others. If anger is a rejected self, we will fear and criticize it in others. If we suppress our emotions, we will have little tolerance for those who are needy, crying, or strongly expressive. It makes us very uncomfortable to be around someone expressing our shadow energies. Our judgment is an attempt to negate the source of our discomfort. Psychologist Hal Stone suggests that this judgment arises out of the resonance between the rejected self and the behavior of the other. It is hard for the unemotional, rational type to be around someone who is emotional because it awakens his rejected emotions. Since this aspect of his personality is not allowed expression, the stimulus must be removed at all costs. If it's not removed, his rejected self will awaken to the point where he can no longer keep it in check, a point that seems dangerous to the ego's concept of self. Through judgment, we attempt to remove stimuli that might awaken our shadow. Reclaiming the shadow dissolves judgment and brings greater acceptance of self and others and restores an essential wholeness. One of my rejected selves was the slacker. Unable to relax, I had to push myself all the time to be constantly accomplishing something. I felt critical of those who were not working as hard as I was, and judgmental of my husband reading the Sunday paper while I worked, until I learned to acknowledge how much I needed time off to sit and simply relax. My judgment of others' laziness gave me the clue to my rejected self. Allowing myself to be lazy at times and to relax and enjoy life eliminated my judgment of others and greatly improved my health and relationships. Reclaiming the shadow does not mean that we become thieves, killers, rapists, or rageaholics. Such aspects are more likely to emerge when the shadow is repressed and its energy builds to the point of taking over the conscious self. The greater the repression, the louder our shadow has to yell to be heard, and the greater its chance to become demonic. You can think of this in terms of bringing some fruit and a sandwich to work for lunch. In order to keep yourself from eating too soon, you stuff the lunchbox in the back of your desk drawer and forget about it. You send it to the shadow realm, where it is out of sight, out of mind. You get so busy you forget about it entirely, until 2 weeks later, when an odd smell starts coming out of your drawer, and you discover this decaying piece of garbage. It did not start out that way, but lost in the shadows, it degenerated into something quite unpleasant. Elements of our personality can do the same thing. Without expression, they don't get to evolve. Our childish tempers don't get to become sophisticated communication. Our neediness doesn't get met with love and intimacy. Our sexual urges become compulsive fantasies. Our shadow elements, like rejected children, resort to more and more extreme behavior to get attention. Reclaiming the shadow means that we reclaim the instinctual energies of our needs and desires so that they can be channeled in appropriate ways. It does not mean we surrender consciousness to the shadow, but that we instead bring the shadow into consciousness. Guilt. If we were all to sit in a circle and confess our sins, we would laugh at each other for lack of originality. Khalil Gibran. Ambiguity has a destabilizing effect. Very few have the courage or the strength to hold the tension between opposites until a completely new standpoint emerges. This is because, in acknowledging contradictory truths, one has to create an inner equilibrium to keep from being torn in two. Aldo Carotenuto. Guilt is the demon of the second chakra because it curtails the free flow of movement, largely by taking the pleasure out of it. If I feel guilty about what I am doing, I do not fully enjoy it. I cannot fully sense the experience as one part of me is frozen off, restricting or trying to control what I am doing. In constant struggles with my weight, I used to feel guilty whenever I ate. As a result, I took no satisfaction from eating, and I wanted to do it again. Compulsive activities are often instincts of the pleasure principle, driven to repetition because the guilt prevents satisfaction. Guilt sequesters the shadow into its dark and unconscious realm. We might say that guilt is the prison guard that keeps the shadow caged, keeping it from coming into the light of consciousness. As a result, the caged shadow becomes even more insistent, and the prison guard must tighten his control. Guilt polarizes the personality. It divides light against dark, good against bad. We are wonderful one day and horrible the next, all because of something we did. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. The greater the guilt, the more we try to emancipate ourselves by flawless behavior. Flawless behavior inhibits the natural flow of energy moving up from the lower chakras and tends to polarize mind and body. A polarized personality is characterized by either-or thinking. Without the multiplicity of the rainbow, we find ourselves locked in black and white choices. Morals taught to a young child without a genuine sense of connection to others tend to be given in black and white terms. This is good, that is bad. For young children with a limited understanding of the world, this is quite necessary. To stay there is to remain in an immature cognitive process. Children who live in fear of punishment get frozen in this either-or thinking. Understandably, they want the rules to be clear so they can behave accordingly and remain safe. They want it spelled out in black and white, and will tend to look at all life in polarized terms. But what happens to those cases that are in between? Stacy, for example, was having a difficult time deciding whether or not to leave her boyfriend. To her, the only choices were either to live with him or completely stop the relationship and never see him again. Neither of those choices appealed to her. It never occurred to her that there were a number of choices between those two extremes. She could move out and date him, and maybe date other people for a while. She could end the relationship as she knew it and reestablish a friendship. Because she felt guilty about her negative feelings, she thought she had to overcome them completely or withdraw from the relationship. Feelings are usually ambiguous. To fully embrace our feelings is to embrace that ambiguity. Black and white choices are seldom acceptable. Unacceptable choices keep us from making decisions and trap us in paralysis. When we can't move forward, the second chakra aspect of movement is thwarted. When you feel trapped in either-or thinking, take a moment to ask yourself what you feel guilty about. A new kind of mathematics called fuzzy logic is being introduced into the binary logic of computers to make them smarter. Fuzzy logic is able to approximate the states between polarities, rather than work only with off and on, 0 and 1. Fuzzy logic defines places between the apple core and the whole apple is half eaten, nearly gone, almost whole, or any number of states in between. These states are usually more accurate and enable better decisions. We have to develop our ability to feel in order to discern the subtle nuances between polarities. When feelings are numb, we can only discern the obvious differences, the more blatant black and white choices. When there is guilt, we think we have to make clear decisions and are uncomfortable with approximations. As a result, it may be harder to get to the truth, harder to communicate that truth to others, and harder to work through to a sound decision. There is, of course, a healthy place for guilt, as a feeling that allows us to examine our behavior before, during, or after our actions. When it's not distorted, guilt tells us where the boundaries are and where we need to make change. In its appropriate place as feedback, guilt is not a demon, but a guide. It is only when guilt becomes excessive, habitual, internalized, and toxic that it dominates the free flow of movement and the full sensate experience of life that is so necessary to the second chakra. Guilt is a teacher when it guides us, but a demon when it binds us. Sexuality. That unity of culture and nature, work and love, morality and sexuality, for which mankind is forever longing, this unity will remain a dream as long as man does not permit the satisfaction of the biological demands of natural, orgastic, sexual gratification. Wilhelm Reich. Sexuality is the ultimate expression of the many issues associated with the second chakra: movement, sensation, pleasure, desire, emotions, and polarity. It is the resolution of difference, the union of opposites, and the connecting experience that transcends isolation and forms the foundation for the next chakra level: power. It is the grounds for much of our growth, as it brings us into contact with others who are by nature different from us. Sexuality is the incorporation of Eros, the basic force of attraction. Eros is an ancient god, the connecting force that unites and delights, bridges and soothes. In Hindu mythology, Eros is the god Kama, the originator of all the gods, the binding power of allurement that holds the universe together. Since the force of Eros brings things together, its denial can pull things apart. In a culture, this leads to destructive activities. To embrace Eros is to have the capacity for surrender, to be able to flow with the biological nature of the instinctual/emotional body. To dance with Eros is to dance with the life force and the liberating current of the lower chakras. Sexuality is the ecstatic expression of that force. Sexuality, as stated earlier, has been massively misunderstood by our culture. The wounds of mismanaged sexuality are deep and pervasive, affecting the natural flow of excitation through the body. Guilt, as demon of the second chakra, is a direct antidote to pleasure and self-esteem. Guilt has been poured through the sexual gates from which Eros flows with such force that for many this portal no longer opens. Thus, an essential gateway to pleasure and transformation becomes locked. Sexuality is rejected and sent to the realm of the shadow, where it takes on its demonic form of dissociation and perpetration, desperately seeking connection at any cost. To reclaim the second chakra is to reclaim our right to feel and our right to healthy sexuality. It is the reclamation of the force of Eros as it flows through all aspects of life. This does not mean that this energy always culminates in the sexual act. Eros is alive and well in every aspect of our existence. The smell of food cooking in the kitchen, the colors of a sunset, eating ice cream on a hot day. Eros needs to be an honored part of our experience, honored for the powerful God that he is. Balanced characteristics. A balanced second chakra has the capacity for sexual satisfaction, physical pleasure, general enjoyment of life, comfort with intimacy, and the ability to accept movement and change gracefully, including graceful physical movements. There is steadiness and clarity in emotional states. One can feel deeply without excessive histrionics. Balance involves the ability to nurture self and others, while still maintaining healthy sexual and emotional boundaries. Sexuality in a balanced second chakra is a healthy expression of intimacy, pleasure, and joy, with sensitive boundaries and a true sense of connection. This balance, or lack of it, can occur in any and all styles of sexuality: heterosexual, transsexual, gay, straight, bisexual. The qualifications for healthy sexuality can only be decided by the persons in question. However, the general guidelines of consenting adults, mutual enhancement, integration with one's life, and stimulation of growth are a good place to start. Ultimately, sexuality should serve the enhancement of the whole chakra system, within and without. Growing the lotus. Developmental formations of the second chakra at a glance. Age 6 months to 2 years. Tasks: sensate exploration of the world, locomotion, separation from symbiotic fusion. Needs and issues: separation versus attachment, safety and support to explore, emotional security, stimulating environment, self-gratification. To be tender, loving, and caring, human beings must be tenderly loved and cared for in their earliest years, from the moment they are born. Ashley Montague. The infant's inner sensations form the core of the self. They appear to remain the central crystallization point of the feeling of self around which a sense of identity will become established. Margaret Mahler. When my son, Alex, took his first steps across the room on his first birthday, it was a remarkable moment. He was truly delighted with himself, and the glee on both his face and mine was unmistakable. To the pride of us all, he was entering a new state of maturity. He now had an increased level of independence, which brought both excitement and danger. He could move faster in his explorations of the world, and he could also get himself hurt. His first steps were shaky and uncertain. Upright, he had farther to fall. He immediately wanted me to hold him and reassure him that he was safe, that what he had done was okay. This dilemma, separation versus attachment, typifies the second chakra stage of development. We have described earlier the increased alertness that appears when the child is able to sit up on his own at approximately 6 months. At this time, the eyes are better able to focus, bringing the external world into the child's awareness in a way that was previously impossible, and stimulating a new influx of consciousness. The external world is an unexplored mystery at this age, discoverable only through the senses. He now has the desire to move outward and explore, to taste and touch at a close range what he sees and hears from a distance. This stimulates the urge to move, which develops locomotion. The primary focus on the mother slowly begins to wane as exploration of the environment captures the child's attention. The discovery of the external world shatters the blissful psychic unity characteristic of Chakra 1. The child is now plunged into a world of duality, making his first distinctions binary, inner and outer, self and other, pleasure and pain. Sometimes mother's presence feels warm and wonderful, while at other times she seems angry or depriving. What psychologists call the good mother and the bad mother. The task now is to connect these dualities. As the cognitive abilities of language and reasoning are not yet developed, the primary means of making this connection is through feelings. The world outside stimulates feeling states inside. Expressing internal feelings creates external changes, such as mother coming to comfort the child when he cries. Feelings are the dawning of psychic awareness and the beginning of value formation. What feels pleasurable is considered good. What is unpleasant, bad. These binary distinctions give direction to the child's movement. He wants to move toward that which feels good and away from discomfort. The senses are the stimulus for these feelings. Hence, delighting his senses becomes the child's driving interest. it is important to have an environment that brings pleasure to the child as he explores, with colorful shapes, toys that make sounds, and textures to touch. As the body develops and grows stronger, locomotion becomes more efficient. Sensate stimulation, feeling, and movement become inseparably linked. A child needs to be allowed, when safe, to move according to his feelings for this link to be solid, such as pulling away from a stranger he does not trust, or being allowed to keep a toy that brings pleasure. This links the emotions with body instincts. As movement becomes more efficient, the child's world widens even more, and at times he finds himself moving away from the mother. At first this is frightening, and he wants to immediately run back and assure himself that she is still there. As this dance is repeated, security is established, which allows the child to gradually emerge as a separate self, setting the ground for chakra 3. The child development researcher Margaret Mahler has called this phase hatching, for the child is hatching from the egg-like symbiosis with the mother to emerge as a distinct individual. Touch, comfort, and nurturance give the security and connectedness that make it safe to become separate. Lack of touch is experienced as separation anxiety, lack of contact, of connection, says Ashley Montague, author of Touching, The Human Significance of the Skin. This lack of connection feels like a threat to survival and throws one back to the panic and fear of the first chakra, preventing development from moving upward appropriately. Touch gives us our kinesthetic orientation and is the first sensate experience we learn. Can the child learn to trust his own senses? Can he learn to interpret them accurately? Are his feelings mirrored appropriately? Is he protected from danger? Is he exposed to a toxic emotional field in the family? Since the exploration of the immediate environment can be a scary and dangerous quest, supporting guidance from caregivers is essential. Meeting survival needs and promoting healthy emotional bonds between parents and child help develop the second chakra by providing a pleasurable and safe experience of outer world exploration. The flow of energy between mother and child gives this transition stability. The constancy of mother makes it safe to explore. The ground becomes a springboard for upward development. Without a solid ground to push away from, we cannot push very far, as if we were jumping on a sandy beach. The emotional climate of the family is a crucial influence at this stage. If the mother is fearful, angry, or anxious, the child will absorb these emotions on a nonverbal, somatic level. Somatic experiences become hardwired into the system, meaning they become emotional states that are biochemically anchored into the musculature beyond the control of the conscious mind. The language of emotions, which later becomes the emotional repertoire, is being programmed at this stage through responsive mirroring. Such mirroring involves reflecting to the child what it seems he might be feeling. You don't look very happy. Is something wrong? I see that you are very excited. Are you angry at Daddy? If a child is pre-verbal, emotional mirroring happens through comfort and voice tone, a reflection and response to the child's feeling state. This may be as simple as picking up the child when he cries, rocking him when he's upset, or letting him have a place to appropriately express his anger. The tasks of this developmental stage are to develop a sensate connection between the inner and outer world, to provide bonding and a supportive emotional environment for both closeness and separation, to create a feeling of pleasure and connection with the body, and to awaken the developing consciousness through sensory stimulation. If these tasks are handled correctly, the child will develop a healthy second chakra, with the accompanying qualities of graceful movement, deep emotion, sensitivity, passion for life, and sexual health. Traumas and abuses. Tactile and sensate deprivation. Loss of the essential condition of well-being that should have grown out of one's time in arms leads to searches and substitutions for it. Happiness ceases to be a normal condition of being alive and becomes a goal. Jean Liedloff. The kind of tactuality experienced during infancy and childhood not only produces the appropriate changes in the brain, but also affects the growth and development of the end organs in the skin. The tactually deprived individual will suffer from a feedback deficiency between skin and brain that may seriously affect his development as a human being. Ashley Montague. David grew up in a comfortable middle-class family. His mother was a devoted career mother who had no life outside the home. She did everything expected of a mother. She cooked and cleaned, drove her children to baseball games, laid out their clothes in the morning, and joined the PTA. Still, she rarely touched her children. She did not give them hugs, read them stories on her lap, or display physical affection. In fact, no one in the family displayed affection. As a result, David carries a soul wound that makes it hard for him to connect with himself or understand what he really wants in life. He tends to be a loner, putting his energy into his career and avoiding the closeness of relationships. When body identity is not affirmed through touch, it is often replaced with a frozen image, a split between the 6th and 2nd chakra. When image takes over the feeling self, as it does in the narcissistic personality, the person may achieve external success, yet still be internally disconnected. As life progresses, this split becomes more pronounced until there is a breakdown. The narcissistic wound is a soul wound. The deeper, more vulnerable, feeling self is ignored, while the shallower external self is praised and rewarded. Children need a certain amount of sensory input in order to develop the important connection between mind and body. Appropriate sensate stimulation increases intelligence, coordination, and alertness. If there are a variety of toys to play with, colors to see, sounds to hear, and textures to touch, the mind has more input to stimulate its process. Daniel Goleman, in his book Emotional Intelligence, describes how rats with fancier cages, more ladders and treadmills, not only solve mazes better, but also develop heavier brains than rats with sparse cages. Important neural circuitry is developing as sensate awareness comes into play. Gene Liedloff, author of The Continuum Concept, notes profound developmental differences between children that are held and carried and those who are not. Since the child's innate instinctual expectation is to be held, a feeling of rightness occurs, which settles the nervous system when touched. Without this experience, the overwhelming sense of longing to be held arises, and the sensate attention extends beyond itself and looks for the missing experience. After too much disappointment, it becomes numb. Liedloff says that the difference between a child's expectations and her actual reality correlates to her sense of well-being. The greater the difference, the more a child experiences doubt, suspicion, fear of being wounded, and resignation, all of which undermine emotional well-being. Too much or too little stimulation generate serious conflicts in the internal mapping of the outside world, the forming of relationships, and the development of grace and movement. Children deprived of touch cope paradoxically by distancing themselves from others, denying their need for closeness. When hugged, they often feel stiff and wooden, unable to fully receive the hug. Lack of touch can result in autoerotic stimulation, such as habitual rocking, compulsive masturbation, and eating disorders. All of these are attempts to fill that 2nd chakra gap with some kind of movement and pleasurable sensation. Marion Woodman, in Addiction to Perfection, describes obesity as wrapping one's body with soft flesh in an attempt to replace an absent or rejecting mother. Lack of touch prohibits the development of the principal channels of sensory reception. When there is too little or too much stimulation of the senses, then sensory channels shut down. Failing to learn the sensate language is like failing to learn to read. We lose an essential channel of information. Sensations are the building blocks of emotional intelligence and allow us to get along well with others. The other senses gradually develop in conjunction with tactile experience. The sound of the mother's calm or angry voice connects with the warmth of being held, the loneliness of neglect, or the fear of being hit. Visual cues such as facial expressions, light and dark, or the decor of different rooms are connected with bodily experiences of sleeping and waking, eating and bathing. These associations link the internal mapping system that is developing through the child's sensate experience of the world. If the experience is painful, then the senses shut down, and the world becomes definitively smaller. The child retreats to the inner world of fantasy and imagination. If the stimulation is more than the child can handle, she becomes overcharged, and the excess energy will try to find a way to discharge. Since this is a period when emotions are the primary language, this discharge occurs through emotional expression, such as crying or anger. This habit may get firmly established and exist throughout life. Between the ages of 9 and 18 months, the baby is learning to string together sensations, actions, and reactions into an organized sense of self. Linking different senses into a single gestalt of experience marks the primary connection between mind and body. If the senses do not logically flow from experience, then the child learns to distrust his own senses. If the sense of hunger does not result in being fed, if a mother's soothing voice does not connect with being held, if a child is shamed or rejected for her natural needs, then the senses seem to have failed to give proper information to the individual. When we distrust our senses, we shut them down. Hence, the abused child, even in adulthood, may not be able to tell whether she's hungry or full, tired or in danger, overstimulated or coming down with a cold. The senses have lost their reliability as information gatherers. According to Jung, an underdeveloped sensate function leads to frequent misjudging of situations, relying instead on excessive intuition, which may often be far removed from reality. What becomes deficient in the second chakra often shows up as an excess in chakra 6, whereas understimulation fails to awaken the curiosity of the developing mind and leaves the child disconnected and alone. Overstimulation may overwhelm the nervous system and create anxiety. If we are in tune with our child, we can hopefully achieve a balance. Emotional environment. Emotions are energy in motion. If they are not expressed, the energy is repressed. As energy, it has to go somewhere. Emotional energy moves us, as does all energy. To deny emotion is to deny the ground and vital energy of our life. John Bradshaw. Rebecca was a toddler when her parents were getting divorced. It was an angry and painful time in her family. Still in a high chair, so her mother tells me, she witnessed violent fights between her parents. Though Rebecca was not hit, she witnessed her father's constant rage at his wife until her mother finally took Rebecca and her siblings and left the marriage. It was at that point that Rebecca became a little hellion, carrying the rage of her now absent father. Immersed in a field of violence, Rebecca learned anger as a primary way of relating. 10 years later, when her mother first came to me, that pattern still persisted. It was now impacting Rebecca's social relationships, her schoolwork, and her mother's well-being. Sometimes small children seem like little reaction machines. Energy comes in, energy goes out. Without the maturity to temper their emotions, the feelings that run through a family run through the children with very little change. Children do not decide to be angry or fearful, loving or calm. They merely reflect the emotional climate in which they are helplessly immersed. Yet, the emotions that pass through the child affect her physiological state, sense of the world, and growing sense of herself. If the household is saturated in anger, she may get used to the high adrenaline state that anger creates, and learn that anger is the normal way to express oneself. If mom or dad are fearful, that fear is communicated to the child nonverbally and becomes part of the child's emotional repertoire. If the environment is loving, their developing sense of self is centered around expecting, receiving, and expressing that love with its attendant feelings. This is the stage where the child develops the part of his identity that is associated with chakra 2, the emotional identity. The emotions that are most familiar become a core complex within the developing self, a way that we feel consistent with our internal being later on. If anger is the emotional field that surrounds him, then the child learns to identify with that anger and carries the biochemical state that goes with it. If it is sadness or fear, then the child feels most himself when experiencing these states. Even extreme emotions can become normal over time, so that later in life one creates situations, such as danger, conflict, or loss, that produce similar emotions. In order to break this cycle, the emotions must be identified and understood, while creating new, more productive patterns of expression. However, the emotions children express in reaction to their situations are often met with punishment, rejection, or shame. Rebecca was punished for her temper tantrums. David became emotionally withdrawn and was ridiculed for being shy. Sarah was naturally exuberant, but was shamed into being quiet. The expression of feelings then becomes a mistrusted impulse. Unable to trust our own feelings, we instead hold them in, shut them down, or dissociate from them. Since emotions are an instinctual response to experience, we lose a vital connection to experience and to life. Alcohol or drugs may be used to create distance from experience. Behavior may be compulsive, devoid of feelings. An abusive parent is unable to feel the pain of the child. Since our feelings are so immersed in sensation, inhibiting them requires us to deaden the sensations of our body, and hence, deaden our aliveness as well. Emotions are the first language of the child, spoken through the instinctual reactions of the body. The child learns her emotional language through effective mirroring and positive response to her raw feeling state. If the parent responds to the child's emotional expression, then the child learns that her innate reactive language is effective and pays more attention to it. If she learns to understand her emotions, she becomes emotionally literate, which means she can read and communicate with her own emotions and those of others. Emotions can then evolve into meaning, becoming mature through the chakras. Empathy promotes emotional literacy. Effective mirroring lets a child attach consciousness to her instinctual feelings. She learns that a certain internal state is called anger, while other feelings may be called sadness or fear. In this way, she learns to express her feelings in a more mature way. When Johnny looks sad, his mother says, "Oh, you look sad today. What's the matter?" This teaches him to name his feelings, to read them, and later communicate them through language instead of acting out. Emotions are an instinctual movement of psychic energy. Only our mind interprets some emotions as good and others as bad. When we repress the emotions related to abuse, we simultaneously repress all our emotions, and with them the movement of the spirit. Being told not to feel a certain way negates our second chakra right to feel. "Oh, you mustn't feel that way about your uncle. Wipe that smirk off your face. You've no right to be angry." If we believe these injunctions, we institute the domination of mind over feeling. We feel guilty about our feelings and repress them, even to the point where they are no longer recognizable. Susan, for example, was never allowed to be angry. Nothing in her life made her angry, so this did not seem to be a problem. She complained instead of the isolation she created by continually withdrawing from people. She did not see that her withdrawal was a result of the anger she was unable to express. If she could only express what she disliked, she might be able to make changes in her relationships instead of withdraw. To a person who is emotionally illiterate, watching someone in an emotional state is a complete mystery, as if that person is speaking a foreign language. The emotional one is criticized for making no sense or acting foolishly, while an emotional illiterate finds his own feelings an equal mystery. When the feeling function is underdeveloped, it comes out in its shadow form as moodiness. The moods are not consciously connected to feelings, but, nevertheless, carry emotional tones that are usually quite apparent to anyone else. When asked what is wrong, the moody person usually answers with a grumpy, "nothing," which is actually meant to be a true statement. Their illiteracy prevents them from being able to read their own emotions and learn their important meaning. In a family where feelings are simply not expressed, there is no opportunity to learn emotional language. Without emotional literacy, a whole dimension of human experience and connection is lost. Without the ability to read our own needs and feelings, we are unable to meet them and remain trapped until the message is finally interpreted. Enmeshment. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not of you. And though they are not you yet, they belong not to you. Khalil Gibran. I have come to realize that sexual assault is an imposed death experience for the victim. That is, the victim experiences her life as having been taken by somebody else. Evangeline Kane. Second chakra development begins with a fused identity between mother and child, and ends with the emergence of autonomy. The child first learns his emotions as an extension of those of the family, but later learns to have his own. When the child is not allowed to emerge and express himself as a unique individual, he is enmeshed. When emotions arise that are not pleasing to the mother, such as anger, dependency, or fear, and they are met with punishment, rejection, or shame, then the child learns that he can only have feelings that correspond to his parents' wishes or feeling states. He is not allowed to develop a separate identity grounded in his own sensate/emotional experience. The child's life is defined in terms of family needs, but the family is not there to supply the child's needs. An enmeshed child will therefore feel guilty when pursuing his own needs and interests. The enmeshed child is given a false sense of self. He takes his cues from outside himself, defines his feeling state by the reactions of others, and forms an outer persona that may be at profound odds with his inner needs. This is the basis of the narcissistic personality described so well by Alice Miller in The Drama of the Gifted Child. The outer persona is believed to be the real self, the result of a life lived without individuation or authenticity. An enmeshed child will be highly aware of everyone else's feelings. Clairsentience, the ability to sense others' emotions, comes from a second chakra that is too other-directed and not grounded enough in one's bodily experience. A clairsentient walks into a party and feels responsible for the woman in the corner who is being ignored, or he can feel the jealousy of his neighbor, whose wife is flirting, all without awareness of his own needs. A little clairsentience gives us sensitivity to others, but too much separates us from our ground and leaves us ruled by a tumultuous blend of others' emotions that we cannot control. Sexual abuse. Sexual abuse hits at the very core of the second chakra. Whether mild or severe, within the family or outside, sexual abuse has long-lasting effects on all aspects of the second chakra. The free flow of energy within the body, the ability to have intimacy, pleasure, and healthy sexuality as an adult, comfort with emotions, a healthy sense of boundaries, and a positive relationship with one's own body. Nor is sexual abuse limited only to second chakra damage. It affects our sense of trust, our experience of power or lack thereof, our future relationships, and often, because of the secrecy involved, our ability to communicate. Since it assaults the feeling and sensate functions of the body, Chakras 6 and 7 often compensate by an excess of intuition and thinking. Sexual abuse comprises anything that does not respect the natural development of a child's sexuality. Sexual abuse could be slapping or punishing a child for touching his own genitals, or pushing sexuality onto a child who is not developmentally able or interested. Sexual abuse includes exhibitionism, voyeurism, exposure to pornography, sexual teasing, invasion of privacy, unwanted physical affection, age-inappropriate sexual language or jokes, as well as the obvious genital fondling or sexual engagement with a child by an adult, parent or older sibling, enticing a child through exposure, flirtation, or promises of rewards to express sexual interest in ways he or she might not otherwise, also comprises sexual abuse. It does not allow the child's sexuality to develop at its own pace. Adults who push themselves on unwilling adult victims are also engaging in sexual abuse. But I am concerning myself here with activities that affect us at more developmentally sensitive ages. The younger such an event occurs, the more devastating its effects. The stimulation of erogenous zones is meant to dissolve boundaries. For adults, this is usually a pleasurable experience. The child's original state, however, is without boundaries. Early childhood development is oriented toward developing an ego that can make boundaries and distinctions, rather than toward dissolving them. If erogenous zones are stimulated at these sensitive ages, boundaries may not form, and the child may have difficulty blocking or even sorting out influences coming in from outside. This difficulty with boundaries is often a lifelong struggle for victims of childhood sexual abuse. Without good boundaries, they fail to protect themselves against future invasions, and the incidence of further traumatic sexual experience is very high. Internally, this can even affect the immune system, which may fail to appropriately recognize invading organisms. Sexual abuse can produce emotional numbness, dissociation, various addictions, eating disorders or phobias, sexual dysfunction, guilt and shame, depression, hostility, dependency, sleep disorders, psychosomatic disorders, and many other difficulties with life. It wreaks havoc on relationships where issues of trust and intimacy come into play, and many abuse survivors choose celibacy and isolation rather than take the risk of further betrayal. Others may become highly sexual or promiscuous, repeatedly seeking the high erotic charge that was imposed upon them as children. For this reason, some untreated sexual abuse survivors become subsequent perpetrators, failing to respect the boundaries of others and unconsciously acting out the abuse they suffered. Often, sexual abuse is so traumatic that the events are repressed from memory, making them hard to effectively recognize and treat. For others, the memories are all too intrusive and arise spontaneously at unwanted times, such as during moments of intimacy, relaxation, meditation, or social interaction. Sexual abuse confuses the pleasure/pain dynamic and distorts the interpretation of emotion. Because the physical experience may be pleasurable while the emotional betrayal is painful, there can be a continued confusion around pleasure and pain. One may feel sad or ashamed when feeling pleasure, or limit pleasure for fear of the emotions it brings up. In other cases, where the perpetrator was a trusted family member and the abuse occurred in the guise of intimacy and closeness, sometimes the only closeness the child received, emotional pleasure can be coupled with guilt and shame. The whole arena of the second chakra gets immensely scrambled. Abuse survivors often feel betrayed by their own bodies and may choose to ignore its signals altogether. Sorting out these conflicting messages buried in sensation and emotion is a long and difficult process. Bringing the abuse to consciousness, learning about its effects, and engaging the healing process promotes profound changes in every aspect of one's life. It is possible to heal the effects of sexual abuse, and there are now many trained therapists, groups, and books out to assist the healing process. Rape. Rape is such obvious assault to the second chakra that it nearly speaks for itself. The use of sexuality for power and violence, the violation of one's boundaries and one's dignity, the intimidation and annihilation of the spirit within, all assault the entire chakra system. As the second chakra is the first place in the system where the outside comes in, an essential gateway to being an open system, the violation of rape may force the entire system to close. Any of the effects listed for child sexual abuse can also occur with adult experiences of rape. When there are unhealed wounds from childhood abuse, rape is not only a traumatic event in and of itself, but also a reenactment of earlier events. The stronger our basic lower chakra foundations, the better our resources for recovery. Abortion. Abortion is not an abuse that happens to a young child, yet it needs to be considered here as it can have profound effects on a woman's second chakra. On an emotional level, abortion constitutes a moral struggle, and no matter how liberal one's views, the decision is never easy. It is nearly always accompanied by emotional turmoil, often by guilt and fear, and may entail a profound sense of grief and loss. In addition, abortion halts the natural process of the body that is geared toward continuing the pregnancy. Even with anesthesia, there is assault on the second chakra organs, and such a wound takes time to heal, time which is seldom acknowledged. A woman who has just had an abortion needs to treat herself with the tenderness she would give to a rape victim, because, in a sense, the womb gets raped in an abortion. Not only is it helpful to create ritual or dialogue around the possible spirit of the child, but it is also important to dialogue with the body before, during, and after the operation. We can tell the body what is going to happen, comfort the body during the process, and soothe the body after it is over. It is important to have a friend who can hear your grief and take time to write in your journal or be alone with your feelings. It does not help that the political climate around abortion is so stormy. A woman goes through enough pain and trauma just dealing with an unwanted pregnancy. If she comes to the difficult decision to have an abortion, she needs love and support, not further degradation and shame. General effects of abuses. In a world that both seeks and denies pleasure, where sexuality has become confused, misaligned, and mistreated, and where mechanization denies the sensate experiences of the body, the wounds to the second chakra are many and profound. Anything that blocks development of the second chakra severs two essential connections: the internal connection between mind and body, and the external connection that joins inner and outer worlds, self and other, soul and environment. Without these connections, we become, as Alexander Lowen states, split into a disembodied spirit and a disenchanted body. Lacking tactile stimulation and nurturing, we become literally out of touch, fragmented, isolated, removed, disconnected, and ultimately misinformed. If our sensate channels close down, we block the bulk of our information input and become closed off in our own world, out of touch with our own feelings. We are necessarily out of touch with the feelings of others and lack the basis for empathy and compassion necessary to get to the fourth chakra. If expression through movement is denied, our bodies become rigid, yet blocking this requires a great deal of energy. A child who monitors all his actions for fear of rejection or criticism becomes heavily armored, with a rigidity that is reflected in physical awkwardness and personal discomfort. Often there is a similar lack of flexibility and openness to new ideas, alternative lifestyles, adventures, or possibilities. What is rejected then becomes projected. Rigidity can be vehemently judgmental, fueled by the passion that is forbidden in the feeling realm. Character structure. The oral, the lover. The oral character does not make a strong effort to reach out for what he wants. In part, this is due to a lack of strong desire, in part to the fear of reaching. He hopes to get what he wants somehow without reaching for it. In this way, he can circumvent the feared disappointment. Alexander Lowen. Samantha sat on my couch with tears streaming down her face. Her voice, like her body, was heavy and slow. She had first come to me for depression and overeating, but now she was facing a dark despair over the sudden loss of her primary relationship with a woman she had hoped to share her life with. She felt abandoned and betrayed. She felt like she was falling apart. She had trouble getting a deep breath. She could not stop thinking about her lover and was desperately hanging on to the slightest hope for reconciliation. She was having trouble taking care of herself, having trouble concentrating at work, and at times felt suicidal. On this day, she felt like all hopes for her future were dashed, that without her lover, she was forever lost. Samantha is an example of an oral character structure. Her feelings of loss and despair are quite real. If we could be in her body, we would feel the devastating emptiness, as if someone had just turned a switch and cut off all our vital supplies. It would be difficult to sit up straight. We would want to collapse, curl up in a ball, and have someone hold us. Our arms might hang lifeless at our sides. We would want to cling, forgive, plead with our lover to stay and take care of us. The abandonment would be all too real and familiar because we would have been here before in other relationships. We would be lost in our grief. In Freud's psychosexual stages, the first and second chakras correlate developmentally to the oral stage, where the primary focus is on nourishment and physical contact. When there is deprivation at this stage, the child does not get the energy she needs, and literally has trouble forming herself. The deprivation is usually emotional: too much separation from the mother, too little touch, too little attention. But it can also be physical, in terms of not getting enough to eat, losing access to the breast too soon, or having a mother without enough energy to nourish her child. In this day and age, where working and single mothers are common, there are many reasons why a mother may not be able to provide adequately for her child, either emotionally or physically. The result is deficiency in the first chakra's ability to ground and form, and an excessive neediness in the second chakra. We can think of the oral character as the undernourished child. Refer to figure 2.1 in the bonus PDF. In bioenergetics, the oral character is seen as dependent, addictive, and needy. The body tends to be soft and underformed, sometimes thin and collapsed, other times overweight, but loosely bound. There is usually collapse in the chest, and the muscles and flesh seem to sag with resignation. From the deprivation, orals remain chronically undercharged. They are prone to depression and generally have too little energy. They question not so much their right to exist, as it was for the schizoid/creative structure, but rather the right to have. They are less concerned with the question of, will I survive, but instead ask, am I wanted? Their issues center around satisfactory nourishment from food or love. They desperately want to be loved. When this longing is frustrated, as it usually is, they turn to food and oral activities for comfort. Where the schizoid withdraws, the oral seeks dependence and merging as a defense against deprivation. This relates to the infant's inability to provide for her own emotional needs and must receive energy from outside herself in order to feel normal. Therefore, the focus of energy as an adult is also fixated outside the self. When loved, the oral personality feels energized and whole. She is nurturing and giving, a loyal partner who is perceptive and understanding. She bonds well and loves deeply, and for this reason her kinder name is the lover. Lovers are not afraid to love, dissolve boundaries, or be close, even though they tend to get hurt. Since they love so deeply, losing a relationship is especially baffling, and they wonder why another's love is not as deep as their own. Their dependency is often clinging, which, of course, drives people away and perpetuates the problem. Rejection becomes their greatest fear. As lover types perk up when interacting with others, they often find definition through service to others, though this defense can also be a trap. Through service, one ostensibly earns the right to have their needs met, as well as the sense of being wanted. The oral personality is a prime candidate for codependence, with a compulsive need to fix and fixate on others. The exhaustion that results from constant giving creates an even greater emptiness inside. And this is the vicious cycle of the oral structure. They give in order to receive, but seldom receive in kind, and so keep themselves depleted and feeling even needier. Often, the more an oral character is deprived, the harder she tries to give. Breaking this cycle involves learning to nourish oneself physically, emotionally, and spiritually. By filling our own vessel, our neediness decreases, and we are better able to receive. Our giving then comes from a more mature place of fullness rather than emptiness. As the name might imply, the oral character is often fixated on cooking and eating food, or other oral activities such as smoking, drinking, excessive talking, or biting. Food, being the only solid substance we ingest, provides a sense of support and solidity, and is a substitute for the emotional nurturing that was lacking. In actuality, it is a kind of nourishment. It gives support, strength, and a feeling of inner presence to feel the intolerable emptiness. Unfortunately, excessive eating can lead to lethargy and inertia and prevents healthy grounding. Having a heavy body is a way of feeling heavy enough to be anchored in the world, wrapping oneself with the body of the mother and producing the comfort that was not supplied when it was necessary. Curtailing the eating may produce anxiety or depression and may reveal an emptiness that has no specific focus or content. Oral/lover types believe that love can solve everything. They can be the sacrificial mother, the devoted wife, the loyal worker. They can be good at breaking down another's walls, as they do not experience a great need for boundaries in their interpersonal relationships. They are mystified when others erect boundaries, say no, or create separation. This lack of boundaries causes rejection from others and perpetuates the vicious cycle of dependency, rejection, insecurity, clinging, rejection. Oral types have poorly developed aggression and seldom get angry, partly because their energy levels are low, and because getting angry risks rejection, their greatest fear. Without aggression, the oral character has difficulty forming the hard, definitive edges characteristic of first chakra solidity, and so necessary for survival. Focus and self-discipline, boundary formation, and acceptance of enforced structure, such as a job or school, require immense effort and may seem like alien concepts with unfair demands that orals resent and resist. Healing those with an oral character structure involves teaching them to stand on their own 2 feet and feel power and completion in their separateness and independence. It helps to encourage their aggression, which energizes the body and moves the liberating current upward to nourish the upper chakras. They do not need to develop the second chakra, which is usually excessive, but instead need to balance this excess by developing the chakras directly above and below it, namely, those of will and grounding. Their strong ability to love needs to be turned back upon themselves in self-care and spiritual nourishment. The first step is to move them out of their excessive emotional state and back in touch with solid ground. Excess and deficiency. Since the second chakra is about movement, excess and deficiency reflect the amount of internal and external movement of the body, as well as emotional identification and sexual expression. As we are passing through the realm of duality, a healthy balance is essential for progress to the third chakra center of power. Maintaining 2 poles requires enough flexibility to expand to either pole as situations require. There is no power with only 1 pole. Many people vacillate between excess and deficiency in this chakra, some over a period of years, marking major cycles of sexual activity or celibacy, for example, while others may experience extreme emotional fluctuations within a single day. Holding one center, related to the grounding of chakra 1, is essential to finding a healthy balance. This balance is not a matter of rigid restriction to a fixed center, but of homeostatic fluctuation around an inner stability, much as those toys with weights on the bottom always return to an upright position because the heaviness of the base always brings them back home. Finding our center in the tumultuous oceans of the second chakra is a sign of resolution that allows us to move on. Refer to Figure 2.2 in the bonus PDF. Deficiency. Dave found it hard to know what he was feeling. He would go into depressive moods, sometimes for days, but could rarely decipher what was bothering him. His marriage was stable, but lacked passion. Sex to him often felt like a duty rather than a pleasure. Having been rarely touched as a child, he was uncomfortable with displays of affection. He complained of feeling emotionally numb in life, while his wife's emotional fluctuations were a complete mystery to him. He was not particularly happy in his job, but was terrified to contemplate making a change. His body was well-formed but rigid. Dave's second chakra program was very sparsely written. As a result, the chakra was closed down. Second chakra deficiencies results, above all, in restricted movement, physically, emotionally, and sexually. In the body, this can be seen as rigid or jerky motions, stiff joints, and a rigid musculature that has trouble yielding to softness and feeling. Such a person walks stiffly, with little motion in the hips and with difficulty bending the knees and pelvis. This varies according to severity. Not all deficiencies are so obvious. Try walking while holding your pelvis rigid, and you get an idea of what it might feel like. You can feel the rigidity that is required by the entire rest of the body. Restricted movement inhibits the flow of excitation through the body, inhibits the nourishment of qi, or vital energy, lowers the breathing and metabolic rate, and diminishes the emotions. Since movement and change are essential to the system's resilience, the rigidity of second chakra deficiency makes us fragile. To protect this fragility, boundaries are kept very strong in order to keep out unwanted energy that might induce change and threaten stability. There is a belief that if we let feelings flow, we will fall down the rabbit hole with nothing to support us. For many, this feels like disintegration, and until there is adequate ground to support new movement, this may be a very real fear. On a mental level, restricted movement and fear of change may create a monopolarization of ideas, the belief in only one way to do things. This, too, must be defended by rigid and hostile boundaries, often seen with religious and political fanaticism. New input is resisted, and the single-pointed focus can create an intensity that may appear powerful, but is really brittle and fragile. Since pleasure invites an expansion of energy from the core to the periphery, then someone with a deficient second chakra remains in a contracted state. Such a person tends to avoid pleasure, often because of a harsh inner critic that cannot allow fun without self-condemnation. This denial may send energy to higher chakras, with either positive or negative results. The energy may move upward to the third chakra as frantic activity or workaholism, or to the higher chakras as increased creativity, religious fervor, obsession with purity, or intellectual pursuits. As pleasure becomes a rejected self, the pleasure of others meets with harsh judgment. Deficiency on the emotional level can result from either a complete lack of programming, as in growing up in an emotionally cold household, or from suppressing emotions in order to tolerate an intense situation. In either case, a lack of feeling and a corresponding lack of bodily sensation are avoidance strategies that lead to second chakra deficiency. This produces a feeling of emptiness, a dullness about life, a feeling of being stuck, no inner movement, and a sense of isolation. There may be a kind of resignation, apathy, or pessimism, and an inability to sense one's own needs. Sexually, a deficient second chakra manifests as repressed, diminished, or non-existent sexual feelings. It may be difficult to connect emotionally during sex, with numbness in the lower body, or difficulty achieving arousal or climax. There may be shame around sex, judgment, or simply intense shyness that contracts the energy at a time when it would otherwise expand and merge with another. As sexuality is such a complex issue, fear of sex may, in fact, be fear of the feelings that sex opens up. Internalized shame about not being good enough, shame about our bodies, panic around weak boundaries, inability to communicate well, or any number of related issues from past wounds. Contraction in the second chakra may also affect the social realm, as social skills require emotional literacy. Internalized guilt and shame can produce intense awkwardness in social situations, making one seem stiff or cold when interacting with others. One may be perceived as having no feelings, when actually the feelings may merely be hidden. Deficiency in the second chakra usually results in introversion. Excess. Dana was always in an emotional state. To her, everything seemed like a crisis that had to be dealt with immediately. She was sometimes exuberant, full of energy, and inspiring to be around. At other times, she was gripped by anger or torrents of tears, as if her world were falling apart. She was highly social and spent much of her time on the phone or going to parties. In her relationships, she was highly sexual and very giving. She loved to get deeply involved, and her relationships had dramatic ups and downs. She had trouble sitting still, concentrating on tasks, or delaying gratification in any way. When I worked with her, she was 2 years sober, but had been an alcoholic for over a decade. Dana's excessive second chakra overcompensated for her lack of emotional fulfillment as a child. With an excessive second chakra, one feels most alive in intense emotional states. The phrase, "I am angry," implies that we are that emotion, rather than merely having a momentary feeling. For some people, the only time they feel they are anything is when they are feeling some kind of intense emotion. The range may fluctuate from rage to tears, excitement to fears, each one the center around which everyone else must dance. It is difficult for such a person to separate their feelings from the realities of the situation. If they feel threatened, they can't tell whether the threat is real. They cannot see that their fear may be related to something in their own past, or that they have choices in how they react. They may also be excessively sensitive emotionally, unable to let things roll off their back and take everything to heart. Emotions may range wildly from one state to another within a relatively short time period. In this type, the upward current, based in unconscious instincts, is more active than the downward current of conscious understanding. In a family, the ones with strong emotions may dictate the behavior of the rest of the family. This excess also creates deficiency in the other members. The emotional dictator takes up all the emotional space, and everyone else must dance around their volatile or depressive moods, stripped of the right to their own feelings. In contrast to the isolation of the deficient state, the person with a second chakra excess has an intense need to be connected at all times. There may be an addiction to people and partying, with an inability to be alone, form boundaries, or say no. As the corresponding developmental stage is still one of merging and dependence, being stuck in the second chakra keeps us in a state that is still trying to find completion through others. Without the ability to comprehend separateness, there is difficulty separating one's own feelings from those of others. Clairsentience. People with high clairsentience are so aware of what everyone else is feeling, they have trouble getting in touch with their own feelings. If they are around someone depressed, they take on the depression, as if it is their fault. They are happy if others are happy. This may result in social, sexual, and emotional dependencies. Often this social dependency results from an attempt to block out the intensity of one's deeper emotions. When we are with others, busily interacting and attending to their needs, we are distracted from our own fears and sadness. Since emotional needs at this developmental stage must be met from outside, fixation at this level results in a fixation on others at the cost of oneself, a state commonly known as codependency. Stimulation of the senses is craved by a system that is excessive in this chakra, in contrast to the deficient, who might prefer bland colors, foods, or uniformity in surroundings. The excessive wants constant stimulation, change, and excitement. These people have a highly dramatic sense of being alive, which may initially appear as a kind of thriving, yet their stimulation seldom gets channeled into real output, and the person may feel lost or alone when they try to be in a quieter state. Sexually, the excessive second chakra seems to lead the rest of the system around by its gonads. Often wonderful lovers, they are responsive to the instinctual energy of eros, and thrive on the intimacy, connection, and ego validation they feel in sexual situations. While there is nothing wrong with this in and of itself, it becomes a problem when it wins out over good discrimination in the choice of lovers, creates sexual addiction to the point of neglecting other elements of life, or results in a conquest of lovers rather than real intimacy. Quantity may become more important than quality. The second chakra relates to the element water, and an excessive second chakra has a container that is weak due to poor boundaries, spilling and scattering the water before it can nourish growth inside. There may be a need for constant movement, making it difficult to stick to one thing long enough to manifest. In terms of the pleasure principle, the excessive second chakra may be so oriented toward pleasure that it prevents anything else from being accomplished. When faced with difficulty, the pleasure addict says simply, "It's too hard. I want to go out and have fun and feel better." An excessive chakra grabs the energy and does not let it pass on to other chakras. Therefore, the energy needed to fuel the will gets grabbed by the need for immediate gratification. If that gratification could be eventually satisfied, it would be fine. But when the cycle becomes addictive, it is never satisfied and always dominates any other urges. Addictions. Addictions are difficult to classify in terms of chakras because different substances produce different states. Even addiction in general cannot be classified in any single chakra. In chemical dependency, the drug of choice gives us important clues about chakra imbalances. For example, stimulants or depressants relate primarily to the energy dynamics of the third chakra, while alcohol creates the merging and lessening of inhibition more closely related to the second chakra. Excessive eating may be an attempt to ground, related to chakra 1, a move toward pleasure, chakra 2, or blocked anger in the third. But all addictions are initially an attempt to create or deny a feeling or a state of consciousness. The attempt to create a particular state is a compensation, while denial is an avoidance. This gives us our basic excessive and deficient coping strategies. Alcohol lessens the inhibiting control of the conscious mind, which allows the liberating current to come up from below and move unhindered toward the crown, releasing energy and discharging the system. When the downward current, which focuses and limits, becomes excessive, the life force can feel restricted, and relief is felt by overthrowing its dominating influence. An alcoholic may free up his anger, or say things that are previously blocked as the energy moves upward. Free of inhibition, he can be spontaneous, share his feelings, make jokes, and feel alive. Unfortunately, there is no integration with this release. There is expression, but little reception. The relief is only temporary and must be repeated again and again. A cycle that leads to addiction. Here is a clear example of where sending energy upward is not always beneficial. While the treatment of addictions is a complicated process beyond the scope of this book, the need to reroute the cyclic repetitive patterns and discharge the underlying emotional force falls under the domain of the second chakra. Since addiction is so often the result of an emotional wound, the general principles of second chakra healing apply. They are reconnecting with the sensations of the body, discharging and/or learning to contain pervading emotions, completing blocked movements frozen by trauma, and learning to decipher and appropriately meet needs. Restoring the lotus. Healing the second chakra. We cannot heal what we cannot feel. John Bradshaw. There is so much amiss in our cultural attitudes about emotions and sexuality that healing this chakra becomes a monumental task that extends beyond our personal selves. Who has the final word on what healthy sexuality really looks like? What is an appropriate level of emotional response? When have we ever completed our emotional work? How do we fully open our sensate channels in a world that is full of assaulting sounds and images? How do we hold a healthy and potent sexuality that by nature involves others, when others are wounded in their own sexuality? If there were a touchstone for a healed second chakra, it might be the ability to embrace change without losing one's core stability. It would take a whole book to describe all the intricacies of healing second chakra issues. Indeed, there are many volumes on healing from sexual abuse alone, not to mention emotional abuse, inner child work, object relations, enmeshment, and movement-oriented therapies, all of which also relate directly to the second chakra. My discussion of healing techniques will be limited to those related specifically to chakra theory. Healing the second chakra is largely a matter of encouraging the excess or deficiency to move toward the center. The basic premise is simple. Where movement is restricted, identify holding patterns and encourage movement. Where movement is excessive, learn to contain, either by releasing emotions so the pressure is lessened, or by learning to tolerate increased sensation and excitement. This requires learning to pay attention to the subtle currents and impulses that flow through the body. Reinstate the natural healing process. It must be understood that the body has its own healing process. When we cut ourselves, it is important to clean and bandage the wound, but the natural healing process takes place on its own beneath the bandage. We are biologically equipped with innate instincts for healing and self-preservation, and when those instincts get interrupted by trauma or ongoing stress, then our whole foundation is upset, and with it, the flow of energy. The streaming of energy through the body is the body's way of restoring balance. Freeing this stream while simultaneously providing a safe container will promote much of the healing. This reestablishes the flow of liberation that allows us to leave constricting patterns and expand. As the liberating flow rises into consciousness, its meaning is integrated into a larger context. This helps bring the manifesting current downward, channeling the emotional energy toward constructive ends. In healing the second chakra, we always act on behalf of the body's natural healing process, where movement and emotion are essential. When that movement is restricted, so too is the healing process. If one's innate reaction to a given situation has been thwarted, then there is a constant tendency to recreate similar situations so as to complete the initial pattern. If the block is severe, similar situations may not allow completion, leaving us in a hopeless cycle of repeating negative traumas without being able to resolve them and move on. Thawing the ice, restoring the free flow of movement. Trauma occurs only when an individual adapts to threat, a normal response, but is then unable to adapt again, or unable to return to pre-threat functioning. It is the inhibited or thwarted, flight or fight, that results in the freezing response, which will lead to traumatic symptoms. Peter Levine. The individual who has enduring repeated traumatic encounters, will be susceptible to a pervasive sense of guilt that he himself is somehow responsible for causing the trauma, no matter what it is. Guilt is a nearly universal imprint left by trauma. Peter Levine. Ray first came into my office complaining about a recurrent pain in his neck. He had tried physical therapy, chiropractic work, massage, standard psychotherapy, and a variety of other methods to no avail. As there was no organic cause for the pain, he knew some mind-body issue was at work. I could see that he held his body rigidly, that his neck moved very little, and that his hands and arms were held close to his chest. His energy was contracted. When we first began bioenergetic work, he responded very favorably. He charged up easily and discharged with a shaking motion that soon evolved into intense but random movements of his arms and shoulders. Knowing that there was a fair degree of trauma behind his frozen response, I proceeded carefully and spent several weeks gently charging and discharging through movement before getting into the content of the trauma. Like a pressure cooker, this energy needed to be released slowly before taking off the lid. I encouraged various movements of the arms and shoulders, which allowed him to connect more deeply to his body's ability to move. Understanding the block as trapped energy, I knew I needed to open things up in order to clear out the energy. Allowing the arms to regain their mobility created an opening and decreased his feeling of powerlessness. Gradually, I began weaving his historical material and emerging emotions into the movement, which soon changed from random motions to purposeful expression. He learned to use his arms in accordance with his inner needs, alternately reaching out for support or pushing away to establish boundaries. With boundaries and a sense of power and grounding established, it became safe to work more deeply on the emotional material. We gradually thawed the ice in his body and restored emotional flow. When an organism is threatened, the flow of energy in the body is increased in preparation for fight or flight. If neither running nor fighting are possible, as with a child getting beaten by his father, then we have to override these impulses, even while the body is being energized. Repeated trauma that we cannot overcome forces us to live in this energetic contradiction of activation and inhibition. This results in a kind of frozen intensity known as tonic immobility, or the freezing response, the ability to play dead as a way to fool predators or lessen the effect of the trauma, is a natural biological response throughout the animal kingdom. Freezing enables us to partially check out of the body and dissociate from the painful sensations that are likely to occur. If we cannot prevent trauma, dissociation is a valuable defense. It keeps us from being overwhelmed by deadening our awareness in the immediate experience. Somatic therapist Peter Levine has studied the way repeated traumas and abuse create a chronic freezing response in the body. When a trauma is activated, one shakes slightly as if cold. Actually, we are frozen stiff, frozen in our movement, contracted and withdrawn into ourselves, and using up a great deal of energy in the process. In the animal kingdom, this freezing response is not meant to be permanent. When the trauma is over, an animal may shake and move erratically, discharging the frozen energy and eventually returning to its natural state. If trauma is repeated or constant, if there is no comfort or safe space in which to discharge, then we do not get to release this extra frozen energy. A certain portion of our being remains locked in the trauma, and free expression of energy becomes inhibited. Peter Levine's description is graphic. When we are unable to respond effectively to danger, our nervous system experiences the danger as an ongoing event which then becomes frozen in our psyche. When the nervous system is overwhelmed, conflicting messages go out to the muscles. They cannot act in concert. Movements lose their fluidity. They become jerky, rigid, and uncoordinated, which only intensifies the anxiety induced by the event. When the experience is intense enough, the organism collapses. The body/mind experiences this as anxiety, hopelessness, defeat, and depression. If freezing produces immobility, then thawing involves freeing up the body's natural movement. Just as restoring circulation after frostbite can produce intense pain and must be done slowly, so too with release from the traumatic effects of immobility. The more pervasive the block, the greater the trauma, and the greater the energy that is stored there. Release must be done slowly and with great care. To avoid overwhelming the nervous system, it is important to first establish some kind of anchor or ground that can be accessed when the going gets rough. This can be a safe and familiar memory, a body position that feels comfortable, or a connection with an inner source of power, either real or imagined. When the dam in the stream is removed, there can be such a rush of energy that we need a big rock to hold on to keep from being washed too quickly downstream. Anchoring the energy as it is released grounds it into the solidity of chakra 1. This is done by translating emotion into sensation and impulse. When you feel this rage, what are the sensations in your body? What do your hands want to do with this energy? Anchored in the sensation of the body, the energy can move upward into consciousness to find meaning. Is this rage similar to the rage directed at you from your father when you were a child? Can you see this shame as a result of your abandonment rather than your level of achievement? It is also important to proceed slowly, reintegrating different parts of the experience piece by piece. Levine calls this slow integration titration. Titrating combines chemicals a little bit at a time, in amounts too small to explode. In this way, the whole volume comes together without mishap. In traumatic situations, the nervous system needs to gradually stabilize its reaction to the event. Small pieces that the nervous system can handle without getting overwhelmed can eventually lead to complete healing. This is a complex procedure and is described in Peter Levine's book, Waking the Tiger, Healing Trauma Through the Body. Working through guilt. Healthy guilt is the emotional core of our conscience. It is emotion which results from behaving in a manner contrary to our beliefs and values. John Bradshaw. Working through guilt begins with examining the forces that influenced our actions at a given time. For the child who feels guilty about doing poorly in school, it is important to recognize how volatile family situations may have prevented concentration in his studies. For the person who feels guilty about feeling needy, it is important to determine if needs were met in the past. Only by acknowledging past forces can we truly change present behavior about which we feel guilty. This does not mean we should not take responsibility for what we may have caused, but rather it allows us to see the responsibility in its appropriate context. Here are some steps you can take to move through guilt. 1. Put the guilty behavior in context. What were the forces acting on you at the time? 2. Examine the motives, drives, and needs underlying your behavior. What were you trying to satisfy or accomplish? 3. Look for ways that the behavior may have been modeled for you. My mother always handled arguments like this. That's how I was taught to get the job done. My father never finished school. 4. See how your underlying needs can be more directly and appropriately filled. 5. Take stock of any harm caused and find ways of making amends. If you are not sure of how to make amends, you can usually ask. If the person who received harm is no longer accessible, try to address the situation in a more global way. Give money or time to a battered woman's shelter. Pay for someone's therapy. Help someone through school. Volunteer labor at a charity. 6. Make a plan for new behavior. 7. Forgive yourself and move on. If you continue to be plagued by guilt for innocent behavior such as pleasure or time to yourself, then examine the belief system that supports those values by asking yourself the following questions. What is the belief system that says, for example, That sex is bad, or that time alone is selfish? What is its origin? Where did you learn it? Who does that belief serve? What are the effects of the values inherent in that belief? What is your own belief, and on what is it based? What are the results of your actions? Is harm caused to yourself or others? How can you get support for your actions if you believe them to be right? Emotional work. Reclaiming our right to feel. Healing the second chakra involves reclaiming our right to feel. The first step in reclaiming this right is to remove the guilt that blocks our feelings. We learn to see them as natural responses to the situation that affect us. The emotions related to abuse can be overwhelming and often conflicting. We may feel both intense longing and betrayal, with a simultaneous urge to both reach out and withdraw. We may feel expansive anger and contracting fear at the same time. We may feel strong emotions at some times and numbness at others. Emotions are the precursors to action, chakra 3. So it is difficult to allow an emotion to flow if the action it inspires is dangerous or frightening. For instance, if allowing ourselves to feel our anger makes us want to kill someone, it can be dangerous to experience the feeling. If experiencing the sadness of a past separation makes our present solitude unbearable, we will find ways to avoid it. If feeling our need for someone makes us subject to their abuse, we cannot acknowledge our need. When the force behind an emotion builds up without being expressed or released, it creates an emotional excess. We need to create a safe way to lessen emotional force and allow it to be better contained and channeled. The energy of an emotion can be channeled into appropriate movements or activities. I often use my anger to clean house because when I am angry, I have a lot of energy, but I cannot concentrate on anything difficult. Grief can be channeled into writing poetry, fear into heightened awareness, and longing into creative activities. Feeling is the dimensional texture of experience. Without feelings, life is flat, experience is empty, and meaning is elusive. When emotions are excessive, we can shift our awareness to the sensations in our body. Emotions want to move out, to take action and be recognized. We need to balance that by moving in and paying attention to the self inside. By consciously bringing our attention inward, the emotions soften and bring us a richer tapestry of information and connection. Emotional release. Pros and cons. In a world where repressed emotions are the cultural norm, it has often been the goal of therapy to facilitate emotional release. Sometimes simple catharsis can bring about profound healing and transformation. Simply letting go of something that has been long held in the body can allow the body to reform itself in new ways. Emotional release does not always bring healing, however. In some cases, where trauma is severe or emotional patterns such as anger or tears are too well established, it may overwhelm the person, create further feelings of helplessness, or drive the emotional grooves even deeper into habitual response. When emotional release is simply a discharge of energy without cognitive integration, it brings short-term relief, but seldom permanent change. The person then seeks this release again and again. Emotional release is the instinctual psychic movement from the unconscious to the conscious, completing actions that have been interrupted. If we could not fully feel or express our emotions the first time around, we create new situations where we can feel them. Emotions held in the body fixate our energy and holding patterns, making it unavailable to us. Once an emotion is released, we can reclaim that energy and create a new orientation to the situation. Once we have grieved a death, we can let go. Once we have acknowledged a fear, we can take steps to overcome it. Emotional release fully involves the body. It is not enough for the head to simply acknowledge sadness or anger. There is movement associated with each emotion, and until the movement is freed up, the energy vortex of the emotion will remain. Many clients come to me from other therapists who help them considerably in understanding their patterns and behavior in light of their history. They say, "I know my sexual attitudes are a result of the abuse from my father. I've worked on it for years, but it hasn't changed." Change is movement, and in order to create change, there has to be both internal and external movement in the body. Blocked emotion is bound in the structure of the body. When I work to free up buried feelings, I ask the person to exaggerate what I see her body doing unconsciously. If I see her fidgeting, I ask her to exaggerate those movements. If I see her contracted, I ask her to exaggerate the contraction. This brings unconscious movements and their attendant feelings into consciousness. While she holds the exaggerated position, I ask her what kind of feeling this elicits. If an answer is not apparent, I ask her to verbalize what her body is saying. Someone contracted might be saying, "Don't touch me." Someone who is fidgeting might be saying, "I don't want to be here." I then ask her to express the same statement or feeling through movement. If you were on a stage and had to express this feeling without any words, what would you do? This embodies the feeling and simultaneously brings it into conscious awareness. This process usually taps the natural flow of feeling in the body sooner or later. At this point, I become a facilitator for the feeling. If there is anger, I give them a bat to hit the couch. If it is sadness, I offer comfort and sympathy. If there is fear, I offer resources for strength, invite movements that are opposite to the contraction, and stabilize their energy through grounding techniques. Containment. To contain our energy is to embrace our excitement bodily, to let feelings unfold within our containing body, and to let ourselves be formed by these feelings. By living with and from our bodily feelings, they change us, culturing our love. Stanley Kellerman. As an oral character with characteristic lack of charge, my early somatic therapists all encouraged me to get it out. I cried my tears, kicked and screamed, beat pillows, and certainly freed up my energy flow. But as an essentially undercharged vessel, I was simultaneously depleting myself, and I lost some of my ability to tolerate and focus. I found later that a more profound lesson for me was to learn to contain. There are times when emotional release is not advisable, when the ground is too weak to provide stability, safety, and containment. Emotional release can leave one disintegrated rather than integrated. When past traumas are severe, the emotions of rage or helplessness can re-traumatize and trigger the nervous system into its familiar traumatic stress patterns. When damaging emotional habits are a presenting complaint, raging uncontrollably, crying too easily, feeling paralyzed by fears, it does not help to dig these emotional habits into deeper grooves. When any of these factors are present, it is better to facilitate containment and behavior modification than it is to release. If the second chakra is excessive, balance is found by containment. Containment means not acting immediately upon a feeling, urge, desire, or need. Often this excessive behavior is an unconscious way to discharge energy before it can come fully into consciousness, where it might be too threatening. Without containment, there is no storage of energy and virtually no power. Energy follows habitual paths of expression. Containment invites the creation of alternative paths. If our habitual path of release is to have sex, take a drink, or yell at someone whenever we feel anxious, then we become addicted to that activity and never understand the anxiety or effectively resolve it. If we can learn to contain the anxiety, we can find another way of resolving it. Learning to contain does not mean that we deny or negate an experience. It is not a willful mind-over-matter affair, but a conscious penetration of mind in matter. Containment is a deeper focus of attention on the emotional process and where it is trying to go. Learning to contain means that we allow the energy to fill up our tissues, expand our sensation, and build our excitement. This way we get to keep our excitement rather than spend it. Jeanette had a habit of compulsively eating small snacks throughout the day. At the slightest hint of frustration in her tasks at work, she would want to put something in her mouth to distract her from her feelings. I asked her to sit with her feelings without her pacifier and chart the sensations that arose. I couldn't sit still. I wanted to pace the office, throw things at my boss, pull out the phone plug, and yell at somebody. As we worked through and resisted these discharging impulses, we became aware of the way she felt small and had too much responsibility at too young an age. She did not have the first chakra support necessary to accomplish the tasks that were expected of her. Instinctively, she reached for food to give her extra energy, and as a first chakra substitute for support. Only by understanding the motivation underneath the action could we plan more appropriate coping strategies. This understanding arose through resisting the addictive impulses so that buried memories could come to consciousness. Still water runs deep. Through containment, our feelings reach greater depth. While we do not want to become stagnant, a healthy second chakra has the ability to both express and contain emotion as needed and appropriate. To contain is to build up the energy for transformation, rather than disperse it and suffer depletion. Sexual healing. Courting Eros. Eros is the binding element par excellence. It is the bridge between being and becoming, and it binds fact and value together. Rollo May. If a person is living a sexual life and living out of his sexual feeling, then a lot of life is foreplay. Stanley Kellerman. It is unfortunate that our culture tries to separate sexuality from the rest of life, as the cosmic force of connection leading toward union and expansion. It is paradoxical that we remove sexuality from the conversation and activity of the rest of our lives. In so doing, we have encouraged sexual wounds to go unacknowledged and unhealed, hidden by guilt and shame. Sexual healing is not limited to what we do in bed, but involves our entire approach to life. To achieve sexual healing is to engage with life fully on an emotional/sensate level, to make love with our eyes and ears and noses, to embrace our yearning for poetry, texture, and closeness, to become intimate with the subtle nuances of the inner self. Sexual healing cannot occur in isolation, as healthy sex involves many levels of consciousness. It cannot be separated from emotional healing, for it opens up the emotions. It is essentially tied to the senses and the pull of yearning and desire. It requires a fluid flow of energy in the body. To heal ourselves in each petal of the second chakra lotus, emotion, desire, movement, sensation, pleasure, and need, is to simultaneously heal our sexuality. Sexual healing requires a balance between containment and flow. Most mechanical sexual dysfunctions, such as impotence, inability to reach orgasm, or premature ejaculation, reflect a failure to either contain one's excitement or surrender to it. These issues are energetic rather than merely sexual, and are usually reflected in the rest of the personality. Addressing these energy patterns in the body armor may simultaneously address the sexual problems. Sexual healing involves moving from the mechanical activity of sex into the numinous quality of Eros. Sexual healing involves reweaving the union of sexuality and Eros, and thus bringing sex back into the realm of the divine. Eros is a mysterious force, and the courting of Eros requires surrender to the unknown. This requires a basic emotional and physical security. Past wounds from invasions, rejections, and expectations dampen our experience of Eros. They make us afraid of ourselves, afraid of opening, afraid to trust the natural erotic impulse that unites psyche and soma, self and other, heaven and earth, in an arc of energy that joins and sparks each of the chakras. Healing emotional wounds helps restore appropriate discrimination and trust, so we can surrender to feeling once again. Eros has no goal but to enhance and connect. But we must have the trust and grounding of the first chakra and the emotional confidence of the second to open fully to this enhancement. Sex without Eros is empty and mechanical, functioning by a push from the will, which often exhausts it. Sex and Eros nourishes the will. We become infused with energy, inspired to change, learn, and reach beyond the limits we have previously accepted. Sexuality infused with Eros brings the divine into the act of pleasure, drawing us upward and outward. Sexual healing, by nature, involves another person, a sacred lover with whom there is trust and patience, understanding and skill. This is perhaps the most difficult element to attain, since we cannot simply order up the appropriate lover. When dealing with sexual issues, it is important to be able to stop at any point in the experience and have our lover encourage us to process whatever we are feeling at the moment. When a partner falls into numbness, mechanical routines, or fear, it is time to stop and say, "What are you feeling right now? How can I help?" As sex brings us into the most intimate and vulnerable experiences of our lives, the sexual arena is often where our deepest feelings arise. This is profound ground for healing in general. Nor is sexual healing limited just to the second chakra. The sexual experience enhances and is affected by each of the other chakras. Our relationship to the health of our bodies, staying in shape and in touch, is the important contribution from chakra 1. From the third chakra, a healthy ego and sense of power allows us to remain centered and balanced in our engagement with others. The fourth chakra, with its emphasis on relationships, has an obvious impact on sexuality. Healthy relationship with open hearts and clear communication, chakra 5, can only enhance sexual connection. Imagination, chakra 6, plays a powerful role in sexual enhancement, as does the ability to experience sex as a spiritual union, 7th chakra. Sexual healing brings the sacred back into the sexual act. It is a mutual worship of the divine within, a restoring of wholesomeness through the unfolding of pleasure, and a nourishment of the soul in preparation for the rest of the journey across the rainbow bridge. Conclusion. In our journey from base to crown, the second chakra is the prime mover of energy in the chakra system. As the vital forces begin their journey upward, the soul is carried on the currents of emotion and desire toward growth. If we have a secure base, we are able to yield to this inner flow of prana, vital energy, and follow its natural course without losing our center. Analogous to the water element of this chakra, we need to be moved by the currents, but not drown in them. It is water that makes things grow, move, and change. Water makes life juicy. A balanced second chakra has a deep emotional core that is grounded enough to be contained and open enough to flow and connect. Healing our wounds in this chakra creates the necessary emotional depth for developing true power, compassion, creativity, insight, and awareness, all aspects that are ahead of us on the chakra journey. Chakra 3. Burning our way into power. Third chakra at a glance. Element, fire. Name, Manipura, lustrous gem. Purpose, transformation. Issues, energy, activity, autonomy, individuation, will, self-esteem, proactivity, power. Color, yellow. Location, solar plexus. Identity, ego identity. Orientation, self-definition. Demon, shame. Developmental stage, 18 months to 4 years. Developmental tasks, realization of separateness, establishment of autonomy, basic rights, to act and be an individual, balanced characteristics, responsible, reliable, balanced, effective will, good self-esteem, balanced ego strength, warmth and personality, confidence, spontaneity, playfulness, sense of humor, appropriate self-discipline, sense of one's personal power, able to meet challenges. Traumas and abuses, shaming, authoritarianism, volatile situations, domination of will, physical abuse, dangerous environment, fear of punishment, enmeshment, age-inappropriate responsibilities, parentified child, inherited shame from parent. Deficiency, low energy, weak will, easily manipulated, poor self-discipline and follow-through, low self-esteem, cold, emotionally and or physically, poor digestion, collapsed middle, attraction to stimulants, victim mentality, blaming of others, passive unreliable. Excess, overly aggressive, dominating, controlling, need to be right, have last word, manipulative, power hungry, deceitful, attraction to sedatives, temper tantrums, violent outbursts, stubbornness, driving ambition, type A personality, competitive, arrogant, hyperactive. Physical malfunctions, eating disorders, digestive disorders, ulcers, hypoglycemia, diabetes, muscle spasms, muscular disorders, chronic fatigue, hypertension, disorders of stomach, pancreas, gallbladder, liver. Healing practices, risk-taking, deficiency, grounding and emotional contact, deep relaxation, stress control, excess, vigorous exercise, running, aerobics, etc., martial arts, sit-ups, psychotherapy, build ego strength, release or contain anger, work on shame issues, strengthen the will, encourage autonomy. Affirmations. I honor the power within me. I accomplish tasks easily and effortlessly. The fire within me burns through all blocks and fears. I can do whatever I will to do. Shades of yellow. No human being can stand the perpetually numbing experience of his own powerlessness. Rollo May. One need only pick up the daily newspaper to see that we are a culture obsessed with power. Headlines of violence, warfare, victimization, and dominance reveal a world continually beset by conflict. Strength is often defined as dominance, sensitivity as weakness. Taking time to consider important decisions is considered waffling, while swift, bold strokes are touted as brilliant accomplishments. Political news reads more like the sports page than an informed analysis. President scores points over divided Congress. GOP wins seat over Democrats. Loggers defeat environmentalists. We put the hopes of many into the leadership of a few, remaining in passive helplessness while those in whom we invest our power spend it fighting each other, creating stagnation and political gridlock, or waging war. Immersed in our own feelings of powerlessness, we are fascinated by the triumphs of others and glean a perverse satisfaction from following the continual struggles for supremacy and control over ourselves, other people, other nations, and nature herself, but always power over something. What is power? Where do we get it? How do we use it? Why do we need it? How do we avoid its unbalanced duality of victimization and abuse, aggression and passivity, dominance and submission? Where do we find our own empowerment without diminishing that of others? How do we reclaim, with full responsibility, enthusiasm, and pride, our innate right to act, free from inhibition and shame? These questions are central issues to anyone undergoing a healing process. Raised into obedience by parents and teachers, trained for cooperation with larger corporate, legal, military, and political power structures, we have become a society of victims and controllers. In polarized either-or thinking, we see power in terms of eat or be eaten, control or be controlled, winners or losers, one up or one down. The popular model of power that exists in today's world is one that can be described as power over, based on struggle and opposition between dualities, where one side eventually wins over the other side. In society, we see this in racism, sexism, classism, ageism, and almost any other ism we could name. Power is found with the guns and the money, and our culture is obsessed with both. In a land where the American dream is for each person to become, in the words of Lawrence Bolt, a little king, we see power as having a dominion to rule over. The larger the dominion, the greater the power. In the inner world, the struggle continues. We think power is gained by fighting our inferior parts with the strength of our superior parts. If the right side wins, then we have a sense of power. If we lose, we feel powerless. We are asked to exert mind over matter, to prove our strength by dominating our basic instincts, suppressing the raw energy of the core self, which is the psychic source of our power. Struggle itself becomes the focus of our life force. It is not power we seek, so much as the overcoming of victimization, the ability to determine our own lives. For what greater responsibility than to allow the divine within the freedom of its unique unfoldment? There is no doubt that at times winning this kind of inner battle is important, but the victory of one part over another does not lead to wholeness, but further fragmentation. Such battles rob the system of energy, and usually re-emerge to be fought again and again. It is no wonder that the recovery movement is full of victims, scapegoating their evil persecutors, hoping to regain their lost power, not always realizing that we are all victims of an oppressive social system, of cultural values that belittle us, and of an outdated concept of power itself. We have lost the sense of our own sacredness, lost contact with the power within. To restructure the way we think of power, and to channel and contain that power within our own being, is the challenge of the third chakra. It transforms us, igniting our life with purpose. To have true power emanating from within renews the joy of being alive. What is needed to reclaim our power is to enter into an entirely new dynamic, a new definition of power that lifts us out of struggle and into transformation, out of the past and into the future, one that inspires, strengthens, and empowers individuals without diminishing others. The dynamics of power within the chakra system are also built on duality, but in a way that emphasizes combination and synergy, rather than separation and struggle. Raw energy is created from a combination of the first and second chakras' attributes of matter and movement. The expression of that energy as action is motivated by survival and pleasure, the instinctual forces that combine to create our ascending, liberating current. Transforming the instinctual impulses into willed activity is made possible by the descent of consciousness, which gives form and direction through understanding as it meets and mediates the ascending current of liberation. Refer to Figure 3.1 in the bonus PDF. When the ascending and descending currents combine, the raw energy of power is focused into activity. Only through this combination do we realize that the true purpose of power is transformation. So we enter the third chakra through the gates of duality. By successfully integrating both sides of polarity, we emerge into a third realm that simultaneously includes and transcends polarity by creating a new dynamic. Here we reach beyond the oscillating realms of either or, win, lose, black, white, and enter the rainbow realm of multiplicity. Once we have ventured out toward the middle of the rainbow bridge, our choices expand, our horizons widen. As our options increase, so do our strength and our freedom. As we exercise choice, we initiate the will. Through exercising our will, we develop our individuality, discover our strengths and weaknesses, and begin to build the power that will steer our lives. We leave the realm of safety and security, carrying our safety within the ground of our own body. So many people in recovery are understandably concerned about feeling safe. But power is not created from staying safe. Power comes from the willingness to leave the world of safety and move forward into the unknown. As we meet challenge, it strengthens us by forcing us to grow. Power, like a muscle, will not increase by doing nothing. In the chakra system as a whole, the purpose of the third chakra is to transform the inertia of matter and movement into a conscious direction of willed activity. Earth and water are passive and dense. They move downward. Chakras 1 and 2 are instinctual. They follow the paths of least resistance. The fire of chakra 3 is dynamic and light, rising upward, moving away from gravity. This change is necessary to reach the upper chakras and complete our journey. We must be willing to leave passivity behind. We must be willing to leave the way it has always been, to transform our habits, set a new course and enter chakra 3. We must be willing to individuate, to step out of the familiar and expected, and confront the challenge of uncertainty. Thus, to be independent of public opinion is the first formal condition of achieving anything great, says Hegel. You must be the change you wish to see in the world, says Gandhi. Friction makes sparks. Fire transforms matter to heat and light, and gives us the ability to see and to act. Fire awakens us from our passive slumber, sparking consciousness into understanding. Understanding tempers the fire, binding raw energy into power, direction, and transformation. Thus we enter the fiery yellow section of our rainbow bridge on the unfolding journey from matter to consciousness. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the third chakra: energy, activity, autonomy, authority, individuation, will, self-esteem, shame, proactivity, power. Energy and activity. Increased excitation is perceived as an urge to organize feeling into action. Stanley Kellerman. The privilege of a lifetime is being who you are. Joseph Campbell. If our grounding is strong and solid, and the natural flow of emotion and movement is not thwarted, then we have the means to convert energy into action. As we continue to receive input from our surroundings, the energy within the system builds and begins, like any open system, to need reorganization, expression, and discharge. The natural expression of this energy is activity. It engages us with our surroundings, allowing us to charge and discharge our excitement. It teaches us about the world and about ourselves. Activity can invite delight or disaster, depending on its results. As we mature, we begin to choose which impulses to act upon and which ones to control. Thus begins the emergence of a conscious self, where mind acts upon instincts, the emergence of personal responsibility, and the birth of the ego. A healthy third chakra exhibits energetic vitality. There is enjoyment and enthusiasm about life. Our sense of personal power gives us hope that we can make things viable for ourselves. And with this positive outlook, we are not afraid to venture into the unknown, to take risks, or to make mistakes. When our energy field is strong, we do not get bogged down by obstacles. We do not lose our direction when challenged, but go forth with strength and will. We enjoy engaging in activity, tackling challenges, and grappling with the world. Activity develops our sense of power through constant presentation of new challenges. When activity meets with shame and disapproval, however, then it diminishes our sense of power. We distrust our abilities and fear the consequence of our own energy. To avoid further shame, we inhibit our impulses and become constricted and self-conscious. We lose our spontaneity and playfulness. Unable to trust our own basic impulses, and needing to constantly monitor what comes from within, the personality becomes divided against itself. It takes energy to maintain this division, a loss that robs us of our basic vitality and wholeness. Autonomy. The progression from lower to higher chakras is a progression from individuality to universality. We begin in a merge state, then separate ourselves and become independent, eventually to emerge again into a larger world, this time as a conscious individual. We can think of the first 3 chakras as the lower gears of the system. They keep us grounded and engaged, motivated and active. They preserve the individual self as it interacts with the world. The upper chakras connect us to the universal through communication, vision, and understanding. Looking ahead, we see that at the heart chakra, we make a quantum leap into the middle of the rainbow bridge to a place where the individual and universal meet in perfect balance. But before this meeting can occur, we need a firm grasp of ourselves as a separate, unique individual. Without a strong sense of self, our love is still an unconscious merging. Without our unique individuality, we get overwhelmed by the vastness of the universal. I recently counseled a 19-year-old woman who was in a borderline psychotic state, 1 month after a strong LSD experience. She had seen a parade of her past lives, a display of archetypal energies, a wide-eyed view of the cosmos. But her individual ego was still so unformed that she completely lost who she was in this journey. She was overwhelmed and lost from her ground in the limitless upper chakras. Simple grounding exercises produced a profound change in consciousness and brought her back to herself, at least temporarily. Returning to a solid sense of herself took time and much reconstruction. In much of the New Age and spiritual movement, personal ego and autonomy are frowned upon, along with sexuality, passion, desire, need, and the sacredness of the body. While letting go of attachment and transcending the smallness of the ego are essential steps for obtaining a universal consciousness, this achievement is pure diffusion and possibly escape if we lack a healthy ego to support such transcendence. Therefore, autonomy becomes a necessary 3rd chakra achievement. Without autonomy, we cannot get to the heart, for our love comes from need rather than strength, a desire to escape rather than to expand. A balanced relationship allows the persons involved to be separate beings, retain their individuality, follow their own growth, and come together by choice and by will, in freedom and wholeness. This right cannot be granted by a partner, or anyone else for that matter, if we do not first have it within ourselves. Autonomy is essential for personal responsibility. If we cannot see ourselves as separate beings, we cannot take responsibility for our actions. We remain passive and irresponsible, often whining and complaining about the state of our affairs, ruled by the transitory whim of the group, the culture, our partners, or parents. Lack of autonomy is often characterized by blaming. If we still blame others for our problems, we have not yet individuated. This is often seen in couples who are overly enmeshed with each other. Blaming places both will and responsibility outside ourselves. If we are grounded in our autonomy, then we are the cause of our lives, and we are able to take appropriate responsibility and power. Only when we take responsibility can we really make change. If it is someone else's fault, we can only wait for them to change. We might wait forever. Individuation. The individuation process, however, cannot be grasped in its deepest essence, for it is a part of the mystery of transformation that pervades all creation. It includes within it the secret of life, which is ceaselessly reborn in passing through an ever-renewed death. Yolande Jacobi. Our ego consciousness might well be enclosed within a more complete consciousness, like a smaller circle within a larger. C.G. Jung. The soul's journey toward realization is a process that Carl Jung called individuation. It is a journey toward wholeness and awakening, a journey across the rainbow bridge. On this journey, the person awakens from the small world they previously inhabited to embrace the larger world of the personal and collective unconscious by reclaiming their shadow, their inner masculine and feminine, and their connection with mythic and archetypal energies. The purpose of individuation is to integrate previously undeveloped aspects of oneself into a larger, comprehensive self that is simultaneously personal and universal. As the lower realms of the first and second chakras are largely unconscious and correspond to the child's merged state with the mother and family, the third chakra becomes the point where the individuation process really begins. It is here that the ego awakens and begins to differentiate from outer expectations. What has been largely a passive experience now becomes a willed enactment. To individuate, we must break away from the gravitational fields of earth and water, mother and father, group and society, and bring forth the unique divine individual that lives within. The third chakra aspect of individuation involves overcoming unconscious habits that allow us to be defined by others. Here we break away from internalized parents, peers, and culture, and begin to define ourselves. It is about daring to be unique, risking disapproval for the integrity of your own truth. Individuation is the unfolding of our unique destiny, the unfolding of the soul. We cannot change the world if we have not yet individuated from the way the world expects us to be. We cannot truly claim our power without a willingness to individuate. Jung's concept of individuation parallels the adult developmental process through the chakras. Where Jung thought that individuation began in the heart chakra, with the integration of the inner masculine and feminine, animus and anima, I believe it begins with the third chakra birth of psychic autonomy. Many people do not awaken this chakra at all and spend their whole lives following the path of least resistance, giving their power to others and defining themselves in terms of what is expected. They remain in the less differentiated aspects of the lower chakras. Damage to the lower chakras or lack of developmental completion keeps us from maturing to this point and keeps us from true psychic freedom. Ego identity. The self is born, but the ego is made, and in the beginning of all is self. Edward Edinger. The striking thing about love and will in our day is that, whereas in the past they were always held up to us as the answer to life's predicaments, they have now themselves become the problem. Rollo May. After we identify with our physical body and our emotional experience, we begin to form an autonomous new identity. This marks the birth of the ego, a conscious realization of oneself as a self-determining separate entity. Freud first postulated the ego when he divided the personality into three major components: the id, representing our innate biological and instinctual drives; the superego, representing the consciousness that controls these drives; and the ego, which mediates between the two. The ego manages the division between conscious and unconscious, interior and exterior, and operates the gates between the many worlds of the self. Jung saw the ego as the conscious element of the self. This does not necessarily include our unconscious hopes and dreams, fantasies and fears. Since the ego is, by definition, unaware of the unconscious, it is not the center of the whole self, but acts as an operating principle, combining inner and outer experience. The ego is an organizer of instinctual energies. John Perakos, in Core Energetics, defines the ego in terms of somatic energy, calling it the human faculty that mediates the flow of energy out of and into the core of the human being. It is the faculty which chooses, discriminates, analyzes, and regulates the flow of energy and experience. In terms of chakras, the ego is an organizer of instinctive energy, coming up from chakras 1 and 2 as it combines with consciousness, coming down from above. We shape the ego with consciousness. Life energy is its substance. The ego functions as an executive identity, or CEO of the self. It sorts out which impulses to express or repress, and orients the movement of our energy toward a goal. The ego forms the statement of who we are, the statement we make to the world. It creates defenses to protect the vulnerable core self, and develops the strategies and behaviors to meet the needs of that core self as it grows and develops. Finally, the ego organizes consciousness toward self-definition. A well-functioning ego has a tough job. It must allow guidance by core energies that are largely unconscious while still considering the transpersonal, spiritual energies that are beyond normal consciousness, all while keeping the self consistent, safe, engaged, and effective in the mundane world. This requires ego strength. A strong ego is able to integrate diverse and difficult experiences and maintain consistency in the self. Yet the ego divides as well as unites, for it sequesters the less favorable instinctual energies into the shadow realm. While the ego is oriented toward love and achievement, its shadow is made of those elements that seem to interfere with this. Thus the ego creates the division between conscious and unconscious, between shadow elements of the lower chakras and the developing persona that emerges in the fourth chakra. The good news is that because the ego creates the initial division, it can also integrate. Thus, our concept of self becomes a container for the work of individuation. It spurs us onward to act in the world, and inward to pick up lost pieces. Individuation is an expansion of the self beyond the realms of the ego, yet the ego is necessary to anchor this growth. The word ego is a combination of the Greek roots for I, E, and earth, go. Thus the ego is the grounded self, the individualized roots of consciousness. The ego is like a house. It is where we live. It contains us, gives us a place to grow and change, and create boundaries which are necessary for forming ourselves as an entity. It balances energy in the system, keeping us in homeostasis. Many spiritual disciplines advise us to transcend the ego and consider it something bad, limiting, or false. The problem of ego is not that it is limiting, but that we let ourselves be confined by it at all times. We stay confined out of fear, guilt, or shame, and never go outside to the larger world, never open our windows and doors. It is not wrong to have a home, but it should be an anchor for experience, not a limitation. Keeping this in perspective enables us to both have a strong ego and transcend it as well. Will. The human will is intensity of desire raised to the level of action. John Bradshaw. A woman in my chakra therapy group volunteered to work on third chakra issues. When her turn came around, she looked at me and said, "Okay, tell me what I'm supposed to do." This defined her problem more than anything that followed. She had addressed something outside herself to tell her what she was supposed to do in relation to her own needs, even before those words were stated. How many of us dutifully live our lives the way we are supposed to, forever looking outside ourselves for clues without questioning the source of those suppositions? Supposed to, according to what? I asked her in return. "Well, I thought you had some kind of process in mind for me," she answered. "I'm more interested in the process you're already in. I can only assist you in removing what blocks it. But I don't know what that is. Believing there is a way already prescribed for you might be a big part of it. Look instead at what you want and need. There's your fuel for the will. Your passion and desire give it strength and direction. From here we proceeded to work on what happened to her will as a child, how it was thwarted, how she was punished for acts of autonomy, and how her maternal role model was one of a selfless people-pleaser. Learning to recognize the true will did not come easily at first. The question, what would I do if there was nothing I was supposed to do, often meets with a mysterious blank when first considered. As children, we were rewarded for doing what we were supposed to do, and punished when we didn't comply. At a crucial time of developing autonomy, our will becomes structured by things outside ourselves, without regard for the needs and direction of the self within. We are trained to be obedient. Obedience requires will, but it is will given to another, or disembodied will. It no longer originates in our own body, but in someone else's, our parents' body, our lovers, the school, corporation, or military body. The will we cannot claim opens us to manipulation by others. Obedience removes us from responsibility, as we are just following orders. If the orders are wrong, it's someone else's fault. When we accept obedience as a habit or given, we become like slaves. We forget to question. We drop bombs on innocent people because those are our orders. We casually dump our lovers without thinking about how it feels, because that's how our buddies do it. We accept what we see without questioning whether there is another way. The answer is not to become willful individualists, simply seeking our own satisfaction, as pure selfishness is equally damaging. We remain trapped in the smaller ego self, unable to enter the yielding love of the heart chakra. Yet unless this cooperation is voluntary, meaning that it comes from our own will, it has no real power or enthusiasm. Without the supporting desire from the chakra below, we become meek and obedient automatons, empty of vitality and authenticity. In suppressing our will, we invite its shadow, which is either passive-aggressive sabotage or reactive rebellion rather than strategic action. Rollo May, in his classic book Love and Will, asks what underlies the disordered will. I believe it is a state of feelinglessness, the despairing possibility that nothing matters, a condition very close to apathy. He goes on to describe will as the capacity to organize oneself so that movement in a certain direction or toward a certain goal may take place. Its foundation is wish, the second chakra longing for what we are missing. Desire fuels the will. Consciousness descending from above gives it direction and form through intentionality. There is no will without intention, only whim. Our longing points us toward the future. It is no coincidence that the word will is used in the future tense of all English verbs. I will go. I will talk to them. I will finish my book. It is through the will that we bring that future into reality. It is interesting to note that the third chakra is located in the softest part of the torso. There are no bones in the front of the solar plexus. This means that the only thing that holds our body upright, with our chakras aligned on top of each other, is an act of will from the energetic source of the body. When self-esteem is low, when the will is broken, when we are tired and have no vitality, then this area of the body collapses. The chakra is not full enough to support the upper body. Without this support, the chest collapses, restricting our air intake. The head comes out of alignment with the body, and the knees lock, throwing us out of our true ground. It is helpful when developing the will to do exercises such as sit-ups that strengthen the stomach muscles and support this vulnerable part of the torso. Self-esteem. When one feels that it is a catastrophic event to have been wrong, one is led to avoid choice and decision. The development of an individual personality is therefore stifled. Edward Whitmont. Shame as a healthy human emotion can be transformed into shame as a state of being. As a state of being, shame takes over one's whole identity. To have shame as an identity is to believe that one's being is flawed, that one is defective as a human being. Once shame is transformed into an identity, it becomes toxic and dehumanizing. John Bradshaw. Energetic vitality requires self-esteem. With a basic trust in ourselves, we can better face the unknown. We have a sense of self that does not fall apart when things go wrong, that can still maintain consistency in the face of challenge. For a healthy ego, it's okay to make mistakes. For a shame-bound personality, there is no room to err, and expansion is severely restricted. How can we reach and grow if we can't make mistakes? And without growth, how can we develop a sense of our own power? When self-esteem is low, we have a paralyzing uncertainty where there should be confidence and power. In the many years of my practice, I have seldom found much correlation between high self-esteem and accomplishment. Often the people with successful careers, extraordinary looks, or loads of money had the lowest self-esteem. Those with healthier self-esteem seemed to be the ones with fewer expectations and more permission to simply live. Those who treated themselves well, took care of their bodies, were connected to their feelings, and allowed themselves pleasure, had higher esteem because they felt better. They filled themselves by attending to simple first and second chakra issues. Feeling full, they felt confident. They had energy. Their sense of self was less defined by external accomplishments because there was a tangible presence inside. Conversely, if self-worth is high, we are more likely to take care of ourselves. Shame. Shame is the demon of the third chakra. It is inversely proportional to personal power. The greater the shame, the less we feel powerful, and the harder it is for the ego to form itself. Shame blocks the liberating current and prevents energy rising from the lower chakras from forming into effective action. We feel ashamed of ourselves and hints of our basic instincts, which must then be controlled by the mind. As a result, shame-bound personalities feel stuck and may fall into patterns of compulsive repetition and addiction. When ascending, liberating currents get stuck at the third chakra. The manifesting, downward current of consciousness is increased. The mind runs the show, binding the biological energy into controlled patterns, creating the term shame-bound. Shame-bound people honor their thoughts more than their instincts, especially the internal voices that constantly tell them how worthless and inferior they are. Spontaneity is limited by internal scrutiny, which binds and disempowers the will. As natural instincts can never be fully repressed, they periodically erupt in shadow forms that only increase the sense of shame and inadequacy. When we misbehave, lose our temper, fall apart, or have lapses in our vigilant self-control, we are driven to deeper shame. Examples include the dieter or substance user who repeatedly binges, or the entrepreneur who sabotages work and success through procrastination and passive-aggressive behavior. The block in the will keeps the downward current from entering the second chakra with its orientation toward pleasure, so these activities seldom have any real pleasure to them. Shame finds its penance in suffering, and the need to recreate misery and failure keeps one in a very unhappy false state of equilibrium. Proactivity. It is not what happens to us, but our response to what happens to us that hurts us. Stephen R. Covey. Janet was concerned that she would not get the promotion she wanted. As she was scarcely able to live on her current salary, this promotion was very important to her. At first she worried herself sick over it, but then she became proactive. Rather than waiting to be interviewed, she reversed the tables and interviewed her boss about his vision for the company. She spent additional time talking to people relevant to the new position, courting their favor for recommendations. She anticipated the needs that would arise in replacing her current position and took the initiative to find coworkers who were interested and began training them. With all this work, She did, indeed, get the promotion she wanted. Stephen R. Covey, in his best-selling book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, has popularized the term proactivity, which is used largely in management seminars. Being proactive is an alternative to being reactive, third chakra excess, or inactive, third chakra deficiency. Proactivity is about choosing your actions, rather than controlling or being controlled by them. Proactive people take responsibility for shaping their future, for initiating behavior that will create the situations they want. A proactive person does not wait to see what will happen. Being proactive means you are a causative influence on your environment, rather than a victim of its circumstances. Proactivity requires initiative and will. Power. The terrain of the mysteries is the edge where power encounters power, for mystery is the arising of powers that are uncharted and untamed. They will not follow the logic of naked force, and so act in unexpected ways. Starhawk. All these attributes add up to personal power. From the Latin root podere, meaning to be able, power is the ability to make change and exists for one reason only: transformation. When the old has outgrown its purpose, it is time to transform it into something new. Power is not a thing, but a way. It is a process of becoming real. We have power when we dare to live authentically, when we reach inside ourselves and tell the naked truth. The more we dare to take risks, to question, to be true to ourselves, the easier it becomes. Power comes when we are willing to make mistakes and to be responsible for them, to learn from them and to correct them. Power is the expression of the sacred in its evolutionary unfolding. Power is the awesome presence of the divine. Power is the mystery, the unknown, the confrontation with the other. Power is the transition from the past to the future. In order to escape the narrow traps of personal limitation and approach the magnificent expanse of totality, we must reclaim our power. Power is the ability to determine our own destiny. Only in a power of uniqueness can the vital energy uncoil and pierce the regions of the unknown. Only with power can we move aside the obstacles that keep us imprisoned, enslaved, and unconscious. Power begins with what is. Earth, as matter, is the container. Movement is the means. Our bodies are the vehicles, our emotions its fuel, making the third chakra the engine. If we are to rise above these planes, we must carry them with us as we integrate new understanding. Earth and water anchor us in reality, forming the container that allows the alchemical fire to burn bright and hot. They are the crucible of transformation. Growing the lotus. Developmental formation of the third chakra at a glance. Age 18 months to 4 years. Tasks: development of autonomy, development of language, impulse control, mastery of holding on and letting go, toilet training, self-definition. Needs and issues: appropriate discipline, support of autonomy, confidence and encouragement, play. This stage, therefore, becomes decisive for the ratio of love and hate, cooperation and willfulness, freedom of self-expression and its suppression. From a sense of control without loss of self-esteem comes a lasting sense of goodwill and pride. From a sense of loss of self-control and of foreign over-control comes a lasting propensity for doubt and shame. Erik Erikson. I was a single mother when my son was in his third chakra stage. How well I remember the challenge of getting both Alex and myself ready each morning. When Alex was younger, I'd always made morning a period of quality time, and he had come to expect it. Now, immersed in his third chakra, our mornings became a battle of wills. He knew I needed to hurry, and he knew how to get me. He would stall while getting dressed by hiding his shoes after I had put them on. He would play with his food and throw it on the floor and then ask for more. He glorified in the word no, giggling gleefully at his newfound power over Mom. My own third chakra ached as I fought the urge to scream at him, instead willing myself into the loving patience that only a parent can understand. This story is typical for one of the most challenging stages of parenting, the terrible twos. Here we have an emerging autonomy that is still immersed in dependency. The child begins to feel separate, yet wants constant assurance that the parent will still be there. He wants to do things for himself, but most tasks are too difficult to do alone. He wants to exert his will for the sheer pleasure of it, without discretion about how to use that will. The challenge of this stage is to develop impulse control. Though difficult, the proper handling of this stage is crucial for self-esteem, personal autonomy, and a strong will, all aspects of a healthy third chakra. This tumultuous passage begins when the anxiety of separating from the mother starts to decrease, allowing a new level of independence. At this point, language abilities have progressed to the point where simple 2 to 3 word sentences are used. Both of these landmarks occur between 18 and 24 months. We have safely reached the other side when the child has weathered the stubborn storm of egocentricity and emerges as a relatively cooperative individual at approximately 3 years. Consciousness continues to filter down from the upper chakras as we develop up from the bottom. We recall that the 7th chakra, awareness, initiated motor development in chakra 1. Images from the 6th chakra motivated feelings and movement in chakra 2. Now the development of language, 5th chakra, instills concepts that enable the mind to operate on the impulses and behavior rising up from the physical/emotional body, giving us the capacity for personal will in chakra 3. In other words, connection between language and action is established, which gives us the potential for impulse control. The child can understand a statement such as, "Don't hit your brother," and then try to hold that concept to curb his aggressive impulses. He can remember the phrase, "Stove is hot," and decide not to touch it. Having moved past the natural limits imposed by infancy, the child must now internalize appropriate limits, which occurs through internalization of language. As these concepts get established, there may be a lot of testing going on that helps the child establish the language-action connection. Is pushing the same as hitting? How close can he get to the stove without getting burned? Does no really mean no? With language comes a sense of past, present, and future, enabling him to control, postpone, plan, or reflect upon activities. He now begins to conceptualize cause and effect. If he uses the potty, Mommy is pleased. If he eats his vegetables, he will get dessert. If he touches the stove, he gets burned. We cannot control impulses without a concept of time. Prior to this point, the child has been reflexive and absorbing, rather than initiating. The sense of identity developed in the 1st and 2nd chakras is a given identity. A comfortable, well-fed body, or a hungry, abused body. A calm emotional environment, or a volatile one. These are elements over which we have no control, but which, nevertheless, form the ground for our being. They are the prima materia, the raw material from which we create ourselves. It is from this given field that we individuate. As the child learns to control and direct her impulses, she develops her will. The ego identity develops by sorting through the impulses and instincts coming up from the lower chakras and deciding which ones to activate. As mentioned earlier, the ego now becomes the mediator between the shadow and the developing persona. The ego sorts these out according to its growing definition of self. If Mary gets punished for getting angry, her rebellious, angry self will become a shadow part of her, while her pleasing and quiet side may become a central part of her persona. Her ego, as the inner executive, decides which parts of the personality are hired and which ones are fired. We cultivate the parts that do the job we are expected to do. Much of this struggle for control and self-mastery gets played out in the arena of toilet training. Often a struggle of wills between the parent and child. Toilet training involves learning to control muscles previously allowed to respond in the moment. This requires the mastery of two basic energetic principles: holding on and letting go. The coordination of these principles establishes patterns for life, which becomes hardwired into the character structure. If one is shamed for messing oneself, or is toilet trained too soon, then letting go becomes fused with shame. One feels that what is within them is somehow bad and must be controlled and withheld at all times. If one is invaded or forced to let go against natural timing, as through enemas or commands to perform on schedule, then holding on becomes an act of defiance and letting go an act of submission. These fundamental energetic expressions are then no longer part of emerging autonomy, but are dictated by the authority figure. Holding on and letting go become externally regulated. We become ruled by others, even on the level of our own muscular response, and we move away from our spontaneity and lose some of its vitality and joy. If the child's innate sense of timing is respected and supported, however, then she learns to trust her own inner control over her bodily expression, literally and figuratively. The result is self-confidence. Erik Erikson named this stage autonomy versus shame and doubt, meaning that we come through it with either autonomy or shame and doubt, depending on how this and previous stages are handled. Without autonomy, we are destined to feel shame, which makes us doubt our actions, constantly monitoring the free flow of power through our system. According to Erikson, the successful handling of this stage gives us the distinctly third chakra characteristics of power and will. As the muscles mature, the ability to cause destruction develops along with the ability for self-control. A child can knock a lamp off the table in frenzied activity, and she can learn to control the urge to hit her sister. The child's task is to learn appropriate self-control without losing spontaneity, confidence, or joy in expressing her impulses. When shame and doubt prevail, autonomy is curtailed. We grow up to be defined and controlled by others. When the lower chakras are unfulfilled and their tasks are not completed, individuation may not happen. If the mother does not provide enough mothering or trust, or if the emotional environment is so enmeshed or volatile that the child is consumed by it, then there is no individuation. In some cases, there may be separation or even rebellion, but resistance to control is not the same as freedom from it. As long as we resist, we remain shaped and determined by the force we oppose. Rollo May states, "If will remains protest, it stays dependent on that which it is protesting against. Protest is half-developed will." This stage marks the earliest emergence of one's autonomy, however awkward or tentative it may be, and parents can easily thwart or encourage this process. If we deny our child the right to act or assert herself as an autonomous being, then we lead her to question that right throughout her life. If autonomy is thwarted at this crucial stage, as it is for so many through punishment, shaming, and over-control, then the individuation process gets bound up in either resistance or submission and never fully develops. We either hold on too tightly or let go too readily. The fire of spontaneity and joy is diminished. The will is weakened, and the senses of personal power and responsibility are undermined. The result is a deficient third chakra that cannot support the upper chakras adequately and is blocked from both solid manifestation and the full realization of consciousness. If, on the other hand, a child's will is overly indulged without discretion or respect for appropriate limits, there is an inflation of the ego. Such children are said to ride on the shoulders of the parents and have an inflated sense of their own power. They are bound to fall many times in their lives, creating an oscillation between feelings of inferiority and superiority, They lack the container, supplied by limits, that is necessary for true manifestation. Expecting results immediately, they may lack the inner discipline necessary to accomplish more difficult tasks, which give us a true sense of our power. Therefore, if we want our children to grow up as autonomous individuals, to have power, and to act responsibly, we need to supply appropriate guidance without suppressing the delicate emerging ego. Like a new blade of grass, this ego is bravely but tenderly pushing its first shoots above ground, reaching for the light of the heavens. May we tread carefully, with patience and strength of will, giving into the nourishment it needs to grow. And may patience and strength of will guide us in the process. They will surely be needed. Traumas and abuses. When what was done to me was done for my own good, then I am expected to accept this treatment as an essential part of life and not question it. Alice Miller. Authority relieves us of the responsibility of independent action. Starhawk. Claude Steiner, transactional analyst and radical therapist, once told the story of an ordinary man, we can call him Carl, whose favorite pastime was to go to the park on a sunny afternoon, sit down on a bench, and bask in the solar rays. One day, as he sat quietly on his bench, wearing his business suit, a large man wearing a uniform and heavy boots came and stood in front of him, blocking the sun. Being a peaceful sort of guy who did not like to make trouble, Carl merely moved over on the park bench so he could once again feel the sun's rays on his face. No sooner did he move than the uniformed man moved again to block the sun. Carl moved again. So did the man. At this point, Carl spoke up and politely asked the man to move aside. The man did not. Carl, getting angry now, tried to push him aside. The man pushed him back on the bench and, with his heavy boot, stepped on Carl's foot and smashed it into the ground. Carl, very angry now, began to scream obscenities, flailing his arms at the man and yelling for help. But his crying was in vain. No one came to his rescue. When Carl lifted his head and looked around, he suddenly saw why. He saw that each person in the park had a uniformed man standing in front of them. Many had boots stepping on their toes, while others were chained to their benches. Most people on the benches were passively sitting still. Some were quietly reading, while others turned to stare at Carl disapprovingly, scorning his childish and uncooperative outburst. None of the others were complaining about the man on their foot. Why should Carl? Their outrage was aimed not at the man in the uniform, but at Carl. He was living the self they had long since rejected. This is where the story ends, but we can all guess at possible outcomes. Did Carl continue to yell and scream, only to be chained to his bench with the key in someone else's possession? Did he give up his rebellion and learn to sit quietly and passively like his neighbors? Did he rally support and create an uprising in the park? Did he transform his jailer? What would you have done? We are held in our places within a culture where the personal loss of power is so epidemic that no one hears the cries of loss and outrage. Instead, we are ostracized for acts of individuality, or, at best, feared, to keep our power over others. We often give up our freedom and authenticity and conform to expectations. This is a terrible loss, for it obscures the unique divinity within ourselves that contains the seeds of evolution and transformation. Those who have made this sacrifice expect others to do the same and become highly offended when they do not. Straight men in their gray suits may be offended by flamboyantly dressed gay men. The obedient wife is offended by the militant feminism of her daughter. War veterans are offended by those who march for peace. In the wake of this loss, we have a civilization so obsessed with its lost power that it spends enormous amounts of money and energy creating the shadow of power through warfare and technology. We have complied with the master, internalized the controller, and become accomplices in a polarized society whose main goal is to control more with less. Numb to this pain, numb to our own powerlessness, numb to the repetitive tasks believed necessary for our physical survival, we live with the emptiness inside ourselves. Empty inside, our cultural myth tells us that power lies outside of ourselves, in the approval of others, in technological gadgets, or through a distant and authoritarian God. Thus we deplete ourselves, our resources, and our planet, reaching for a power outside, a power over, a power that will only enslave us. What happened to our power? Why are we a culture so obsessed with it? Why is it so important to our development? And how do we get it back? In order to answer these questions, we need first to understand how it was taken away. Using our life energy to move forward is a natural outgrowth of thriving. It is not instinctual to curtail our own expansion. It is, however, instinctual to protect ourselves. Authority. Individuals in recovery today are fighting a legacy from previous generations that believed in the ultimate authority of God over man, man over woman, and parent over child. Children, at the bottom of the heap, were to be seen and not heard. A good child was a quiet, obedient child who would never talk back to his parents. To spare the rod was to spoil the child, and breaking the child's will was believed to be a kindness done for his own good, in an effort to make him a useful member of society. Elaborate measures may be taken to accomplish this, ranging from rejection and coldness to verbal rage and physical beatings. Sometimes the unwitting child is made an accomplice to such punishment, ordered to go out and cut the switch for his own whipping, made to mumble unfelt apologies, or taught to tell lies in self-protection. Thus our will is robbed and twisted, and then given back to us as an instrument in our own oppression. Child-rearing beliefs that negate the safety and individuality of children, ostensibly for their own good, are called poisonous pedagogy by Alice Miller. People spend years in therapy trying to recover from the self-negating beliefs they thought were true, beliefs about their own badness, about how they rightfully deserve such treatment. As long as these beliefs remain, they will be passed on to the next generation. Our culture is built upon denying basic instincts. To support such behavior, we teach it to our children before they have a chance to know anything different, and thus they become divided against themselves and grow up to be divided against each other. Authority is an issue that is present in everyone's life. As children, we contend with the authority of our parents, caretakers, older siblings, babysitters, and school teachers. These models of authority influence how we respond to it, but even more important, how we develop our inner authority. Only through inner authority do we organize and focus our personal energy into an effective will. We may emulate or rebel against our models of authority, but they shape our concept of power in subtle and profound ways. To command our lives, we need this inner authority to have a solid presence. We need a part inside that sends us to bed when we are tired, gets us up in time for work in the morning, and firmly pushes us away from the table when we've had enough to eat or drink. We need a part that holds this authority appropriately in the face of challenge and can discern when to resist and when to yield to others. We need a part that can take us by the hand and help us create our future. We need an internal organizing principle that shapes, forms, and directs our growth. Robert Bly, in Iron John, talks about this authority as an inner king. When we were 1 or 2 years old, the inner king, we would guess, was alive and vigorous. We often knew what we wanted, and we made that clear to ourselves and to others. Some families, of course, do not care what the children want. For most of us, our king was killed early on. No king ever dies for good, but he falls over and dies, when the inner warriors are not strong enough to protect the king, and at 2 or 3, who could expect them to be? He dies. Until we consciously form this inner part of our personality, it will be formed by the behavior of those who held authority over us. If our parent was a tyrant, our inner authority will be either tyrannical or its opposite, a complete wimp. It may even shift between the two at different times. If our parent was absent or passive, our inner authority is likely to be equally vacant. If our parent controlled through criticism and shaming, their critical voices will be etched into our minds and replayed ad nauseum, as the background of every living moment. If our parents were deceptive and indirect, we will be a master of avoidance and manipulation, both to ourselves and others. The gender of this person who affects the way we carry this power and where we project it onto others. If it was our father who was authoritarian, we may project our fear onto other men with whom we relate. Daughters may model themselves after their powerless mother and project their father's authoritarianism onto their boyfriends. To examine the influence of authority in your own life, ask yourself the following questions. Who was the central authority figure during your childhood? What means did they use to establish their authority? How did you feel about this person? How did you feel about their authority? Did you obey out of respect or fear? How did you react to this authority? Did you rebel or obey? Or did it vary at different times in your life? If it varied, what circumstances influenced that change? What form does the inner authority take in your life now? Who is it fashioned after? Do you cooperate with it willfully, or with resistance and resentment? Does this inner authority respect the feeling self, the limitations of the body, and the need for expansion and growth? Where does this inner authority draw its strength, and what would bring it greater strength? How can you bring this authority into better alignment with your life? Punishment. They can let you out of jail now because they've put the jail inside your mind. Starhawk. When authority is won through respect, it resonates with our inner truth. It invites us to willingly participate because we believe in the reason and purpose behind it. I take a workshop with a teacher I respect because I consider her an authority on a subject. I can argue or question if need be. I go to an authority not to give away my power, but to increase my own power and skill from another's expertise. Authority that tells us to go against our own nature resonates with something deeper: fear. Fear regresses our third chakra will to the first chakra level of survival. Our behavior is no longer an act of self-definition, but of self-preservation. Rather than move forward in action, we move backward in reaction. Punishment instills fear. Punishment is used by authority for controlling behavior and robbing us of our free will. It conditions us, like Pavlov's dog, to react automatically without thinking or questioning. Punishment only works when the loss or pain is severe enough to matter, severe enough to undermine our sense of self. It must take away something greater than what might be gained, something that we desperately need, such as safety, love, pleasure, freedom, or self-respect. Punishment can shame or control, deprive or invade. It can be physical or emotional, literal or symbolic. When an example is made of a sibling, friend, or member of our race or gender, it goes a long way toward controlling our own behavior. Physical and emotional abuse, whether intended as punishment or as a mismanaged outlet for adult frustration, is interpreted by the child as punishment. Inflicting pain on a child is not only an abuse to the body and the spirit within, but also an abuse of authority. The adult, as a trusted authority, holds a position of unconditional power. The child is forced to accept whatever is dictated and develop his own third chakra accordingly. John Bradshaw, in his TV series on the family, likened the size ratio of parent to child to the experience of our adult selves encountering a 17-foot giant who was towering over us, raging and telling us what to do. How small we are in the face of such power. If this advantage was used against us, we may continue to feel that small the rest of our lives, always seeing others as bigger, stronger, or smarter. One client I had, for whom a particularly severe beating stood out in his memory, was plagued with dreams about the big guy and the little guy. This framework was apparent in the way he looked at his job situations and other aspects of his life. Starhawk, in Truth or Dare, lists 4 basic ways we can respond to punishment. We can comply, rebel, withdraw, or manipulate. Each of these reactions can make the third chakra dysfunctional if they characterize a pattern. To habitually comply or withdraw is to be deficient. To automatically rebel or manipulate is to be excessive. All of these responses are present in passive-aggressive behavior, which initially rebels by ineffective compliance and then manipulates by withdrawal. For example, if the child is beaten for talking back, then the ego center of the third chakra will find power in less direct ways, such as lateness, failing in school, or acting out against younger siblings or friends. These attempts to balance the third chakra become, in adult life, stumbling blocks to true effectiveness and responsibility. Punishment forces us to deny ourselves in order to protect ourselves. This creates a monumental block of equal and opposing forces in the third chakra, one that projects itself on others by denying their needs as well. A life of compliance is a life of denial, writes Starhawk. The name of this chakra, Manipura, means jeweled citadel. Compliance is a false citadel of power. Authenticity is the jewel. Since the third chakra is about ego and self-definition, denying our authenticity is antithetical to building healthy ego strength. Instead, the ego is built on the ability to comply, to live up to expectations, to be good, to avoid punishment. While we may get temporary feelings of power and energy from these experiences, we are still subject to the highs and lows of drawing our power from a source beyond us, one that we cannot control. If our boss is in a good mood and compliments our work, we get a lift of energy, and we feel a sense of pride in ourselves. If the boss comes in feeling angry and critical, perhaps because of a situation at home unrelated to work, then our sense of power slumps meekly to the floor. Our power within will be largely undeveloped, as we have only experienced feeling weak, ineffective, and inadequate. As personal power and ego strength are so intricately connected, the sense we develop of our own power becomes the sense we have of ourselves. If the power dynamics were such that we could not overcome the dominance imposed upon us, the conclusion is that we, ourselves, are inadequate. The parentified child. It is better to do your own duty, however imperfectly, than to assume the duties of another person, however successfully. Prefer to die doing your duties. The duties of another will bring you into great spiritual danger. Bhagavad Gita. Sometimes the situation within a family requires that the child grow up too quickly and take on responsibilities that are beyond the maturity of her age. Parental substance abuse, poverty, illness, death, or divorce may push a child into the role of surrogate spouse or parent. This may take many forms: giving emotional support for the remaining parent, helping to raise younger siblings, earning money for the family, giving up childhood freedoms or a social life with peers, or even relating with a parent sexually. Since the expectation is that the child can fulfill these roles, and the reality is that they are biologically and emotionally too young to fulfill them adequately, the child is left with an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy. Such inadequacy not only attaches itself to every task attempted in the future, but also to one's very concept of self. Only by recognizing the inappropriateness of these expectations and working through the attendant feelings can this sense of inadequacy be turned around. As Alice Miller has said, one is free from depression when self-esteem is based on the authenticity of one's own feelings and not on the possession of certain qualities. Janet, the oldest of 4 children, was a child of an alcoholic mother and a father who traveled frequently on business. Her mother's pattern was to begin drinking in the afternoon and be passed out by dinner time. This meant that Janet, at age 12, took on the role of feeding her hungry brothers and sisters and putting them to bed, after which time she might be able to begin her homework. There was seldom appropriate food in the house to make a good dinner, nor was there any instruction on how to cook, so the dinners were neither tasty nor nutritious. No matter how hard she tried, her brothers and sisters whined and complained and resented her role of substitute parent. Her siblings were naturally angry and hard to control, and Janet felt powerless and inadequate in her assumed role. She often cried herself to sleep from the stress of the household chaos. As a result, Janet did poorly in school, and subsequently never even applied to college, convinced that she was too dumb to handle the curriculum. She carried this image of herself and the inferiority that went with it throughout life. When she later became pregnant with her own child, she experienced panic attacks and felt that she could not possibly provide for a child, even though she had a supportive husband and enough income to get through the early years. Such feelings can also arise from situations where support seems adequate. Jack, for example, was the son of a prominent surgeon. At age 3, his parents taught him to read and do simple mathematics. They took him to classical music concerts and gave him the best that money could buy throughout his childhood. He skipped 2 grades in school and graduated at 16 to enter an Ivy League college. Upon entering college, however, he had a severe nervous breakdown and was unable to attend classes. His feelings of inadequacy were so strong that even though he had done brilliantly in the past, the only possibility he could see was failure. This failure would then betray the confidence of his parents and reveal what Jack had always suspected, that he had a learning disability. He felt this way because the struggle to succeed had always been so hard for him, even though testing showed no such disability. Instead, the feeling of inadequacy came from the fact that he was constantly pushed beyond an age-appropriate level. Emotionally and physically, he was always younger than his classmates, who resented his position, something that only increased his shyness and feelings of inferiority. Overstimulation and sensory deprivation. The third chakra, as the receiver, creator, and distributor of raw energy throughout the system, has to handle whatever energy comes our way. Feel the impact on your third chakra as you walk into a lively party or an intense argument, for example. When a child is overstimulated, the third chakra and the system as a whole receive more energy than they can handle. Sexual and physical abuse overload children's sensory systems with the voltage of an adult system. They are not neurologically equipped to handle such intensity and have to find ways to either armor themselves against the intrusion or discharge the energy through activity or acting out behaviors. They may grow up hypersensitive to noises, colors, emotions, or situations in their surroundings, still unable to handle any kind of intense stimulation. Or they may become hyperactive, seeking constant activity in order to discharge the excess energy. At the opposite, equally damaging pole, is the understimulated child. Randy was left alone in his crib day after day throughout infancy. He was properly fed, clothed, and even loved by his parents in the way they thought best, but was not provided with the basics of touch, toys, or varied experience. He remembers having a stiff neck from looking out toward the only window for hours on end and feeling incredibly lonely and isolated. As a result, Randy experiences himself as having too little energy and will, with inner feelings of emptiness, fear of sexual inadequacy, and fatigue. Randy feels most energized in situations with strong stimulation, such as concerts or large parties, but tends to lose steam when he spends too much time alone. Yet it is his habit to isolate, as the emptiness of isolation is most familiar to him. Shaming. When shame underlies the control and release, it seems to intensify both sides of the tension. Shame makes the control dynamic more rigidly demanding and unforgiving, and the release more dynamic and self-destructive. The more intensely one controls, The more one requires the balance of release, and the more abusingly and self-destructively one releases, the more intensely one requires control. Merle A. Fossum and Marilyn J. Mason. Shame results from almost any kind of child abuse, be it of authority, age-inappropriate responsibility, neglect, abandonment, sexual, emotional, and physical abuse, or excessive criticism. To the child who cannot explain such behavior in terms of parental shortcomings, the only conclusion is that she, herself, is at fault. She concludes that somehow she caused the abuse and deserved it, that she is somehow bad or unworthy of real love and appropriate care. Although this conclusion does not occur on a conscious level, it still becomes the primary shaper of behavior as the mind learns to monitor every instinctual impulse and spontaneous expression. Thus, the person becomes shame-bound by a consciousness that scrutinizes and controls in an attempt to prevent spontaneous acts from drawing more shame. Some parental activity is directly shaming, and statements like, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," are far too common. Failure to praise a child's accomplishments, combined with excessive criticism over her failures, will create a shame-bound personality. How many times have I heard of parents who constantly called their children stupid, ugly, crazy, or lazy for behaviors that were, in actuality, appropriate to the age in which they occurred? Children who cannot understand something that has never been explained, who are not taught to care for themselves in terms of personal hygiene, or who react spontaneously to crazy situations, are often shamed for responses they cannot help. As a result, their natural response becomes a liability that must be sacrificed for the sake of safety and approval. Thus, the ego becomes divided against the instinctual core of the self. John Bradshaw, in his excellent book Healing the Shame That Binds You, describes how the unacknowledged shame of the parent is passed down to the children. Take, for example, the mother whose only sense of accomplishment is through the behavior of her children. Her own shame is transferred to the child whenever he fails to live up to her needs for approval, and so she feels ashamed if his clothes are dirty, or if he misbehaves at Grandma's house. Or the father, who dropped out of school, may try to redeem himself through his son's college career, excessively shaming his son if he does not do well. Shame collapses the third chakra, and as a result, the whole torso collapses at the middle. This makes the chest cavity smaller, reduces breathing, and constricts the throat. With this collapse, the head falls out of alignment with the rest of the body and displaces chakras 6 and 7, perception and understanding, from the central column of the body. As a result, one's thoughts and perceptions are often out of kilter with the body's reality. The mind may try to run the body beyond its capabilities, ignoring its messages for food or rest, denying emotional needs, and keeping the whole system run down. Shame is often experienced as an inward spiral of energy in the belly, a sinking sensation, as if the chakra is spiraling backward into the spine, rather than forward into life. Butterflies in the stomach are similar to the shame spiral. We fear we are not going to be good enough, that we will surely fail, or that we will be exposed. Shame creates a block between the mind and the body that splits one off from the core self. Since the third chakra has such a close relationship to ego development, the sense of shame and the sense of self are fused. The child does not see her actions as faulty, but sees herself, the producer of those actions, as fatally flawed. Only a flawed person would make such a mistake, she tells herself. Each further mistake, and life is always full of them, only reinforces this basic belief. Eventually, the shamed core becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. We match our behavior to our self-concept. Afraid of making mistakes, we dare not venture outward and keep ourselves small and limited, giving us just cause for our feelings of inferiority. Without the belief that we can succeed, we quit without really trying, and of course, in quitting, we prove to ourselves that we cannot succeed. Broken will. The will is disabled primarily through the emotions. As emotions get bound by shame, their energy is frozen, which blocks the full interaction of the mind and the will. John Bradshaw. Through our will, we create the world we want. Unfortunately, the willful child is more work to raise than the docile, obedient one. Willful children have lots of energy and want to do many things. They talk back when they disagree and challenge their parents. Many parents are too overworked, disengaged, or shame-bound to be able to tolerate that challenge. The blending of wills between parent and child is a complex and delicate matter. It is essential that parents, in their greater knowledge and maturity, provide the guiding principles and final authority over matters concerning the safety and well-being of the child. It is a constant struggle for the child to adapt to the parent's schedule, to be ready for daycare on time, to eat what is put in front of him, hungry or not, or to stop playing in the middle of a game, or cut off a TV show because it is time to go home. Parents who are too overburdened with their own schedule often have little awareness of their child's natural rhythms. In striving for a smoothly running ship, many parents either consciously or unconsciously break the will of the child. Complete authority over the child is established. He is not encouraged to make any decisions for himself, not allowed to voice feelings or objections, and shamed for attempting to do so. A separate identity is not allowed to emerge. Individuation cannot take place, and the child grows up unable to steer the course of his own life. There was a time when it was believed proper and appropriate to break the will of the child. This was the parent's job, and an obedient child was their reward. But this creates people who act without feeling, enthusiasm, or a healthy sense of their own power. Such people are easily manipulated, controlled, and pushed into the shadow realm of held resentments, passive-aggressive behavior, or sudden eruptions of violence as they try to compensate for their diminished power by victimizing others. Without a will, how can one stand up to the temptation of addictions? When we are robbed of our chance to say no, we are robbed of the ability to control our lives and of the essential assertion of the self. The following list, from Alice Miller's Rules of the Poisonous Pedagogy, all serve to break the will of the child. 1. Adults are the masters, not the servants, of the dependent child. 2. They determine in godlike fashion what is right and what is wrong. 3. The child is held responsible for the parent's anger. 4. The parents must always be shielded. 5. The child's life-affirming feelings pose a threat to the autocratic adult. 6. The child's will must be broken as soon as possible. 7. All this must happen at a very early age, so the child will not notice and will therefore not be able to expose the adult. Each of these abusive rules undermines the establishment of a powerful third chakra. They impact the development of will, self-esteem, personal responsibility, and personal freedom by effectively twisting them into unrecognizable forms through domination and suppression, control and violence, fear and submission. When this happens at an early age, especially during the delicate emergence of the individual self, we have a collapse at the core, for which the other chakras must protect and compensate. Character structure. The endurer. In the development of this character structure, the muscular system of the growing child is subverted from its natural function of movement to the neurotic function of holding. Alexander Lowen. Sam reminded me of a storm cloud, dark and brooding. His body was dense, muscular, and heavy. His eyes revealed a plaintive sadness, as if he had silently endured great losses in his life. A sadness that reminded me of the sky when it was about to rain. His voice did not match his powerful body, but seemed to come out of a modified whine. He began his story with a long list of complaints. I feel like I don't have any energy. I'm tired all the time. I feel stuck in my job, and nothing turns me on anymore. I just feel heavy and depressed, but I don't know why. His eyes were downcast, and his body moved very little. When I asked him how long he had been feeling this way, he answered, "It seems like I've always felt this way, but the older I get, the worse it feels. Nothing I do seems to change it." Later on, I got Sam onto his feet and did some basic grounding work to get a charge going through his body. It was soon obvious that he actually had quite a bit of energy. As it built up, I could see the veil of anger starting to come over his features. But as it grew, he announced that he did not like the exercise. As I recognized his need for autonomy, we stopped the exercise and explored his history. His mother had been smothering, his father distant and passive, and his older brother picked on him. When he was just 2 years old, his sister was born, and his mother forced him into early toilet training to avoid having 2 children in diapers. Since his brother was aggressive and uncontrollable, Sam was punished for defending himself so that he could not become like his brother. This meant he had to suppress his anger. As his brother was rebellious, Sam became his mother's favorite. She doted on him, but also controlled him. She usurped his autonomy and told him how wonderful he was when he pleased her, but she withdrew her love if he misbehaved. When he later dropped out of college because of poor grades, she refused to speak to him for a number of years. This was how she treated her favorite. Sam learned to endure, feeling that he had no choice. He tried to please others, but usually failed. When he failed, he turned vicious criticism on himself. His life became grim, his energy bound, his sexuality lukewarm. He felt stuck, and indeed he was. Sam was an example of the masochist character structure, as termed by Lowen, or the endurer. Refer to figure 3.2 in the bonus PDF. The endurer's dilemma is that he is locked in a holding pattern that binds the energy of the will, restrains autonomy, and compresses his spontaneity, joy, and optimism. He is caught in a vicious cycle where activity that cannot move forward is turned against the self, creating more frustration, greater tension, and more blockage. This results in a morose feeling of hopelessness and despair, a disabled will, and a reduced energy level. In short, a deficient third chakra. I refer to a block in the energy as a place in the psychic and somatic realm where 2 or more opposing forces meet. You may wish to get angry at your boss and also want his approval. These 2 needs, both valid, work at cross purposes to each other. Since neither can be fully denied or fully expressed, their mutual antagonism results in a block. When either side of the block is triggered, it increases the energy of its opposite, and the ensuing struggle produces stress. Sam, for example, had many reasons to feel angry at his mother, but also wanted her love, and these needs seemed mutually exclusive, hence the feeling of being stuck. The endurer structure develops when the parent is overly controlling, squashing the child's emerging autonomy. Since authority is forced at a time when autonomy is naturally emerging, but not strong enough to stand alone, submission is the only possible recourse. Since this authority is not in keeping with the child's will, the result is a pattern of outer compliance and inner defiance. The child says, "All right, I'll do what you want, but I won't really participate." If you imagine making this statement, you can feel the holding inside. The only way to feel autonomous is to go into resistance. Unfortunately, this resistance becomes a standard approach to life, and the endurer has trouble either engaging or participating in anything without these ambivalent feelings creating a block. Yet the outer compliance makes him reliable, steady, hard-working, anxious to please, and able to endure. Endurers hold up well in crisis, are loyal mates, and seldom stir up trouble. They can stick to business and accomplish difficult or unpleasant tasks. Yet while they try to please on the outside, there is simultaneously a tendency to sabotage. A passive-aggressive stance toward life is the only possible expression the disabled will can have for dealing with these ambivalent feelings. Largely, the ambivalence is between aggression and tender feelings. The endurer, like any child or adult, wants approval and affection, but affection is won at the cost of his own autonomy, and anger arises. Since he feels both manipulated by and angry toward the person he wants affection from, he feels both need and anger simultaneously, and can't express neither. In the words of Lowen, the masochist does not deny reality, as does the schizophrenic, nor reject its demands, as does the oral character. He accepts reality at the same time that he fights it. He admits the rationality of its demands at the same time that he fights them. Like no other character, he is in terrible conflict. In many endurer structures, the will is not broken by violence, but by seeming sweetness. Oh, my little boy would never act like that and disappoint his mommy, now would he? Kathy is my favorite child. She's so obedient and quiet. Oh, I'm so very disappointed that you did that. I thought you were better than your brother. The implication of not living up to assumed expectations is that we are somehow bad or inadequate, all because we have displeased someone. We want to be approved of and submit our will accordingly, while simultaneously resenting the hell out of it. When conditional love is used as reward or punishment for behavior, the child's third and fourth chakras are at odds with each other. He can have love by cooperating and giving up his will, or he can have autonomy by risking rejection and losing love. But in this equation, he can never have both. Love and will become an either-or phenomenon. Since both are necessary, the plight is hopeless, and the endurer falls into despair. It is important to remember that this equation is false. In truth, we can only have true love and strong will when both are present and working in concert with each other. It is extremely hard for the endurer to realize this. At the root of the endurer's conflict is the demon of shame. His greatest fear is humiliation. When punished or criticized, he often collapses into vicious self-recrimination, known as shame attack. This diminishes his third chakra and makes it more difficult to protect himself. He experiences shame again when he is manipulated because of the weak ego. The endurer is caught in a vicious cycle of shame that undermines action and further perpetuates the shame. It's a terrible mess. We experience shame if we cannot adequately control what comes out of us. If toilet training is started before the muscles are mature enough, a feeling of failure results, which makes us think what is inside is evil and nasty and must be held in. We are rewarded for holding in, shamed for letting go. Where the schizoid holds together and the oral holds on, the primary pattern of the endurer is holding in. He becomes ashamed of what is inside, and this translates to shame about everything inside, his feelings, his thoughts, his needs, and essentially, his very self. Therefore, the greatest fear of the endurer is exposure, which he is certain will lead to humiliation and further shame. Therefore, he must hold himself in. The predicament of holding in creates several blocks in the chakra system as a whole. There are 4 places where tension is most likely to be released, and that endurers must guard and close: the legs, hands, throat, and genitals. They may be able to take in energy from the ground and crown, but are unable to release it. The buildup of energy inside often makes the body very dense and large, often with a thick muscular padding between the throat and buttocks. The posture is one of shame, where the tail is tucked in, the head lowered, and the third chakra collapsed. The first and fifth chakras are blocked, and this pulling inside and turning against the self creates masochism. Reaching out is also blocked, and the endurer is trapped inside a body packed with energy, unable to release. Let us look at the way this padding is formed. Suppose one were sitting by the window on a cold day, quietly reading a book. Suddenly, someone throws a rock through the window. The endurer feels annoyed, gets up, puts on a coat and scarf, and goes back to reading his book. Then another rock comes sailing through another window. It gets colder. The endurer puts on another coat and scarf over the first layer. Rather than tell the person to stop throwing rocks, the endurer simply puts on heavier armor. After the third rock, there is a third coat, and after the fourth rock, the endurer may finally feel annoyed enough to say something. But when he tries, his cries are so muffled by the coats and scarves that no one can hear him. He is unable to stop the rocks and unable to remove the armor. He feels miserable, worthless, and victimized. It is typical of the endurer to not even perceive the option of stopping the rocks, let alone that of getting angry at the thrower. The unspoken assumption, based on past experiences with parental authority, is that they cannot be stopped anyway, so why waste time trying? Failure only increases shame, so it is safer not to risk it, and instead just protect oneself. Anger, aggression, and spontaneous activity do arise in the endurer. They are not, by any means, devoid of feeling. But when they arise, their expression is stifled, and the energy turns inward, against the self, hence the source of the masochism. The feeling of shame that is already present takes the form of a vicious internal critic that is always pointing out the endurer's faults and flaws. The master-slave relationship of the parent to the child is thus repeated internally between the mind and the body, or, in Freudian terms, between the superego and the id, where the ego is too weak to mediate between the two. The more the anger builds up, the more severe the internal punishment. This creates the feelings of hopeless despair and being stuck, the endurer's chief complaint in life. The endurer's will is bound up in submission and resistance, and seldom sees a proactive path of action that will alleviate their situation. The default assumption is that situations must be tolerated rather than changed. His basic shame convinces him that he has no right to ask for change, and if given the opportunity, he may not even know what he wants, having long since relinquished the right to ask. Endurers see their life as a series of have-tos, to which they submit with resignation and resentment. The liberating current cannot break through the impasse at the will to gain entry into the upper chakras. Love is seen as something that must be earned through approval and given by will rather than by feeling. What does get past the third chakra meets another block at the throat, and the endurer's voice may sound like a suppressed whine. Since outward objection is not allowed, whining and complaining are the only permissible expressions of dissatisfaction. Blocked at the throat, much of the inner world is kept from chakras 6 and 7, and therefore kept from consciousness. Instead, the inner world remains perpetually in the unconscious, and endurers have a hard time seeing their own process. In their plight, they are a mystery to themselves, and they simply draw the conclusion that they are flawed and inadequate, and that this is unchangeable. To heal, the endurer needs to express both the anger and the tender feelings. The tyranny of the will must be vanquished by giving it something more productive to do than criticize. The anger that is turned against the self must be externalized, the feelings of need acknowledged and released from their cloak of shame. Movement breaks the holding patterns, and sexuality allows nurturance to come in. Building self-esteem is the underlying theme, so that a larger ego can then stand up to the inner critic and emerge into autonomy once again. To the endurer, this is a frightening process, but one which eventually reinstates their inner authority, strengthens the will, and reclaims joy and spontaneity. Excess and deficiency. Excess. The demand for a false self to cover and hide the authentic self necessitates a life dominated by doing and achievement. John Bradshaw. Third chakra excesses may appear at first glance as an abundance of power and energy. In reality, they compensate for feelings of diminished or unrecognized power. To overcome feelings of helplessness, abandonment, neglect, and abuse, there is an excessive attachment, even obsession, with power, control, and bolstering one's self-esteem. Since the core self is undernourished, one tries to live up to an image or a false self that must be nourished by approval from others. As a result, third chakra excess may appear as constant activity, or what John Bradshaw referred to as a human doing instead of a human being. This bolsters the ego with accomplishments, engagements, and busyness. Such a person will be in constant motion, excitation, and the stress that goes with it, thriving on such conditions as a way of feeling alive. Such chronic pushing can eventually lead to chronic fatigue, a flip from an excessive to a deficient state. Refer to Figure 3.3 in the bonus PDF. A person with an excessive third chakra is ruled by a rigid will. An excessive will is not necessarily a strong will, for its lack of flexibility may make it brittle and fragile. An excessive will may flare in anger or retreat in fear when challenged. An excessive will has a constant need to be in control of oneself, of others, of situations. In extremes, it is the bully, dominating, aggressive, angry, and inflated. In less extreme forms, it is the manager who tends to overmanage situations by obsessing about every detail, trying to control as many variables as possible. The manager always wants to know, who's going to be there? What should I wear? How long will it take? What if this? What if that? Sometimes an excessive will can be seen in the control of one's own body. Dancers, athletes, weight trainers, runners, fastidious dieters, and even yoga practitioners sometimes run their bodies like machines, working them hard, pushing them with their will, or forcing them into submission by the rigorous regimen they have chosen. They may ostensibly choose such a program for spiritual, artistic, or health reasons, but close examination may reveal a need to bolster the ego by how well the body looks or performs. While this is certainly not true of all such endeavors, any of us can fall into this trap when working on self-improvement programs. The body is not a thing, but a living vehicle, balanced between listening to the body's messages and channeling those impulses into productive activity is the integration we seek. While those with a deficient third chakra may need to develop their will with a personal regimen, those with excessive third chakras are more likely to carry it to damaging extremes. The same self-domination by the will can also occur in one's life. We may not be engaged in excessive activity, but nevertheless push ourselves by sheer will through the challenges of daily life. In becoming an automaton, we disengage from experience and feelings. We function on automatic and rarely think about what we are doing, with very little of ourself involved. Here the will is disengaged from both the spirit and the body, and is taken over the function of the ego, leaving experience behind. The excess will may rob vital energy from most of the other chakras, shutting down chakra 2 from the lack of feeling, chakra 4 from authentic connection, and chakra 5 from speaking out. The body may appear to be grounded in activity, but the spirit is not grounded in the body. On an outward level, the excessive third chakra has a tendency to abuse power as it compensates for a weak ego and poor self-esteem. Power will seem intoxicating, and the ego may become driving, obsessive, and inflexible. Other values, such as self-nurturance, compassion, patience, and understanding, are trampled by the need for power. Life energy gets trapped in the third chakra and cannot travel to the other areas. Generally, people who have a high anxiety level are overcharged. While this may not be related to the third chakra in cause, it is related in effect. As the central processor for energetic expression and distribution, the third chakra works overtime when the system is overcharged. This may result in hyperactivity, muscle tension, excess stomach acid, as well as a dominating personality or ironclad will. Deficiency. People with deficient third chakras suffer from a combination of characteristics that may include lack of fire and vitality, poor self-discipline, weak will, and lack of spontaneity. They may be easily manipulated by others and often feel victimized. Depression may be frequent, as the energy of the body is literally depressed and held back, often bound by feelings of shame. Here the weak ego copes by avoidance rather than overcompensation. They may be intensely shy and appear cold or withdrawn. They are likely to avoid confrontation and challenge, especially when there is any risk of personal exposure. This includes performing in front of people or taking emotional risks in relationships. They are more likely to play it safe, follow the rules, let others lead, and be a people pleaser. They are passive and controlled by their passivity, by letting others take the lead. They avoid vulnerability and risk and hold power over others who must take risks for them. In relationships, they let others initiate while they quietly go along, often with secret resentment. Their passivity may make their partner frustrated and upset, while they themselves appear cool, calm, and collected. By looking good, they avoid blame and responsibility. People with deficient third chakras are the lost children in the family, the quiet workers in the organization, or the devoted and selfless wife or husband. John may agree to give his neighbor a ride to the doctor when he would really rather not, but he is too passive to say no. Instead, he shows up 45 minutes late. This is his non-confrontational way of expressing anger and aggression with a minimum of personal risk. Fear, guilt, and shame, the demons of the first 3 chakras, are the dominating influences in the deficient third chakra. Fear contracts the energy at the base. Guilt restricts the flow of movement, and as a result, there is very little energy radiating from the third chakra as it is restricted before it even gets there. The energy that does arrive is bound by shame. The upper chakras may be excessive by contrast. The need for love is strong, as love often pulls energy up from the base into a liberation that literally increases the energy of the third chakra. The self-esteem that comes from being loved creates a feeling of safety that gradually allows power to develop. If the relationship fails, however, as it often does, then the energy falls back into a state of contraction, and the ego returns to the belief in one's own inadequacy. Lack of outward aggression is common in third chakra deficiency. There is simply not enough energy available, or the energy that is there is bound by fear and shame. If we feel we are worthless, why fight for anything? We tell ourselves that we do not matter, and therefore what happens does not matter. Passivity is safer. Engagement brings fear, where isolation is often more comfortable. This isolation and passivity toward others cuts us off from the energy of the world around us. Already undercharged, we then become a closed system, further running down into depletion and monotony, which, of course, feeds low self-esteem. Without a strong third chakra, we lack the will to run our own lives. Self-discipline is poor, follow-through is rare, and responsibility is avoided. We cannot stick to diets, build our energy through exercise, push ourselves to complete projects. The liberating current does not have enough force to escape the gravitational field of the lower chakras, and we simply do not get off the ground. Persons suffering from chronic fatigue syndrome manifest a depletion of third chakra energy. This may be due to excessive activity that has simply run out of fuel, or chronic holding that binds the energy into exhaustion, or various medical conditions, including candida overgrowth, Epstein-Barr syndrome, Lyme disease, and food allergies. In all cases, the body is calling for a rest and recharging, for contacting the deeper sources of energy that emanate from the biological core. Both excessive and deficient third chakras may be attracted to stimulants like caffeine, amphetamines, or cocaine. Stimulants help the deficient system feel normal and help the excessive system continue its constant activity. Highly anxious personalities may also be attracted to calming drugs, such as opiates, barbiturates, and alcohol. It is possible to have a chakra that exhibits both deficient and excessive strategies. We may have a weak will, but engage in constant activity, yet undermine the system over time. We may feel sluggish and lazy, and yet be very manipulative. The important thing to realize is that all these behaviors attempt to deal with underlying wounds of autonomy and self-esteem. Restoring the lotus. Healing the third chakra. For in every act of love and will, and in the long run they are both present in each genuine act, we mold ourselves and our world simultaneously. This is what it means to embrace the future. Rollo May. Healing the third chakra is essential for maintaining healthy metabolism, balancing the distribution of energy throughout the body, and determining the course of our lives with appropriate responsibility and freedom. In order to achieve this, we need to work simultaneously on 2 levels: the internal management of energy within the body, and the external expression of that energy in the outer world. When both levels are addressed, our wills develop to a point where we can begin to work for social and political changes, and assist in the ongoing struggle for overall human liberation. As one might expect, the inner work comes first. We cannot be very effective in the outer world if our personal energy is tied up in knots inside our own body. Untying the knots involves overcoming existing inertia, the old habit patterns that drag us downward, the binding fears from the past that rule us, the paralyzing self-scrutiny of our shame, or the compulsive acting out of unresolved conflicts. Overcoming this inertia is the first step in the individuation process. Healing deficiency. If the chakra is basically deficient, then energy must be built up slowly as if kindling a fire. We cannot escape the gravitational field of the first and second chakras without a burning fire to ignite and push us onward. Without the fire of confidence and enthusiasm, we cannot meet new challenges or successfully maintain disciplines such as a restrictive diet or a meditation practice. We set ourselves up for failure, which only increases the feelings of shame and powerlessness. Building the fire means increasing metabolic energy. The first step in this process is to examine the fuel consumed to make that fire through attention to diet. Eating foods that are low in fat, sugar, and additives, yet have high levels of complex carbohydrates and sufficient protein and vegetables, helps the fire burn cleanly. Eating at regular intervals keeps blood sugar levels steady and energy flowing evenly. Frequent aerobic exercise for at least 30 minutes at a time helps the body break a sweat, increase metabolic efficiency, and develops a feeling of power through increased muscle tone. As we become more physically fit, our energy flows more smoothly, and our self-esteem also increases. Deficient third chakras need to engage with life in ways that provide nourishment and support. What activities leave you feeling energized? What activities leave you feeling drained? What is it about those activities that your system responds to? Look for activities that energize you and find ways of increasing your time for them. Challenges and difficulty can also increase our energy, as long as they are not completely overwhelming and impossible. Avoidant people feel depleted and unable to meet challenges, but they seldom realize that their avoidance is precisely what keeps them undercharged. Notice what happens in your body when you confront your boss or take a risk that plunges you into new territory. That shaky feeling may be the activation of fear or shame, but it is also a state of increased energy and aliveness. When we rise to meet challenges, we raise the psychic voltage of the system itself. Inertia keeps us in patterns that already exist. Moving into new realms forces us to create new patterns, to experience life in the now, and discover our own hidden reserves of power and strength. Those with deficient third chakras need to work on strengthening their will by increasing physical energy as well as paying conscious attention to their goals and desires. Many of my clients do not take control of their lives because they have no master plan that outlines their long-term goals. The deficient structure does not organize very well and needs a plan to keep them on track. To stick with a plan or routine increases our feelings of power and control and boosts our confidence. Healing excess. The demand for a false self to cover and hide the authentic self necessitates a life dominated by doing and achievement. John Bradshaw. Excessive third chakras have more energy than the system can handle, and this energy needs to be discharged or rerouted to other chakras. Often the strategy for this type of work involves increasing the function of other chakras, rather than engaging the third chakra itself. If excess is to be redistributed, it needs to have some place to go. We may need to open channels for emotional expression, soften the heart, or increase the grounding. Working directly on the third chakra in excessive cases may create a power struggle, which only creates further excess. Instead, excessive third chakras need to relax, sit still, and let go of control. Guided meditation that takes one through deep relaxation is an excellent place to start. This is a time for quiet release and making deeper contact with the body and mind. Practicing yoga promotes relaxation and flexibility, softly dissolving blocks that bind tension. Prescribing downtime without requirements or goals allows the third chakra to disengage from its constant thrust forward and lets the person experience a deeper state of being. Taking time to do nothing can be extremely difficult for excessive third chakra types to tolerate, and they may only accept it with the idea that they are actually doing something to promote their own health. Other general strategies for third chakra healing. Giving up being safe. The first thing I tell my clients or group members when they wish to develop their third chakra is to give up the attachment to being safe. This involves giving up wanting everything assured ahead of time and accepting that there might be criticism, challenge, misunderstanding, rejection, or a possibility of failure. While safety may be important for survival issues and for developing emotions, it is no challenge to our power if everything we do is already removed from any real risk. We need to face the fact that the world is not safe. If we limit ourselves to what is predictably comfortable, we may as well not get out of bed in the morning. In clinging to safety and security, we remain as children, powerless and wanting the world to be shaped for us. The challenge of power is to mature, accept responsibility, and carve the shape of our future through our own proactivity. Our power increases through meeting challenges and resolving them successfully. We must be willing to take risks, venture into the unknown, and escape the gravity of the familiar in order to expand upward and outward in the journey across the rainbow bridge. Work with anger. Safety is often the comfortable euphemism we use to deny our feelings of fear. The seeker of security has found a modus operandi of sorts within an attitude of negation. John Perakos. The dynamic core of your human life is grounded in your feelings, your needs, and your drives. When these are bound by shame, you are shamed to the core. John Bradshaw. While emotions are generally related to the second chakra, anger is particularly relevant to the third as it expresses assertive, fiery energy. Blocked anger can create both excessive and deficient conditions, but is more likely to be excessive. Those with deficient structures may not even be aware of their own anger, as they do not have enough energy to express it. Allowing a deficient structure to develop a means of expressing anger gives her permission to have this energizing and empowering emotion. If anger is felt, but not expressed, then it is more likely to result in an excessive condition. Anger is energy, as the body attempts to meet a challenge through increasing its charge. If situations that make us anger occur frequently, we live in an overcharged state. If that energy cannot be expressed, then the charge builds up in the body and becomes locked in the muscles as tension, compulsive activity, or a need to control. Blocked anger is often a factor in obesity, which can be seen as a metabolic defect. Something is preventing the matter consumed as food from turning into energy. We might say the fires are not burning properly, or that the fire energy is blocked in some way. Since food is supposed to supply us with energy, the obese person is frustrated as the food they consume does not energize them, and so they reach for more food, which only worsens the problem. I have found that releasing blocked anger often improves metabolism and helps stabilize weight problems, sometimes with little or no change in diet. When dieting is needed, reclaiming our anger often increases available energy for the will, making it easier for us to maintain the diet. Getting anger out involves looking at what created it, examining situations we are forced to endure, and reclaiming the right to object to those abuses of power that hurt or oppressed us. Addressing our anger to these past issues helps free available energy for present challenges. It also keeps us from having an inappropriate level of charge for present issues. In a therapeutic situation, releasing anger about our father keeps us from continually badgering our husbands or boyfriends. Standing up to our mother keeps us from resenting our wives, girlfriends, or daughters. Being able to express our anger at its source keeps it from becoming excessive or harmful, and instead increases our feeling of empowerment. In my experience as a therapist, I have found that clients often fear that if they get angry in therapy, they will turn into horrible, angry people in their daily lives. In actuality, getting their anger out makes them less angry, yet more effective in their lives. Attacking the shame demon. In both excessive and deficient chakras, the demon of shame is usually found lurking in the shadows of the third chakra, ready to attack its poor victim the moment any mistake or even success arises. Thus, the foundation for balanced power, healthy self-esteem, is continually undermined. For some, this results in withdrawal and collapse. For others, a fury of compensating activity. In either case, the roots of shame need to be exposed and pulled out of our ground of being. We may feel shame about our bodies, our emotions and sexuality, our neediness, for not being good enough, or any number of reasons. It is important to recognize the critical voice in your head and to ask whose voice it resembles. What forces were acting on that person that drove such criticism in your direction? How did they feel about themselves? Often, when the voice rears its ugly head, the conversation is one-sided. You're so stupid. You never do anything right. You'll never make anything of yourself. Where is the other side of this conversation? Where is the rebellion that says, "What do you mean I'm stupid? You never showed me how to do anything. You never took time to teach me. You expected me to behave in ways that were beyond my maturity, to know things I couldn't possibly have known, and without the slightest support or encouragement." Or the rebellious voice might say, "Look, this is the first time I've tried to do this task. I'm not going to be an expert my first time, but at least give me credit for trying. I'm doing my best. Back off." Shame inevitably results from abuse. Seeing the child you were in the context of that abuse and showing compassion for that child helps to dissipate the shame. Inner child dialogues involve having the adult self tell the child self that they are forgiven, that it was not their fault, that they did not do anything wrong, or that they did not deserve the abuse. This replaces the overly critical, shaming programs that run us ragged and steal the joy from our lives. Conclusion. Third chakra work, whether dealing with excess or deficiency, rests on building ego strength. This involves developing contact with the authentic self through the body and through its feelings and aspirations, raising self-esteem through attacking the shame demon, and creating a sense of power through meeting challenges and engaging in stimulating activities. Releasing inhibitions and fears loosens up the spontaneous, playful energy that makes life easy and enjoyable. These tactics nourish the liberating current coming up from the base chakra. To honor the consciousness coming down from the top, it is helpful to make a list of goals and intentions, and then plan the steps needed to bring those goals into manifestation. The will develops when we apply our energy to these goals, or to other routines that help develop our skills and our physical energy. The results of our efforts positively reinforce the process and also ground our third chakra power in tangible reality. Healing the third chakra brings a healthy sense of power as well as its limits. It promotes a proactive and causative approach to life, one that is confident, warm, responsible, and persevering. The person is now able to take on challenges, follow through on tasks, confront opposition effectively rather than with reactive retaliation, and take responsibility for their actions. The person with a healthy third chakra is a person with good vitality and a playful ability to laugh at themselves. Chakra 4. Finding the balance in love. Fourth chakra at a glance. Element, air. Name, Anahata, unstruck. Purposes, love, balance. Issues, love, balance, self-love, relationship, intimacy, anima/animus, devotion, reaching out and taking in. Color, green. Location, chest, heart, cardiac plexus. Identity, social. Orientation, self-acceptance, acceptance of others. Demon, grief. Developmental stage, 4 to 7 years. Developmental tasks, forming peer and family relationships, developing persona. Basic rights, to love and be loved. Balanced characteristics, compassion, loving, empathetic, self-loving, altruistic, peaceful, balanced, good immune system. Traumas and abuses. Rejection, abandonment, loss, shaming, constant criticism, abuses to any other chakras, especially lower chakras, unacknowledged grief, including parents' grief, divorce, death of loved one, loveless, cold environment, conditional love, sexual or physical abuse, betrayal, deficiency, antisocial, withdrawn, cold, critical, judgmental, intolerant of self or others, loneliness, isolation, depression, fear of intimacy, fear of relationships, lack of empathy, narcissism. Excess, codependency, poor boundaries, demanding, clinging, jealousy, overly sacrificing. Physical malfunctions, disorders of the heart, lungs, thymus, breasts, arms, shortness of breath, sunken chest, circulation problems, asthma, immune system deficiency, tension between shoulder blades, pain in chest. Healing practices, breathing exercises, pranayama, work with arms, reaching out, taking in, journaling, self-discovery, psychotherapy, examine assumptions about relationships, emotional release of grief, forgiveness when appropriate, inner child work, codependency work, self-acceptance, anima-animus integration. Affirmations. I am worthy of love. I am loving to myself and others. There is an infinite supply of love. I live in balance with others. Shades of green. Driven by the forces of love, the fragments of the world seek each other so that the world may come into being. Pierre Teilhard du Chardon. We may be a culture obsessed by power, but we are driven by the need for love. The basic right of the heart chakra, to love and be loved, is simple, profound, direct. Sadly, this chakra is easily damaged, diminished, or wounded. These wounds have profound importance as they wound both spirit and soul, affect both mind and body, and impact the very core of the self. Why is love so elusive when it is so simple? Literature abounds with sagas of love and its loss. Sagas we know only too well from personal experience. Nothing is quite so uplifting as the flowering of love, nothing so devastating as its loss. A deeply archetypal experience. Love is the force that runs our lives. We cannot live without it, yet the world is crying for lack of it. All forms of child abuse are, in fact, travesties of love. They are travesties because they are not a complete absence of love, but an absence of healthy love. How many children have been spanked and abused, sexually molested, punished severely, smothered, or overmanaged while being told, "This is because I love you so much." Travesties of love occur when the most needed element of life is twisted and torn, withheld and used as a means of control. Without knowing what healthy love looks like, we have a hard time creating it in our lives. We hang on to mere shreds of love, sacrifice ourselves on its altar, run in fear when we find it. Instead, we are turning toward the opposite of love, warfare and violence. Television violence models behavior for our children, and gangs provide many of our youth with their only sense of belonging. Adolescents in my practice tell me that cruel is cool, and to be a man you have to be mean. On a single day in America, 270,000 children carry guns to school, and guns are now surpassing automobiles as the #1 killer. Is this not a travesty of love? Political agendas cut funds for the downtrodden and needy, the immigrants and children, while the defense budget soars. It is alarming enough that our political leaders embody this value system. More alarming still, to contemplate the number of people who support them. What kind of cultural mythos is driving such values? Myths are the cultural stories of our origins and our purpose. Unconsciously, these stories may influence and may even rule our lives. They define what is possible, shape who we are, and lead us to what can be. Myths are a statement of the primal relationships that exist between archetypal elements in the universe and their counterparts in our own psyches. In the prevailing mythos, we are children of divorce. The Great Mother, a fundamental archetype of the psyche, was worshipped as a living deity for at least 25,000 years during the Paleolithic and Neolithic periods of human history. She is archetypal ancestress to us all. Her memory buried deeply in the collective unconscious. She mirrors our early childhood experience of our own mothers and embodies the archetypal imprint of the mothering source. Nurturance, nourishment, containment, and connection. In the collective mind of Western civilization, she has long been forgotten. Removed from our predominant mythology, she is conspicuous in her absence. She is only beginning to resurface through the growing goddess movement, recent archaeological research, and the popularity of Jungian archetypal psychology. She is the mother we have lost and are only just beginning to find again. She is the archetypal feminine at the primal origin of our cultural history. In her absence, the Great Father has become the sole protagonist in our dominant mythology. He is strong and powerful, but distant and ethereal. He is without a wife or daughter, and is estranged from all that the feminine archetype represents. His immediate son has been crucified, ostensibly for the sins of the children. In the divorce settlement, we are the motherless children who were taken to live with the father. In our new household, mother was not to be discussed, and became forgotten. We have inherited the myth of a broken home. We are the motherless children in our distant father's house, trying to find wholeness in a world that is longing for the magic and mystery of love. This is our story. These are our parents. We are the children of an unacknowledged marriage. No wonder we have such yearning for romantic love. No wonder the myth of man meets woman and lives happily ever after pervades our collective fantasies, rendering other forms of love unrecognizable. If we were children of an intact and loving mythical home, a partnership mythology, we might seek union from an experience of cooperation, rather than through a compulsive need to complete our diminished selves through another. Our predominant myth is one of separation. We see ourselves as separate from nature, separate from each other, and separate from the divine. Separations are created by race, class, gender, and age. Individuals are endowed with the moral right, even encouragement, to do whatever is necessary to further their own individual existence. The environment and its co-inhabitants are sacrificed for the individual needs. Wealth and class create more separation, more privacy, and more individualism. We have created vast separation between men and women, and further separation between women and women, and between men and men. Love, as the all-pervasive glue of the universe, is culturally restricted to the bonds of limited heterosexual dyads and their often lonely offspring. The model is obviously flawed, for our children are abused and our marriages repeat the pattern of our mythical parents, with epidemic divorce. Collectively, it seems we are falling out of love with the world. We all know what deep pain we feel when we fall out of love. It pierces the very core of our being, carves a deep hole in the soul, and wounds and cripples the living spirit. In our disconnection, we can barely relate to all the tragedies occurring in the world. Is it because the very art of relating is becoming a lost art? Is this because the time it takes to relate deeply, feel fully, and communicate and understand is no longer valued as time well spent? We are becoming alienated, hostile, defensive, self-centered, and compulsively consuming. The result is isolation, constriction, and limitation. The ground that holds us becomes shaky, and the energy that evolves us is restricted to traditional patterns that support the myth of separation. In our isolation, we are lost from our spiritual core, lost from the heart. To cross the rainbow bridge connecting heaven and earth is to consciously reconnect severed parts of the world. It is to anchor the myth of individualism in the necessary grounding of self, while simultaneously expanding that self into a conscious unity with the world around us, socially, ecologically, and mythically. To access the divine and become as gods, we need to recognize our own divine nature as part of the greater mystery of unfolding. To heal the heart is to reunite mind and body, the mystical and mundane, self and other into an integrated whole. This is our task in the heart chakras, as it is the task for every one of us that wants to heal this world and assure its future. Without love, there is no binding force to hold our world together. Without love, there is no integration but instead disintegration. Without love, our rainbow bridge collapses in the middle and we fall into the chasm of separation below. Unfolding the petals. Basic issues of the fourth chakra. Love, balance, self-reflection, self-acceptance, relationship, intimacy, anima/animus, eros/thanatos, grief, compassion, devotion. The mystery of love. For one human being to love another human being, that is perhaps the most difficult task that has been entrusted to us, the ultimate task, the final test and proof, the work for which all other work is merely preparation. Rainer Maria Rilke. Riding on the golden flames of our power center, we now arrive at the very heart of the chakra system. Here, in a band of green, lies the center of the rainbow bridge, the midpoint of our journey. Like the green, growing plants, which push toward the heavens from their roots in the earth, we, too, reach outward in two directions, anchoring the manifesting current deep in our bodies and expanding the liberating current as we reach beyond ourselves. In the heart chakra, these currents come to perfect balance in the center of our being. From that sacred center, the heart of the system, we enter the mystery of love. The basic issues that we encounter in the heart chakra deal with balance, love, and relationship. Through balance, we find a center from which we can love. Through love, we form relationships. And through relationships, we have the opportunity to transform the self-centered ego of the lower chakras into awareness of the larger realm in which we are embedded. It is the enchantment of love that opens the road to wider consciousness. When we fall in love, we are suddenly stripped of our defenses, lifted out of our self-centered habits, and propelled into an enlarged view of the world. Love melts our rigid attitudes and alters our psychic structure. When we fall in love, we see things anew. Colors are enhanced. Places take on new meaning. Interests of the beloved becomes interests of our own. In real love, you want the other person's good. In romantic love, you want the other person. At the same time that love expands our horizons, it also brings us into a deeper connection with ourselves. Falling in love takes us down into our bodies. Desire puts us in touch with the physical self through our wants and needs. With another, we celebrate the temple of the body and honor our physicality. As we reach down inside to share our gifts with our beloved, we are forced to confront and develop our deepest nature. The intimacy of love both reveals and integrates the shadow. Loving acceptance of another allows the rejected parts of our psyche to emerge safely. Not only do relationships provide a context in which the shadow is bound to emerge, intimacy invites us to share those deepest, hidden parts of ourselves. In the accepting arms of our beloved, these parts can come to consciousness. This acceptance sets the ground for the self-expression of Chakra 5, as only through self-acceptance can we come fully into our truth and have the courage to express it. Intimacy is the foundation for that expression. Being loved by another increases our experience of self, as we are reflected in the eyes, words, and behavior of our lover. Suddenly we catch a glimpse of our own divinity, our specialness, and begin in a new way to truly care for ourselves and feel a sense of pride and purpose. We take better care of our bodies, keep our houses cleaner, and dare to reach further than we might otherwise. Love brings a spiritual awakening, and the loss of it produces profound despair. Sometimes that loss severs us from our sense of divinity, a state that can hardly be tolerated after the expansion and heightened awareness that love has brought. When love does wane, we are thrown back to our past. The loss brings us to an infantile state of vulnerability, where our needs and issues, patterns and processes, are brought to light once again. We are forced to confront and heal